Hello everyone and welcome back to the third and final day of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Raven and as usual now, we're kicking it off with everyone else. Sol, Lorinda, Dragon Rider and TJ going to be joining us for the start of the show. We've got the top 8 onwards and by the end of the day, we are going to find out who is going to make it to the World Championship. Sotul, how's it going? Are you ready for day 3?
I'm always ready for a day 3, Raven. It's nice that we even get a third day to come around with these events so far, but I think we've got a great looking top 8. I think we've got a good mix of decks, good mix of regions as well, which is not always something that we can say when we get this deep into a tournament.
He started, TJ. He has started. It's like 2 minutes into the show, and he's already saying that Americans aren't usually here. What's he about? But yeah, America's going well, and that's what he meant. I'm sure it is.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of really good matches going on. I'm super excited for this top 8.
Yeah, Sottle's just jealous because finally it's America's time to shine. I mean, Europe has been washed for so long now. It's been the story of Asia Pacific. It's been like Asia Pacific versus Americas for some time now. And
for second
at
place.
the top. for first, and then Europe's been like a pretty distant third, or actually a pretty distant fourth. Now that China's back, we can put them back in the conversation. So they're third, then Europe maybe like 10 meters down on the list, and there's Europe at fourth. They're starting to come up a little bit, but yeah, it's definitely America's Asia Pacific at the top. So looking forward to seeing how that battle between the two titans, the two titan regions, plays out today.
Are you sure China's back?
I'm not going to
TJ?
eat these words, Adele.
That sounds like it would need some confirmation if China's back.
Yeah, apparently you can just get on the internet and tell lies, as TJ is proving right now. But one thing he did say that was in fact a fact, there was one nugget of usefulness thrown in there. And that is, yes, China is back. And because of that development, it means that the World Championship now gets to be expanded to make room for some of those Chinese players coming back in, which means bigger prize pool, it means a bigger number of spots, it means a slightly reconfigured qualifying method, as you can see on your screen there. And yeah, I mean, great news, I think, in general for competitive Hearthstone, because if you want to do the actual real version of what TJ was trying to break down, I think China versus Europe was kind of the big talking point. Yeah, APAC got themselves some world championships, but I think in terms of depth of field, it was really China and Europe that were putting up the big numbers. So really excited for them to come back and get their chance.
Yeah, I was playing two truths and a lie.
Okay,
so
good.
Only one of those things was a lie, so you have to determine which one was the facts. But yeah, the overview of what we're looking at in terms of this summer championship, as well as the program as a whole. We mentioned the expanded World Championship for this year with a prize pool of $500,000. Each seasonal championship $50,000. The one we're in right now today, that's $50,000, and yesterday and the day before, all adds up $50,000. We started with 16 total competitors with 4 invited players plus the top 4 point earners of each of the 3 regions, and then the winner and runner-up of each of these seasonal championships qualifies to compete at the World Championship. We currently have Weekyu and Yatnitsa as the 2 players from spring, and now we'll see who will join them from summer.
Yeah, and we're playing the format we have played for many years now, but if you're new, you've chosen a good day to be new, because it's going to be fantastic today. We're playing Conquest, that's 4 decks per player. You ban one of your decks, or your opponent's deck, sorry, so you have 3 decks left each. You can't win with the same deck twice, which guess what? That means it's best of 5, because you've got to win with 3 decks, and that's how 5 works. And this is what they're playing for. It's a whole load of money, plus the top 2 getting that invitation to Worlds. And last place in the World Championships gets $15,000 on top of that prize. So it's a big jump. Those semi-finals will be absolutely thrilling later on today.
Yeah, and all the players have been experimenting with Perils in Paradise, the current, or I guess new expansion for Hearthstone. It's been fantastic for me just as a player, regardless of competitive play. But there's been a pretty varied amount of builds going around. Dawn, how have you been finding the lineup's performance in this tournament? Is this sort of what you were expecting to do well that we've seen make the top 8?
Yeah, I think so, and I don't think that any of us are really surprised by that. But seeing the different slight variations in the deck list has been really interesting, and I can't wait to see how that's going to shake up over the course of this top 8. I think MaxiBon especially has a really interesting lineup and card choices in those decks as well.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we are on day 3, just starting off, so let's take a quick look back on days 1 and 2, where we battled through the group stages, starting off with Fury taking a nice win there.
You see happy, just big smile, big fist bump, emotive kind of guy. Looking forward to seeing that a bit later on. It is infectious. Infectious is the right word, Raven. You're absolutely right.
And then there's MCBanterFace.
Playing some funeral simulator.
just there, watch his opponent blow him up 3 times. That was a great series from Gyu, by the way. He played incredibly well in that series. Talking of playing incredibly well, here's Dead Drawn Yala, who had fairly rough tournaments this time around. Uncharacteristic mistakes for both of those two players.
We did just see a rare Shaman W on the screen as well then, which was a bit of a rarity this weekend.
I thought those didn't exist!
They don't anymore, do they? I think Sottle's been doing some numbers, and I think Shamans don't exist anymore.
Shamans are gone, yes. If you brought Shaman to this tournament, you have gone home, as you see from Gabby there, who had a 0-3 run in his opener against MaxiBon with Shaman, and then despite what honestly has to be said was an incredible effort with Nature Shaman in that game 5 in that series, did not get over the line. And Nature Shaman, not the deck, it turns out.
Speaking of incredible game 5s, that one clip that we just saw between Gamer and Proton was incredible. Gamer taking it. That was the Warlock Priest mirror was so good. If you missed it, I definitely recommend going back and watching that.
Yeah, and then we had a KT fight back multiple times throughout the group, right? Just beating up on those slightly weaker decks from their opponents, as we can see another Shaman loss on the screen now to that Warlock. And then finally, this is where we are right as of this moment in time. That is our top 8. And there are some really stacked matches in there. But we do, I think, it is important to point out, because it's so rare, there is a chance at an America's Finals.
Jeez. Way to go and curse it. Come on, man.
Well, I just said, you telling me there's a chance?
TJ won't know what to do if we actually get to that point. You know how like dogs chase spend their whole lives chasing cats, but if they actually caught one, they wouldn't actually have a clue what the goal of this situation was? That's TJ if we get Americas versus Americas in the finals of this event.
Yep, and I think the best part is if it happens... if it happens, based on the plan for the day, there'll be no America's casters casting that final, so it'll be even better.
Hell yeah!
But yeah, we do.
Honestly, I think that's better.
That
might be a good thing. It could get pretty degenerate. Of the 3 of us America's casters on the bottom row here, us bottom rowers, were on that finals.
Sorry, are you saying that US patriotism can get quite grating to the rest of the world at times? Because that doesn't sound right to me, actually.
Couldn't be true.
No,
it
simply couldn't. Regardless,
come on, don't
we'll
you ever go on
quickly
Reddit?
move on.
Everything's centered around the United States. Like the politics of Reddit is just the United States, assuming that Reddit's on a global platform.
Okay, so moving swiftly on before we get into trouble, one way or another. We do have our predictions, and unlike the previous 2 days, there are no matches that have been played out yet. We're going to have every single match on stream for you guys to watch at home. So we've just got absolutely clean, no info predictions right now, and we'll start off with Sottle.
I'm going to take Gyu. I said on day 1 that I think Gyu had the lineup. I think Gyu always has the lineup. I think Gyu is possibly the biggest standout of this new format. But I wouldn't fault a MaxiBon pick, honestly, because I think he's kind of in the semis already. But I am going with Gyu. I'm not in on the fence.
Yep. Sort of agree with Sottle to some degree, but I picked MCBanterFace at the start of the tournament. I think he's just got that little bit extra on most of these people, specifically right now at this moment, not necessarily for the Worlds, not necessarily 3 months ago. I think he is on top of his game, and I think MCBanterFace will find a way to get this done finally today.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lorinda. I think McBanterFace is really on top of things right now, really on top of his game. He's been seeming to do really well in practice with that practice group that we talked about of McBanterFace, Furyhunter, and Gamer. And I just think that he's there. He's the hero of the people. That's what I'm dubbing him this tournament. And so he's my pick to take it all.
The people's champ.
Oh, that was Pocket Train.
I'm gonna go with Pocket Train was. I'm gonna go with the next generation of Hearthstone esports in MaxiBon. 1, 2, 3, 4. So much respect for anybody who puts 2, 3, 4 after their username. But
Raven's password.
Yeah, it's actually MaxiBon 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, I think
Exclamation mark.
Maxi just performed exceptionally well. We barely got to see him because he just won so fast. And I'm excited to see some more sweeps from the Prodigy today.
Yeah, honestly, I was actually stuck between MaxiBon and Furyhunter, but because you picked MaxiBon, TJ, I am more than happy to go for Furyhunter.
Nice.
Again, we know, right? We've cast him enough. We know how good he is, especially when he's feeling it, when he's on form, and I do feel like that's the case right now. So, yeah, Furyhunter for me.
Yeah, glad that Fury got a shout out there. Like, Fury is who I'm rooting for. Fury is who my heart says. I don't necessarily think he's super favoured against the field, but he definitely has the skill to get it done. So those are our predictions, and now I have the rare honour of allowing to introduce the people who will introduce the match to you. We're going to go straight over to our first match of top 8, and it's going to be Raven and Dragon Rider taking you through it. Enjoy, everyone.
Thank you so much,
Sorry, go on. Oh, is Dawn froze? I think I'm on my own. Okay, I'm time to go free. Or I think maybe I froze. I don't know. I'm just gonna carry on like I'm just gonna go anyway. But that might be the first time that Sottle has ever actually thrown to me for literally anything. So yeah, we are going to have Furyhunter versus McBanterFace, and honestly, this does feel like for me the highlight match out of the initial top 8 matches, just because there's just so much history between the two. History from the two players. They've been playing at peak Hearthstone for a very, very long time, and also it's cool to see the Europe versus America's matchups kick off as is tradition. But yeah, looks like we are going to see McBanterFace on the road going up against Fury's Warlock as well. So excited to see what comes out of this matchup so far. Fury, I mean, yeah, just look at 23 Masters Tour appearances with a very, very solid lineup. And also, he's been in this situation before, well, multiple times actually, of being in that top cut and actually making it all the way. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for Furyhunter, and outside of Hearthstone, super cool guy to just hang out and play games with as well. So ticking all the boxes for me. Going to be starting up on this Insanity Warlock. We've seen a lot of this over the course of the weekend. Personally, not my favourite deck to play, but definitely a deck that's super fun to cast, because you do have to dice with your own health just a little bit. Do a little bit of gambling some plays out there and seeing how close you can cut before you can get hold of that Popgar and maybe heal up or just go for the victory. So it'll be interesting to see how Fury approaches this matchup, because especially for me, I believe this is going to be my first rogue of the day, as I think McBanterFace is going to be able to play it as it's not been banned out. So very, very excited. There's been a lot of discussion over the course of the past couple of weeks about, specifically Rogue and Priest, and also McBanterFace jamming a ton of these decks. So it looks like I was gonna say, hard to say whether it's a standard list or not, because there's so many little choices in these builds, but a pretty powerful list regardless.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely.
You're back.
I am back. Yes. All right, just kind of snuck.
I was waiting for the grand reveal of the camera comes back to us, and it's just, will Dawn be frozen or not? Okay, go. But yeah, I'm glad you got back. Got past that little hiccup. But yeah, really cool matchup we've got kicking this one off.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. I'm a little sad though that this is a top 8 match. I do absolutely think that this would be a really cool finals match at least, but maybe even top 4. But we are going to see it in the top 8 here, so one of these players will move on. We've talked about they practice together looking at their lists are very, very similar. They did bring a different fourth deck with the Paladin that was banned for McBanterFace and Furyhunter bringing that Druid instead. But the lists that they do have that aren't banned and that are very similar, I mean, they're either 30 for 30 or 29 out of 30.
Yeah,
similar.
close enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so looking forward to getting this match. And again, just a reminder in case you've just joined right now and you missed a bit of the intro of the day, this is single elimination. So the player that loses is done. It's over for them for this run. Extremely impressive performance, of course, but it is just you lose and you're out, you win and you move on. So a lot on the line, but both these players, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I don't know if you heard or not, but talking about they're both extremely experienced players, right? A little shout out to our production crew there so as we go to start the game. But both players very, very experienced, right? Like they've been in these situations umpteen times at this point, right? Furyhunter and McBanterFace have been around and done the job before, so must be at least have that being good, having that on your side, right? That level of experience.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think that we're going to see any sort of pressure misplays or anything from these players either, speaking to that level of kind of their experience and their comfort in these high stress, high pressure situations. So I'm expecting to see some really clean play, some really good games out of these players in this match.
Yeah, I think we have some small technical issues, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out soon, of course. We are dying to get into the game as much as you are, do not worry. But what did you make of these bans as well? Because, as I was saying earlier, it's a bit of a rarity. I've not cast a single rogue match, I don't think, this weekend, so the ban's pretty interesting. Never mind, we'll talk about that later. We're actually in and already in turn 2.
That's right. As we jump into game number 1, Furyhunter on that Warlock, McBanterFace on the Rogue. We see that already Furyhunter has an imp out. There's a crescendo in hand, so already finding some of that fatigue stuff. And now with this discover choice here of a gem tosser, geode, or the Popgar.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because I would always naturally just press Popgar because it's Popgar, but it doesn't actually do anything right now. But I guess the other side of the argument is it just too good a card not to pick? And I would generally lean to that being true, but it was difficult because the next turn doesn't really look mind-blowing for Furyhunter right now.
Yeah, and I don't even hate it on curve here either, just putting a little bit of pressure on the Rogue. And it does have a decent amount of health that the Rogue's going to struggle a little bit, especially now after seeing the dubious purchase just used. I wouldn't hate to see the Popgar here because of the rest of the hand, but also it is a key card that can be used later in the game.
Yeah, I think the Harp pickup might change things now because the Snake Oil trade into Harp Hero Power or something along those lines. The turn just fits a little bit better. So yeah, I don't mind this at all. I'm actually going to go Virtuoso instead of the Harp. Okay, I'm going to save that for a little bit later on when the fatigue's stacking.
Yeah, I think this also just helps apply a little bit of pressure on the Rogue as well. Sometimes the Rogue can struggle a little bit if there's a lot of that early game pressure. And it's only a 1 attack minion, so it's not a ton of pressure, but it is a little bit of chip damage that's going to work towards getting that Rogue low. And, on Furyhunter's side, hoping that McBanterFace isn't going to find a bunch of healing from those amulets later.
Yeah, and that's the big deal, right? And that's the sort of the fun side of this Warlock deck is it's got incredible reach at certain times in the game. Therefore, this chip damage, as you said, is very important because if this just starts going down to, bring them into the mid to low teens, then McBanterFace could just die in the very near future because the nature of, the crescendos and potentially, McBanterFace doesn't know there's not a pupil sat in hand and so on. It can really, really stack up, especially because we can see the Popgars there as well for making things just a little bit cheaper. So definitely dangerous, but the Rogue is a very dangerous deck too. So we'll have to see how McBanterFace actually approaches this. Is this just an instant removal turn, or it looks like he's choosing to take it a little bit slower actually and saying, I can take a couple of hits.
Yeah, gonna just go for the Tide Pool Pupil and Shadow Step it back to hand. but has a lot of those kind of combo pieces in hand already as well. Some break dances, Sonya, and now picking up the Grifta that turn as well.
Oh, and Pupil did get picked up for Furyhunter as well. So that's always nice that you can actually just you don't just rush to just play Crescendo to put it in a Pupil, of course, but the fact that the Pupil's there helps a lot because you can just sort of bank on having that extra push of a spell depending on what you're after.
Yeah, I think especially works really well with the Popgar as well. Just having those sludge barrels to add into the Pupil.
Okay, though not a lot of pressure to be applied. I think, again, because the tap's available, it's just not going to be Popgar, right? And it's just tap and go. Probably end up with a Miracle Salesman down as well.
Or does he just want to go in on setting up for this Pupil?
Nope. Was that the oil? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That gets traded away instantly. Okay, that's a little bit better, right? That's a bit more of a, let's say, playable card next turn, and can just start to stack the fatigue.
Yeah, and the Crazed Conductor picked up now. That could happen next turn. That's pretty important there for a lot of that chip damage as well that we were just talking about, applying that pressure. And there are these Fan of Knives in hand for MCBanterFace, but gonna have to play multiple Fan of Knives and something else to clear off the imps, the 3/3 imps that get generated from that Crazed Conductor. So it might be a little bit difficult for MCBanterFace to answer that next turn.
If there's some reduction, there's like potentially 3 Fan of Knives, right? If McBanterface wants to use the Pupil. But yeah, it's definitely not too easy. Looks like it's going to be a Grifta to kick things off.
Does find the 6 damage, but there's also healing. But just going to go for that 6 damage.
Yeah, I can imagine that thought pattern is, oh, there's 6 damage. Oh, but there is healing. Oh, but there is 6 damage. You know, you've just got like, oh, we're back at the start again. Makes sense. It's what I would have done anyway. That would have been my thought process. I could heal or I could kill my opponent. Oh, second Crescendo is pretty nice by turn 6 as well. I'm sure Sottle's pleased. This does mean that when you've got, I feel like when you've got the 2 this early and a Pupil, you can be a little bit more free with the first one, right? Like it feels less bad to throw out an earlier one, even with a slightly lower fatigue damage. Furyhunter there, no doubt, trying to just actively count everything up now.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense here. I wonder if he's trying to also calculate for what MCBanterFace wants to do next turn, and
I think he's thinking about like Crazed Conductor and then like Pop next turn and what that actually, you know, adds up to, basically. And see if you can squeeze in a few other things to get the Pupil active as well, and maybe try and get something done. But oh, okay, looks like it's going to be a Pop now. Wait, it's not lethal, is it? I'm just going to shout lethal. Because that's what I do when a player locks in turns like this. Okay, not lethal yet, but lethal soon. We'll have that second, we'll have the second push with the tide pool next turn as well. That was probably what he's just counting up. And obviously he knows that MCBanterFace can't, or at least initially doesn't have heal from Grifta.
yeah, and even going back and looking at the previous Grifta pick of deciding between that damage and the heal, at this point when that fatigue starts building up, is the heal even enough? But finds the heal this turn.
Okay. Furyhunter does effectively get this information as well, though, so obviously he's got to see the heal anyway, but that's why Furyhunter set up for it as well, because it would have to be Grifta again to go for the heal, but it's still going to be in a bit of a tricky spot, because Fury does have an amulet up there, does have the Popgar still alive.
is going to go for that heal, healing back up to 18. There is Tarslick and Crescendo in the Tidepool Pupil, so this Encroaching Insanity that was just picked up makes that Crescendo even larger at this point.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, honestly. Furyhunter just deep in the tank right now, trying to work out exactly how to reach. He's going to go Conductor and take out the Grifter, I think that was.
Yep, with the amulets. Dealing 6 to kill it, so no chance that MCBanterFace can put that back into his hand at this point. But
right.
If it sticks on board, you have to know that it's not sticking around.
And again, huge board put out by Furyhunter. Rogue 100% has ways to deal with boards like this. It happens, but MCBanterFace does need the tools to do so. Does have the option for another amulet or just Tarslick to try and clear the board. But the second Sonya comes down, I don't know, I think like the heart rate of Fury will increase right at this second.
Yes. But also, even if this is a full pop-off turn, has MCBanterFace gone quick enough to go through all of the actions and animations?
It's tricky though, right? 'Cause it depends, because there's always like, how far do you want to go? Is this just, I'll just try and defend? Because MCBanterFace has already seen a lot of the big threatening cards from Fury. Is there there's already one Trog gone, right, as well? Because that was discarded when the Popgar was picked up. Yeah, it's just going to take it slow. Get the Sonya back, of course, with a breakdance. Oh, there's Fizzle. A little bit late. Imagine if this Fizzle was down when there was the words, like the double crescendo in hand. Would change everything right now for Fury. He's gonna go Crescendo and then Fizzle this turn, I guess. Also means he has Eat the Imp to try and get the shot back. Yeah, Furyhunter's just trying to piece together, one last push, right? He's getting to the point where he's nearly juiced out.
Yep, and it looks like just pushing MCBanterFace back to 17, but now Banter going in on the Sonya Tidepool Pupil here to start things off. Taking that 6 damage. There's already 6 in hand. Can replay the Tidepool Pupil. Take another 6. Look at the quickness that MCBanterFace is playing this turn. You love to see it.
Yeah, simply locked in here. Because when the turn starts that quickly and all the actions are just queued, MCBanterFace has done this a couple of times, let's say, in preparation for this tournament. Maybe a couple. But yeah, really, really solid recovery there from MCBanterFace. It was a close one, as Furyhunter was sort of repeatedly setting up the threatening turns, but MCBanterFace was always like, no, I will stay one turn away from disaster, and got rewarded for having the sort of comfortable ability with that Rogue. So really good starting there for MCBanterFace, getting that 1 win up. But I will have to say, even though Fury left the Rogue up, I don't think Fury will be, shocked that this Rogue has got a win, right? I don't think it's the end of the world by any means in this matchup.
Yeah, I would suspect he probably felt like the Rogue was going to get a win if he left it up, but had to ban the Paladin. I feel like for just his lineup, he did that in his Group A match as well, banning out Paladin. So not really surprised to see that there, but I think the kind of interesting thing that we can talk about is, in terms of bans, is McBanterFace banning the Rogue from Furyhunter, even though, as we've talked about with some of the card choices and the tech choices specifically, McBanterFace kind of has a little bit of tech kind of geared towards the Rogue with a Speaker Stomper and the Paladin teched out. But if he was expecting his Paladin to be banned, that only leaves one Speaker Stomper in 3 of his decks. And also, he knows how much experience Furyhunter has on that Rogue. So I feel like it's a combination of the expected ban on his side and also the respect that he knows that Furyhunter can play the Rogue really well.
Yeah, for sure. I think, excuse me, sorry, taking a deck like that away, even if there's not some super deep strategy behind it, just saying, I know my opponent's really good on this deck, the deck itself is really strong as well, I'll just remove it and just up my chances, because there may be a world where you just think of it in the opposite of what we've just said, where, oh, well, you know, Furyhunter's probably expecting the Rogue to get a win. Well, the Rogue can't get a win that easily when it's banned, right, in the actual match. Obviously,
Right.
You can say, you know, bans a win regardless, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the series pans out. But Furyhunter's still in it, of course, but definitely now when you're just looking at the classes and how they line up, there's just that Druid difference with the Rogue, and McBanterFace has already had that job done already for that game 1, so not too bad at all for him.
Yeah, and now that Overkill Priest on each side, I think, is kind of another big talking point here. I feel like these players might expect the Overkill Priest to also get a win, and it might just come down to a game number 5 with the Warlock and Druid, potentially.
Well, that's going to quickly change, because I believe we're going into a Warlock mirror, which is kind of weird for the matchup, because it has that knock-on effect of, well, someone has to win, generally speaking, right? Which means one of the Warlocks is going to get over the line in this specific game, which I do think will have a large impact on the overall matchup.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup, this mirror specifically. I think we talked about it a little bit one of the previous days, but how do you feel overall about the Insanity Warlock mirror match?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what the difference is, because there's -1 Eat the Imp in McBanter's list.
Yes. So the difference.
And I'm trying to...
Yeah, the difference is in the Party Fiends. McBanterFace has 2 Party Fiends,
2
one
versus
Eat
1.
the Imp.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so very small. It's hard to just glance at deck lists and see what the one card out of all of them is that's different. But yeah, slightly more aggressive arguable opening there. But yeah, I think the mirror is really tricky, and I do think there's a large element of you obviously want to go faster than your opponent, but you also do have to just be okay with saying, I could just die next turn, right? Or, you know, kind of just going all in for it. However, I do think that having a backup plan if your opponent, you know, effectively Renos with pop is really important as well. Because if you can't just kill them and then they have that heal turn and you've got nothing, very close to what happened with Fury then, although he did have the fizzle towards the end. If you don't have a backup plan, you just don't really win at that point, right?
Yeah.
Although the Encroaching Insanity is going to be nice there, just to get that early ramp. Both players have access to a lot of the fatigue ramp right now.
Yeah, they really do. I think Furyhunter, with a little bit more of the board, can go wide with that Crazed Conductor. But it will depend on if McBanterFace can pick up a Crescendo to deal with it. The Encroaching Insanity is something that's really interesting, and I want to talk about that in this mirror match. Sometimes it's actually correct to really not play that, but how do you feel about it in this case here with McBanterFace kind of having these early imps, and then the Encroaching Insanity is really his only fatigue at the moment?
Yeah, it's really tricky because both players just have the opening where you're kind of playing for the board, right? And if Furyhunter is going to keep the tempo here with this gem, okay, gets it, that's huge. Then, like, can McBanterFace just play Insanity, take more damage, and leave a 3-2 on board? I agree with him at this point, I think not. But I do think it's a good card if you've got the hand and the start for it. But if there's no real support going forward, I think McBanterface, like I said in this instance, took the right play and continued to play for board, because forcing early crescendos out, or even just turns where, for example, now Furyhunter could play domino effect to clear this, but if he does, then I would argue that's a win for McBanterface. So forcing these awkward decisions out from your opponent, I think actually gets you further ahead than playing an Insanity.
Well, the crescendo was picked up for McBanterface. It's only at 3 fatigue, so it would kill off the couple of imps, but not clear the actual craze conductor itself. But McBanter could just start with a trade with the geode, see what he wants to do.
There's also, if we want to hold on to the crescendo, there is trade domino, right? Wouldn't be horrendous. It wouldn't be fantastic either, but it wouldn't be terrible. Yeah. If he wants to really hold on to the crescendo. He does have now 2 tide pools though, so that crescendo becomes a lot more playable early in the game now that you know it's sort of activated in both pupils.
Yeah, and he might really be considering that now. Looks like he's kind of thinking really hard about this play and kind of nodding his head back and forth.
I think if Tide Pool, the second one, wasn't just drawn, it would probably be Domino this turn. But the second one being there does change things. Oh. Ooh, that's tricky as well. Okay, gonna go that. Because then it's so hard, because, oh, this hand with Fizzle would be great, but are you gonna get to that in game? Who knows? So, yeah, McBanterface going for the Harp, and mainly, I guess, because this allows him to go Harp, Insanity, Pupil, Crescendo, Crescendo sort of plan, I'm guessing, over the next couple of turns.
Very well could be.
But it does feel like this mirror, it's just on a knife's edge all the time, right?
Yeah.
There's even just tempo. Okay, it's gonna fizzle. Okay, gonna sort of set up for the potential of that reset into late game. But there was even tempo Trog there just to deal 5.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, do you want to just go for the damage, go for that game plan, or do you want to set up the longer game plan? And McBanterface going for the first Tide Pool Pupil does take up that crescendo. The encroaching insanity is also very interesting with looking at the amount of health. McBanterface is going to want to make sure that there is some sort of harp or something set up to prevent the damage to himself. Otherwise, if he gets ahead, if Furyhunter just needs to play like a single crescendo or an insanity of his own, and McBanterface can end up losing with that because he is kind of ahead already in the damage taken.
And this is where it gets really tricky, and it's sort of what I touched on earlier, where you have to, yes, there's obviously calculations, and these players are, you know, way better than I am at the game, of course, but it's just like one of those things where you have to accept that to set up your lethal, you might die sometimes as well in certain situations. And I think especially in this exact mirror, you have to just sit there and say, okay, if I don't exactly die, I kill him. And that's the plan. Because if you wait and try and play slower when you have opportunities to push your opponent, I think that's when you can really get caught out.
Well, Furyhunter seems to be playing a little slower, but the hand seems really interesting here. I'm not sure exactly what kind of path Furyhunter wants to go on, and it doesn't seem like he knows exactly how he wants to play this turn out either.
I wouldn't overly hate like Salesman Trog here. He's just gonna go the
tradable
trade into Trog instead. Okay, not too bad. Oh, this isn't too bad actually. Like Harp, Insanity, and then Thorn.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem the worst, and like really says to your opponent, you know, what's up for next turn. Like, it doesn't seem so bad at all. It heals enough. There's now the Virtuoso in hand as well for MCBanterFace, so there's more sort of hard protection options versus the bigger fatigue damage that can happen. That's just one option, of course.
Yeah, could also try to take the board a little bit more with the Salesman, but anytime there's going to be the board, it just dies to crescendos or dominoes, so...
Right.
Gonna go for Harp and Hero Power. Take another
Lock the second
crescendo.
crescendo up, I guess. Yeah, I thought it was going to come out just to clean. It's just such a clean kill, and you heal a little bit. So yeah, I think that was always happening, but the rest of the turn is okay. Just spending some of the mana to get to crescendo. I guess is MCBanterFace prioritizing trying to dig for Popcar?
I was just thinking that as well. That could just be the setup for next turn. If he finds it, but gonna have to find it.
There is Fracking in hand now, though, which definitely helps. But now it is fascinating watching this mirror from two good players, right? Because it's just like, how much do they want to risk? Furyhunter now just would much rather not get hit for 4 this turn. But how does that board get cleared? There is Domino, but that uses up 3 mana to, clear these off. But it's not progressing, right? It's that age-old problem, even going all the way back to, say, Freeze Mage back in the day, of you can stall all you want, but if you're never progressing your own plan, you will not win the game, regardless of how long you stall it for.
Yeah. Well, it's just gonna go for the crescendo. Salesman.
It's a decent board push.
Oh, look. His reactions there.
It's because both players know they're like a sneeze away from death at this point. You know, it's just like any given turn they can die, or at least it feels that way anyway.
And McBanter.
Bant's trying to do some maths. Yeah, my main weakness in life. Does get the insanity, and I think Bant's just done the little pray. I think that's just done it. I don't think he would have locked this in if it wouldn't be the case. Yeah, absolutely brutal. And weirdly enough, holding on to the insanity, whether this was the plan or not, we'll have to maybe ask MCBanterFace at some point later on. But holding on to the insanity is almost a surprise burst damage, right? Probably ended up working in MCBanterFace's favor, because there were opportunities earlier in the game to play it and play it fairly safely, but then Furyhunter's more aware of the exact damage numbers that can come out. Whereas holding it and playing it in that turn seemed to be, a decent payoff with the surprise factor.
Yeah, and as you said, that kind of trade-off of making sure that they're not going to die at the same time. We saw MCBanterFace kind of doing those calculations, so trying to see there with the 2 triggers of the harp, making sure that MCBanterFace himself wasn't also going to die to the damage from both crescendos afterwards.
Brutal as well, because the fatigue just lined up so well, the exact lethal for MCBanterFace, and that means now he's just 2-0 up. Like, there's just Priest left, and I think if you ask any of these players, would you like to have 3 goes to win a game with Priest? They would be quite happy with that outcome in this situation.
Yes. Of course, these players playing very, very well. They practice together. How do you expect this to kind of come down? Do you think Furyhunter can play this Druid Priest game exceptionally well and is favored, or do you think it's more 50-50?
Oh, it's really tricky, honestly. Furyhunter's on Concierge, isn't he? Yeah. So I think that's definitely a positive, because it still has the ability to apply some early board pressure. We're looking at, not bad, location splish splash. But it's tricky. I think my worry for Furyhunter is less about any one given game and the fact that there's 3 attempts against Priest that have to be overcome, and I think that's the biggest problem here, because I think this is very winnable for Furyhunter, and I expect him to pilot it very well, of course, but yeah, it's doing it 2 more times after this that scares me, as the one person who picked Furyhunter for their prediction.
Yeah, and we see, I feel like a pretty decent starting hand by Furyhunter, able to get the Dollhouse down on turn 1, has the Splish Splash Welt plus the Chia Drake, and now picks up Take to the Skies. So pretty decent start there. Not really any of the initial kind of early game stuff from MCBanterFace, but did find an injured Hauler in that last Discover.
Yeah, and like a good enough tempo pip, I guess, right? Just that you get a flash, you get another tide pool, which is obviously very powerful. But here, yeah, just having the sort of tempo on Fury's side, and then having potentially Take to the Skies this turn. I think I like the Take to the Skies, and then we can talk about whether there wants to be Chalice or not afterwards, but I think I like the card draw, but just trying to keep a little bit ahead on board and stacking the big minions on board nice and early is very, very good against Priest. So Furyhunter going to a Chia Drake instead. This does keep I'll say big, in very loose terms, minion on board.
Yeah. 4 health is less than it used to be, but in this case, still seems like it is likely to survive.
Yeah, back in my day, 4 health was more. But yeah, this injured Hauler is quite the threat with the buff, right? And yes, this Chia Drake doesn't die, but that's just a 5/8 sat there, which is threatening. Nest Matron being picked up by Furyhunter is always nice, though.
It is. Does Fury have a way to actually clear this Hauler this turn?
Yes, but you won't like it. And I think he has to clear the Hauler, right? Because although Nest Matron's good, this is sort of what I was talking about of trying to get like the bigger board down early. Because if this Hauler doesn't die, there's almost no point playing a normal Nest Matron, in my opinion at least, because it's going to get cleared up. So yeah, I think this just has to be done. Double spell damage going to clean this up pretty nicely. It's a bigger commitment here for Furyhunter, but one that had to be made. And now MCBanterFace is a little bit dry on the old minion count here.
Yeah, does pick up Amanthul, but that still can't come down for 2 more turns. It's also a little bit of information as well, since Furyhunter did go in on playing that first Seabreeze Chalice. MCBanterFace knows that those are in hand as well.
This was clutch, though, being able to do bird watching again, to be able to just get hold of some minions to actually do something next turn, because, like as you mentioned, Amanthul is a whole extra turn away, which means that there needs to be some kind of plan for turn 6 here. But what is the play? Is this Tide Pool again? I don't know. Like, hidden gems, nice, especially you've seen 1 swipe. Although, again, against this deck, it's a little bit tricky with the spell damage, but the extra buff is nice, and it looks like that is what MCBanterFace is going to go for. But Furyhunter now, I think the plan is put the foot down at this point. You've seen a really weak turn from your opponent. I think this is go, 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 go.
Yeah. Second swipe picked up, Seabreeze Chalice in hand, Tidepool Pupil. I think Furyhunter just kind of doing some calculations at this point.
Yeah, because moments like this, maybe not exactly this, but similar, is where the druid actually just kills you, and you're like, "What? Yeah, hang on a minute. We were just building up the game at this point." So yeah, definitely worth sitting there thinking. Of course, a play like Furyhunter will have a lot of natural maths built into his brain by now of all the sequencing of, okay, I've got 2 chalice left, spell damage, a swipe. It's going to be this much with the push. Yeah, going to just build up some more spells. Next turn, of course, the location's off cooldown, which means even more spell damage available.
Yeah, and I think the recognition from Furyhunter just kind of going in and saying, okay, I'm just playing the Pupil. I'm setting up for these next turn.
I think McBanterFace really wanted to see the second hauler there.
Yeah. Did not, though. It's Pupil, Hidden Gem, Clergy. These draws have really just not done McBanterFace any favors at all.
Is it just... Okay, going Clergy and then Gem, I guess, this turn? And just hope you don't die? I don't know.
Yeah, just to try to
Has to be,
put
right?
as much
Like,
health
just...
on the board as possible.
Because Gem is the same as hero power at this point, right? So you may
Yeah.
as well just get the minion down. Oh, okay, not going to play the Clergy, sorry, going to play the Flash to try and be absolutely Omega safe. Again, though, 30 isn't necessarily safe. As
Yep.
Furyhunter now, you can see in the Mind Palace doing the quick calculations.
Yep, and that
as I
dollhouse
said-
location active now, too.
Yeah. Moments are like this is when you just die versus Druid. Yeah, put everything to face first and then count.
Yeah.
I feel like, what's that, with 100 chalices, basically, this feels like it's good enough to get the job done.
Yep.
Yeah, two
Right.
more, right? And that's going to be the 8. Looks
Yep.
good to me.
It's exact
And
lethal and
Furyhunter?
exact mana, too.
Yeah. As close can get. McBanterFace even healed up to full for that one, and it still wasn't enough. So Furyhunter not going down without a fight, taking the victory on that Druid.
Yeah. So it's not going to be a full sweep. That's right, not a full sweep. I don't know if we like that more or less on a top 8 day, but I personally think I like it a little more. I want to see these go to Game 5, especially this series that I was so excited for at the beginning.
I love it for my prediction. Yeah, I think it's great that Furyhunter won this game. As I said though, I think this was a very, very winnable matchup, right, with the Druid. I think it's a good matchup anyway. So Fury must have been feeling confident going into this one, maybe even more confident now there's a point on the board. But I do think it's only going to get harder from here because this starts getting a little bit tricky. Especially when you're looking at the likes of the Warlock matchup, when this Priest has access to just almost full heal resets time and time again, with, you know, the Spring Water, the Flash heals, everything, the gems popping off. So we'll see if and when we get to that one how that's going to go. But Furyhunter did what he needed to do this game, took the victory, even though it looked quite close.
Yeah, and I think not only was it a little bit more favored probably for Furyhunter there as well, but also the draws from McBanterFace just weren't that great. They really didn't do a lot.
Yeah.
He didn't find the things he was looking for. So, you know, in these other games, it's much more likely that he does find the things that he's looking for and is able to actually do what this deck wants to do.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the best Priest opening there. There wasn't even, you know, location on one, which isn't always the best thing to do, but it's a good thing to be able to do, to just sit it there and, like, you know, lock it in for the rest of the game. But the Clergy came pretty late. The one hauler that came down, even though it was buffed with a bird watching, got cleaned up. And I do think that was absolutely correct from Furyhunter to clean up that hauler, because if that's gone and there isn't the follow-up straight away, you're feeling pretty confident because the rest of the minions are a little bit, you know, wimpier, let's say, a little bit more easy to deal with that spell damage. Looks like Fury is now going to be on Priest, going to be the mirror match for this one, which can get very silly in two different ways. It can be very silly in a fast way and very silly in a slow way.
Yeah, and I think we've seen both of those already over the course of this weekend, so just going to be a matter of how this one actually pans out, but it is going to be that Priest mirror match, and I believe these lists are 30 for 30 for both
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
looking
players.
now, and unless I'm really missing something and I'm stupid, both of these things are possible. They do look like 30-30 for me, so yeah, an actual mirror match.
So in this matchup, especially considering that it is 30 for 30, an actual mirror match, what kind of game plan do you think these players want to go for? What is it that they're trying to set up? I mean, obviously the overall game plan of the deck, but is there something specific for the mirror match that these players are going to aim for?
I think generally speaking, again, I'm no overheal priest specialist by any means, but from my thoughts, I actually think the one thing you want to aim for is almost like turbo draw, right? And this is, again, Furyhunter just having to mull one there because just he got Clergy and Gem, and then the Hauler is absolutely fantastic. So being able to just hard cycle is extremely powerful, and then after that, funnily enough for McBanterFace, having the Love Everlasting can really accelerate your mana. So basically, for me, you just want to go fast at the start, and out-tempo your opponent in every possible way. If that doesn't work, then you generally do look back on falling into, repeat Amanthols, basically. But that gets really weird and tricky when your opponent can do the same thing. So then it just becomes an absolute mess, to be honest, and that's where the players have to really dig deep. But so far, Furyhunter's hand is looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is the overheal priest hand of hands. This is the hand you want. There's that Love Everlasting coming out that you mentioned from McBanterFace.
Which can help as a bit of a snapback mechanic, right? Like, McBanterFace does not have a good opening here.
Yeah.
But Love Everlasting can make up some lost ground going forward now. So it's not horrendous. Even if you look at this now, suddenly a Hauler plus the Spring Water helps a lot now, clears off the gem from Furyhunter, and then can so on sort of snowball from there. So it's not completely lost here from McBanterFace, but I would definitely prefer to be in Furyhunter's seat right now, because already, just look at the hand size and look at all the options, the extra options Furyhunter has, and there's still more card draw to come.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting.
And look at this. Oof.
Do you think there's ever a case, now the second birdwatching being picked up, but birdwatching into a gem to try to put, well, not going to find gem, but there is that potential to try to put it out of range of a hauler?
Yeah, for sure. I do love Hedanis now, though.
Yeah.
This just looks so good because it's also bigger. It's the like if birdwatching in this deck just said, discover the minion, it would still be good. But the extra buff in the mirror especially makes a huge difference, and is going to be Fury going full tempo and full burst, and there's a fair few turns before Amanthul comes down from McBanterFace.
Yeah. This is looking
again,
pretty
just
disastrous.
A bit of a dud draw.
Yeah. Well,
Gonna have to go for Synchronize. Okay, yeah. Gonna take a Clergy and start getting something done. And I respect this a lot from McBanterFace because, like, what else? Yeah, he just saw his hand then. He's like, huh? Well, that's as good as it was gonna get. There's nothing else to do this turn.
yeah.
But now, especially after seeing that, like, see, I am just a heartbreaker enjoyer here, but I just want to see that played.
Yeah.
And then just go.
Me
Just
too.
let it sit there and enjoy. Yeah.
As Soddle would say, I was almost expecting Soddle to just be posting in Discord, boy.
Yeah, he just joins in, just appears through voice, and just like, I just need to speak for a second here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Pip can take the trade here, no problem.
Yeah.
And there's still the card draw. The turns 1 and 2 play, just drawing an extra card every turn for Fury is ridiculous. Oh, the forbidden push. Oh, that's so funny. The gem going 2 to face.
I mean, it adds extra damage, and at this point, if there is going to be a hauler, it's going to die anyway, so...
It also has the unique factor of putting McBanterFace to 20, because you want that... We saw a game... Didn't we see a game lost yesterday because the player was on 26, which was like 1 away from Hedanis Lethal, because it was in 5s, obviously. So, like, I think that's kind of important as well. Obviously, there's lots of heals from McBanterFace, so it's unlikely to matter, but why not at this point?
Yeah. Pupil picking up another Power Chord Synchronize. Second Pupil taking the Spring Water this time, setting up so much heal. still 2 turns away from
Oof.
the Amanthul.
I mean, it just has to be lethal, right? Again, just one of those moments where I just shout lethal and assume it's going to happen.
Minions make it awkward, right?
Oof.
But
Funnel Cake to go back. Yeah, but look at all the heals. So strong. And there's going to be one at the end of the turn as well. Gets Funnel Cake back to go again. Oh, and then can get Funnel Cake back to go again, right? Yep.
just all the funnel cakes, all the mana.
Oh,
Yeah.
what a deck.
I feel like this game could have been a lot closer if McBanterFace had some better draws here, but Furyhunter made the recognition, saw that it was time to go, as we saw even just making the push with the hidden gem, and just saw the lines. So really, really well played. Now we are going to be going to a game number 5.
Yeah, I think there it was a huge moment of Furyhunter got the opening hand, an absolute dream hand, and combined with McBanterFace's opening hand was not even just okay. I think it was just a bit rubbish, honestly. So you just can't let this happen because Furyhunter's drawing 2 cards every turn now, effectively with the Clergy and the Gem. Nothing's really being contested because there's no Hauler doing anything, and then of course the Hedanis on curve. Because there's no Hauler or anything, there's nothing that kills the opponent's Hedanis, which means it's just over from there. So the card draw, as I mentioned, seemed to pay off there, and I think that is plan A with this deck, especially in the mirror, is just turbo draw. And then once you turbo draw, everything else comes together one way or the other, right? You either get access to Amanthul and all the duplicates, or you just do that because you've got so many heals, you've got the tide pools to regenerate the spells, and it just starts to snowball. So just like that, we are in game 5. But this, I would argue, is like the spiciest game with a Warlock here from Furyhunter.
Yeah, and it is coming down to that game number 5 with the Warlock that I mentioned could be a possibility earlier. We did see, Sottle and I casted a game of Warlock, which was the Painlock versus Priest yesterday. That was just an absolute blast. But this is a really interesting match as well. How do you feel like this matchup goes usually?
It's really tricky, at least for me, because there's always a few ways any of these priest matchups can go because the priest is that flexible. But I do think that if McBanterFace can get off to a decent start, it can actually be fairly difficult for the Warlock to clear the priest minions if they get the sort of chunkier minion opening, if they can land a Hauler, and stuff like that. If they actually get one landed and healed up, and this fan club will help with that, it can actually be pretty hard to kill, and then you can almost snowball the game off the back of that. So this start, at least, turn 1 location, turn 2 bird watching to try and hit the Hauler, and then go from there, or maybe even Love Everlasting instead, and so on and so on. So I do think it's okay. Again, would McBanterFace prefer a turn 1 Clergy, turn 2 Gem? Yes. but this start is the middle ground between the last game of what McBanterFace did and what Fury did, right? Where you have options now, as opposed to just saying, like, effectively pass, Love Everlasting, hope you're not dead. Yeah, this Hauler is going to be tricky to deal with, and I think we might even see. It depends on the draw, of course, but like Love Everlasting first, and then Hauler into stuff.
Okay, though, for Furyhunter, double Insanity with a Crescendo and now double Pupil is really, really interesting, and might actually just be able to take enough fatigue to build that Crescendo up to answer it.
Whew. This is, I mean, both players are doing good stuff here. As you said, the stacking Fury's got is kind of incredible. This interests me a lot, though, because McBanterFace can play Love Everlasting now, and then go say like Hauler Power Chord, and then whatever, right? Or could just absolutely tempo this Hauler out, use the location. It won't heal it up to full, but I'd still question how it can be killed, right? And if it can't be killed, then great.
It's still going to take
It's
several
gonna go,
turns to get killed, even if it did
He's
come
gonna
down.
go for Love Everlasting. Yeah, this like guarantees just two big chunky minions, sort of as and when McBanterFace wants them next to build on next turn. Does Fury just smash the second Insanity here and just say let's go?
I don't hate it. Oh, what else is he doing?
It means
Just
the Crescendo is the
tap?
last spell to fill the tide pools, right?
No, there was a coin. So
Oh,
coin
sorry,
and
right,
insanity, so it would
right.
be just coin
Yeah,
plus
sorry, of
double
course.
encroaching.
So maybe Fury can't then. Ooh, this turn looks awkward.
Yes.
And of course, Fury will be expecting something annoying to come down next turn, because obviously he saw the bird watching, right? So he knows something's coming down. Just going to play the Crescendo. It looks a little bit weird to just push the 3, but of course that activates the tide pool with the Crescendo in, and effectively just cycles that to get a 2-1 down and go again. And of course ramps the fatigue. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh no, it won't matter. Huh. I mean, this hall is almost certainly coming down. It's just what McBanterFace wants to do with the rest of the turn. I'd imagine it has to be Power Chord, right? At least.
I think so. So it's just the Holler fan club power chord synchronize.
I need to find a new gig.
Continue buffing it as
Yeah.
much as possible. Keep it out of range.
And then double fan is huge. And now there's just basically an unkillable minion on board for McBanterFace, right? It's just gonna just keep bopping him for 6 and make McBanterFace like suddenly now the card Crazy Conductor. Sorry, I just went blank on that. Probably just does nothing apart from ramp fatigue, right? It's just, oh, I'll play all these minions. They probably die.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the potential benefit is that the locations both were just used, but there's so much healing. There's so much healing potential in this pre-stack that you have to suspect that even if you go for Crazy Conductor, it just gets cleared.
Yeah, because the issue is like if it's Crazy Conductor, then no damage goes on the Hauler, right? So hero power does half of the damage you need, right? And you just need one heal spell to be able to do it, and you have Love Everlasting. So I think Fury just has to do this. There's no other good turn. You have to just make him spend. And this, again, it's still ramping the fatigue, right? So it has achieved something. However, it is not what you want to see against this massive Hauler. Got Cleric. Gonna go with Funnel Cake now. Yeah, to just go. Brutal. Yeah, Spring Water can't. Well, okay, can be played on the actual hero this turn, but I think it's just hero power, right?
Yeah, just hero power the Hauler, clear the board.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do anything too crazy. Oh, well, there's Spring Water and then Spring Water the Hauler, right? If that's something. But I think 26 is more than enough right now.
Yeah, he has seen one Crescendo, one Encroaching Insanity already.
And he's obviously like 99% confident there's another Crescendo in hand because the pupil came down after the fact, right? It
Yeah.
would be hilarious if Furyhunter did the bait of like, play crescendo, play pupil, don't pick crescendo. They'll never expect it. That's like my approach to playing the game. If I don't know what I'm doing, how do my opponents gonna know?
And that is why we are on the desk and these players are in the position they're in.
Correct. Looks like that's gonna be, what, 5 and 6 just to clear this off?
Setting himself to
okay.
3. There's no Adonis. Thrive for creation.
And then the, what, double location? And then hit face?
Yeah.
I mean, I think starting off with Thrive seems fine. The other option is to just, because you've seen those, you could just back off into Holy Spring Water, right? And just say, I'll just mega heal myself and then never lose.
True.
Because honestly, I think if just Injured Hauler gets played now, it's unlikely that MCBanterFace can lose from that point. Injured Hauler, double heal with the location hero power and just say go, or like Spring Water, and so on, so on. So I think MCBanterFace is just working out what are these scenarios where I actually get myself in trouble here, because he's so far ahead, it's unlikely he's going to get himself into trouble. But these are the moments where you blink and then you've died. You're like, oh no, whoops. It's going to go rest in peace. Take the card draw and would not have to use the Holy Spring Water. And this is just Giga safe, right? 21?
Yeah.
I can't even think of something that needs to happen for that to be a problem. Oh, there's Pop as well.
Popgar and both sludges don't even clear both of the minions on the board.
Bruton. This did, you know, this is what felt like the problem matchup. And if you can just land a hauler, like we saw, it's so difficult to kill. Like Fury had to just dump the two, the two, I don't know what's wrong with my brain. The two crescendos today earlier to actually just clear off the big one, and it's just caused so many problems because he's not been able to do the big push that you'd want with those crescendos. It's just going to dump them, of course, to heal back up to 11, keeps him alive for now.
Looks like McBanner doing some more calculating. Probably trying
Is he
to
looking
line
at
up.
sync?
Could be. Also just calculating, I would imagine as well, just how does he die? How does he, you know, not stay in this lead?
Yeah, I think it's just work out what happens if he synchronizes the pop. But looks like he's going to just go for the I'll just never die option if the second hauler comes down.
Yeah, I think if he played it safe the turn before, just continue to do that. Continue to play it safe.
Oh yeah, like every single turn that goes by now makes it less and less likely that Fury can win this game, right? It just keeps getting less likely. As opposed to finishing the game, you just make those percentages lower and lower and lower, as that's another hauler in hand now. 2 4-9s in a dream.
Yeah.
Gonna cycle the snake oil, trying to look for some miracle, but a shake of the head from Fury. I don't know about you, Dawn, but I do not see it.
I do not.
A Trog hitting just one hauler with all the shots still wouldn't kill it.
And there's not even enough mana for the Gem Tosser to deal that much damage to clear one out anyways.
Yeah. Fury just taking a little stare. working out exactly what needs to be done. And there's a wave goodbye. An extremely close match. Fury did fight back, but MCBanterFace takes it in the end. Again, those giving 3 goes with Priest seems to be enough. The correct amount of goes required to be able to win the series. So big congratulations to MCBanterFace.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned earlier, this is a kind of all or nothing type of day, single elimination. So not only out for this tournament, but not going to have another chance to try to secure a spot for Worlds outside of points.
Yeah, definitely a rough one, but a really close series, and a lot of interesting choices there in terms of just how to approach some of the matchups. I do think, though, that one with the Warlock, I would much rather be the Priest, because you can often just get away with doing this. As long as you can draw something early on, it normally starts to really compound, right? Like, if you draw a Clergy early, that's great. If you draw a Gem, that's really useful, because unless they can kill it with a Trog, they probably have to use the Crescendo, and then if they use that early, then they need the Pupil, and it all starts to really snowball there. So yeah, really a good showing of what Priest can do, and also what Priest is weak to as well, because we saw like Fury take that victory with the Concierge Druid pretty impressively at the start of the comeback of Fury.
Yeah, that was a series. I'm glad we got to see that. I wish that were the finals again, as I mentioned earlier, but you know, let's take a look at the bracket now and take a look at where we're kind of at here. We did just see that Furyhunter MCBanterFace game, with MCBanterFace taking it down to move into that top 4 semifinals. And it sounds like we're going to be able to actually chat with MCBanterFace and see how he's feeling after that match. How do you feel, Banterface?
Definitely relieved. I mean, felt pretty good at the start of the series, obviously going 2-0 up, and I think Fury and I probably both had the same kind of general idea, which was that whoever won with Warlock was going to be in a really good spot, because it was definitely our worst deck in the series. So I've been playing some Warlock mirrors, trying to get used to it. It's kind of a funky matchup, so I figured we would probably end up playing one, so I was really glad to win that. Definitely felt nice. And then obviously it's never great when you lose the next 2 games. You get a little bit nervous, but I mean, Priest against Warlock always feels usually pretty good, so I wasn't too concerned. But yeah, definitely feels nice. Get to relax a bit before the next match.
And how are you feeling going into today, obviously? Because, you know, done well to get into the top 8. That's job 1 done. But looking at how the bracket sort of was filled out by the end of yesterday, how are you feeling, you know, sitting down, getting ready to play for today?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty excited. You know, I'm not super stressed about this one. I'm kind of trying to take it a bit easier. Like, you know, I'm going to play my best always. I want to win, but whatever happens, happens. And there's a ton of really good players in top 8, so I knew it wasn't going to be easy, especially, you know, playing against Fury first. I don't think I've ever actually played against him in tournament, but we did some prep together. I know how good he is, so I knew it was going to be tough. But I was looking forward to it, and still looking forward to it. Got a couple more sets left, hopefully.
Yeah, well, we are going to let you get a little bit more rest and get ready for those that next game in the top 4. But congratulations on your top 8 victory, and we look forward to seeing you in the top 4 here shortly later today.
Thank you very much. I'll see you then. Bye.
All right. Well, that was our interview with MCBanterFace. Moving into our top 4, we're going to be finding out who else is going to be joining him in the top 4. Do you have any predictions, Raven, now that your pick of Furyhunter has been knocked out?
No, because I'm not going to say any more names. I do feel like I curse people. It was the reason why I wasn't initially going to pick Fury, because I have the habit of absolutely mega cursing anyone I choose. So I'm just going to be silent and see what happens.
All right. Well, there is plenty more action to come, so we will all get to see what happens as we get ready for the next match, which is going to be MaxiBon versus KT. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One quarter-final is in the books, 3 more to go as we move into the second one, which is going to be MaxiBon and KT8298. And to guide me through, and everybody else through this match, is going to be Sottle. Sottle, guiding your fellow caster through matches. You told me earlier today, off camera, that this is I think you said 100%, I'll give you a chance to recant that if you want, matchup for one of the players.
Okay, 2 points. Firstly, you made me sound like your carer just then, which isn't far from the truth, but still probably a bit too close to the bone. Secondly, kind of bad form just to be repeating random comments from off camera as soon as we get on air, but that's fine. I'll own it. Yeah. So here's the thing with KT, right? I think KT came out of Group D, which I think was the weakest group, not in terms of player skill. No comment on that at all. I just think Group D had kind of bad lineups. And KT got out by having, the third worst lineup in that group. Inkuro made it out quite comfortably just by having a good lineup. And then KT kind of found his way out by only having Death Knight and not also having Shaman, which became a problem for the other players as well. So I expect KT to struggle in this top 8 bracket just based on the strength of the lineup overall. I am very happy to be proven wrong if that is the case. But I do not have an awful lot of respect for Death Knight as how it lines up in this top 8.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this. I mean, you've also done loads of stats on that, and we'll talk about those a bit as well. For nice things that you've done off camera as well. I'm not going to just be nasty. But Maxi on this Overheal Priest, I think this is one of the casters' favourite decks between the Priest and the Rogue. We just enjoy casting these, they're good fun. KT on the Ramp Druid, how does this one match up? It feels like the Priest has it to do to me at first glance when I see this matchup.
I think it's a hard matchup to learn as Priest, but I think when you do learn it, I think if both players play optimally, which, in the perfect world is what you would rate matchups on, even though it's kind of an unattainable goal, I think it's Priest favoured. I think the Druid's game plan is a lot simpler, and therefore the match will tilt in that direction, probably even at the highest attainable level of human play, because I think Overheal Priest perfection is beyond that level. But there's a few routes that you do look for as Priest to get you out of the matchup ahead. Firstly is just huge minions early. Play a fan club on 1, play a gem on 2, coin out Hedonist or coin out or just play an Injured Hauler and then just heal them up, have them on board, pushing damage. Hedonist is obviously much better than Injured Hauler in that regard. And then the second way, if you miss that, is then to just kind of get yourself into some sort of infinite Amanthal loop where you can potentially control your opponent out of the game by just eliminating 2 minions over and over again, and then using an Injured Hauler on their turn where they go, where they go all in with a Marin and a Wand or an ENR Refresh or all of the above. You need Hauler for that situation, and otherwise you can just pick things apart with Amanthal in the late game and potentially fatigue them or outvalue them. But that's all quite complex to execute, whereas the Druid game plan is ramp, play big minions, hope they don't have it, which basically everyone can execute to a degree. So yeah, it can certainly seem a bit more Druid favoured than it actually is, I think.
Yeah, also Druid always has this starting hand.
Yes, yeah.
It's interesting, yeah, something about Druid that is often overlooked because it kills you so quickly when it gets into its good cards, is it does only have sort of 6 or 7 really big things. If you remove them, there is kind of just the bare bones of turn 10, cheer Drake into swipe left. If you can just stay out of Trog range, you can, like you say, you're saying about the Amanthal thing, it's not a joke. There are not many good cards in this Druid deck that actually kill you. It's just they come down so quick and there's enough of them that most decks are simply overpowered.
Yeah, and the great thing about Amanthal is that it not only does it clear 2 big minions off your opponent's board, it also then puts a 3/10 in play, which soaks up 10 shots from a Trog. So the 16 mana Trog isn't killing you either, because there's a 3/10 on the board that's soaking up a lot of that damage, So anyway, what we have been
about off screen,
intensely yapping about this matchup. Maxi has kind of hit the absolute stone cold Mega Nuts, which is about 25 mana on turn 4, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, I was just saying off screen a minute ago to Stottle about, Pip doesn't seem that good that often.
My goodness.
Yeah, this is Mega Nuts versus Mega Nuts almost.
It is, yeah. Nest Matron Flower Child. So now Maxi can start playing some of these clerics in the funnel, but he's then got to decide what happens when the mana refreshes. Because I think he would have loved, ideally, to have got the Hedonist in play, but this is already a lot of damage, so he might have to divert to the Hauler instead.
Yeah. And as you saw, I was just laughing because Katie has picked up Marin as well. Also, I think MaxiBon doesn't play slowly in general anyway, but he just went at the start of this turn because of that aforementioned however much mana you claimed it was going to be. Of course, he has got to go to get this whole turn in. I mean, he played a lot of Rogue. He could do these turns in his sleep, right?
Okay. No further funnel cakes, so I believe only 10 to 12 mana actually ended up getting spent on turn 4, depending on how you want to define a free hero power being played for 0.
Take that, Druid!
Was expecting at least one more funnel cake to come off the top there potentially, but obviously if you draw into another funnel cake and a Naga, or if you draw a Naga off the first funnel cake, you still have the second funnel cake left in your hand. At that point, you can realistically just draw your entire deck and very possibly kill them that turn with the Hedonist.
I'm so torn on this turn for KT, by the way, as KT appears to be as well. Marin's my usual panic button in this spot, but Doomkin keeping Maxi on 4 mana next turn is also incredibly tempting and ramping towards that ANR that you've got in hand. And he just wants to get rid of the engine.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, this gets absolutely dumpstered by Vol'jin, obviously, which is scary. But that is a one-of the deck, and they're halfway through. I do think Marin was the only kind of acceptable panic button there, as you called it. I don't think Doomkin does anywhere near enough.
Oh, Maxi's not on Vol'jin.
Oh, does Maxi? Of course, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. So yeah, this actually does make this play a lot more appealing in that case. But yeah, just to finish the thought, I think if you Doomkin there, like, when your opponent starts a turn with 2 Clergies in play, 4 mana is still an enormous amount of mana potential to have at that spot. You know, I think addressing the problem does make a fair bit of sense here.
The problem kind of remains.
It does, but that is one extra Clergy that got committed from hand by Maxi. You know, that is one more mana that got spent. So if you want to talk about, you know, Doomkinning a mana away,
yep,
that is that one Clergy being played.
Maxi's fine. See, when I play this deck, I'm a bit scared of drawing this many cards sometimes, but it's just getting nearer to the lethal setup by doing it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real fear. Particularly against Druid. I think some people think about it in the Priest mirror, but even then I think the whole full Northshire thing is sort of wildly overstated most of the time. It's very specific scenarios where the opponent is going to start funnel caking your side of the board, and it's certainly not within the first 5 or 6 turns usually.
Right. Yeah, I'm more bothered about overdrawing in this specific situation. Yeah, the full Northshire thing later does scare me more than it probably should. I admit that. Right. Well, Maxi's done all the groundwork, but he does have to sort of end the game fairly soon, or a million stats are going to start appearing, right? When ANRs start happening.
Yep. Getting some extra health on the gem here to play around a spell damage swipe is really, really cool. Looking to set up potential lethals over the following turn or two with the Hedonist. Gets Love Everlasting in play, obviously to get massive discounts, so he can basically get it back to full health straight away with the Holy Spring Water. But specifically, just throwing out the Power Chord Synchronize on the gem, just so it stays in play as that extra 0 mana heal, is very, very cool for the lethal chances on the next turn. I imagine KT is going to jam it. I was wondering whether KT would think about just holding on to it because he has Dorian in hand for the following turn. Yep. So we can go Dorian 0 mana Flower Child, get 1 mana copies of theoretically both of these minions. Be able to 1 mana Yogg and then 8 mana Yogg the turn after, potentially. But does decide to just throw it out.
Might not stick, so a very good chance the board doesn't stick, so.
Time waits for no one.
Holds the Trog instead. Okay, interesting. Yeah, go on then, Maxi. Let me know, because I'm not going to count. Yep, assumes the position. Alright, let's at least have a go. So play order matters with the sequencing if you're going to like funnel cake a Hauler and a Hedonist at the same time, right? So the Hauler will go off first because it's in play first, and it will go off first at end and turn and with the location as well. So you can get 2 procs on the Hauler, which will clear out the 3/4s for sure, then the third one will clear the 4/5. So in terms of guaranteed damage going face, I don't think this is lethal. But I do think you have the opportunity for a high roll at the very least. And I think you go for it, because regardless... Oh, yeah, it's actually not going to. Okay, I was going to say I think you just... I think... Well, no, well, you could still play Funnel Cake and then replay the Hedonist, even like right up until the hero power. Because this damage isn't lost anyway, because you want the sweep to hit the minions in the first place. But that would then end up putting the Hedonist into your res pool for the 1 mana res that you would then have in hand, which felt worth it to me. But yeah, Maxi absolutely knows what he's doing with this deck. So I will defer to the master.
One thing that does work nicely here is not Yogg, like works nicely for Maxi. I overrate how often my things survive against Yogg, but this is actually just really Yogg-proof as a board.
It is, but also, yeah. So I just lost the game, because specifically what I just sold as an upside is a massive downside. Because Maxi wants his res pool to be Hauler. He wants it to be exactly Hauler, because he knows he's about to lose board this time, right?
Yeah.
Because his opponent has a 1 mana card held, and at least 2 of the win condition cards in hand, which can be Yogg, Ziliax, whatever else, which cause you to lose the board. So I think in this spot, he's very, very smart to actually retain the res on the card that he wants it to be, so he's actually able to counter swing in this position, which is really, really nice.
Clear here, as predicted, no surprise. Oh my... Trog was having a moment. And now, yeah, as you said, Maxi gets to do it again.
Okay, he's going to do it with the minion, though. Very, very straightforward clear. Plenty of heals available. It's a nice little heal off the location as well, which is relevant in this spot. Because we're getting to the point now where KT is not really ever going to stick a board and is going to have to get there with swipes and trogs, and that is not looking particularly likely at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's stuck on the puny amount of 10 mana.
I know, right? Tell me about it.
Not been able to do this double 16 damage Trog that we've seen a couple of times this tournament.
And now we can start the Aman'Thul train. Love Everlasting in play means that we can Aman'Thul Power Chord just to delete this board. Might have a cursory glance as to whether this is lethal with the Hedonist, but I don't think we're anywhere close. So yeah, Aman'Thul train begins.
We have to copy it, right, in case Yogg steals it?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Tyr. Hello. It's Tyr. Yeah, it's always Tyr. You get excited by other cards, but Tyr reses a Hedonist, either a Hauler or an Aman'Thul. Like, end of sentence. You know, like, that's a good card in your deck.
Just keep looking at the options for the Druid. They're pretty low, but they're not zero. This is what we were talking about right at the start in your in your original comment. You can just run the Druid out of stuff, which is what Maxi's trying to do right now.
Yeah, for sure. Therodon is 9 damage, or 6 damage, I guess. Kind of feels like your win condition. Tyrion is 15 damage, though, if that lives, but it doesn't. It just gets Aman'Thul'd at some point in the game. So yeah, I think Therodon makes the most sense.
Imagine DJ Manastorm if you had 16 mana. Goodness, how ridiculous that would have been.
Aman'Thul again. Goodbye. Goodbye. Those are all kind of bad. Probably just rush minion. It says rush on it. Yeah, that makes sense. And I wouldn't be surprised even to see some healing thrown at face here, potentially.
Yeah. Are there any
okay.
crown things that win, like Alakias and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, Leroy, Alakir, all of that business can happen. Definitely something that you want to keep in mind. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Did you say 10 random legendaries? Do they win the game?
They might.
It does involve putting pretty much the smallest minion in play immediately, but you do then get the one in hand that you can play.
Yeah, you try and just try desperately to stick Dorian for one turn.
Yeah, you also have the thing where, like, if you get any high-impact dragons, you can play Dorian Take to the Skies, right? And you might just get, like, a one-mana super broken dragon that you shuffled
You say you just take your chance, right? You don't know if you hit it or not. You just have to shut your eyes.
You have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Ah, classic.
All right. Well, KT's decided to be more sensible.
How dare he?
Boo.
Time waits for no one.
Still holding the Dorian.
Mm-hmm.
You need to look through and find out why.
Yeah, we saw this in a previous series, right? Like, Dorian for an extra 1-mana Cheer Drake or 1-mana Splish Splash or 1-mana Gift Wrap Whelp just doesn't really do anything at this point in the game. It's just not an effective use of 4 mana. I think, you know, previously when this question came up and I was like, no, that's being held for a very specific out where it kills them with Trog and Wand and Marin, right? Yeah. I think this isn't that. This is just...
Not, they're both gone. They're both gone.
No, I know they're both gone. This isn't that. This is just, well, what does it do? It's just not 4 mana well spent in this position, I think, is really what the argument is.
Yeah, there's not a card. I'm just looking through the deck, so there's not a card left, right?
There you go. That's why you pick Tyr every time. I think close run thing between Tyr and Sonya for the best possible hit off Armanthor with this deck.
We had enough Sonyas for one weekend, thank you very much.
No, I haven't. That's a lie.
Oh, Tesby plays Tyr.
Only the minion body, though, right?
Yeah. Indeed.
Not really worth. Still can end up being quite good, though, because you end up playing a lot of... Like, when you're playing one of these Armanthor chain games, you end up playing a lot of cards from other classes by the end of the game, so it's sometimes pretty solid.
It's not an issue yet, but Maxi is running a little bit low on resources himself. Relative to where he was.
Yes. However, his pip is still remaining, right? I believe. No, he used pip right at the start to get the massive hand of clergies and funnel cakes. So I was going to say, if pip was still left, then you can use that to potentially dupe up the rest in pieces. But actually, the Love Everlasting just popped on that turn as well, which MaxiBon just let happen willingly. So yeah, you are right. There's a couple more Amanthals in hand with just the individual rest in pieces, and then the legendaries that those will discover. But we are kind of reaching critical mass. Yeah, I mean, minor details, of course, but the board that you see in front of you is also quite impressive, yes.
Yeah. Druids really look sort of hard done to when they're stuck on 10 mana, don't they? In fact, Max is only about just now going to get to 10 mana. You know, we'll minor detail again.
Yeah.
How much damage have we got here? This is a lot.
Oh, Tathalan is also another fantastic hit, because at this point in the game, none of the cards in your hand started in your deck.
Okay. Are we there? Is there four triggers? It must be, right?
Oh, I haven't even come close to counting, but it looks like mega lethal,
It only needs to be 4.
Yeah, you need to hit a healing spell, and I imagine that's guaranteed from this Thrive, right?
Yeah.
For it to end up being lethal. Yeah, there you go.
Nicely done.
So yeah, there you go. That's kind of what we were talking about at the start, where the matchup is probably Priest favored, as long as you know what you're doing and play all of those turns that Maxi just played perfectly and make 0 mistakes doing any of that. Don't overdraw yourself. with the triple clergy, double funnel cake turn. Don't burn your win condition. Don't pick any bad discovers. Keep board all of the time. Manage your resources. Keep hand space open. You know, all of that stuff.
Yeah, leave your rest in pieces in the right spot. Like all of that.
Yeah. Don't play your Hedonist on the turn where I said you probably just play your Hedonist, because I think that instantly lost the game if you ended up doing that, potentially.
And this is where, for me at the moment, Hearthstone is very, very interesting. There's a lot of... you've always said, since the dawn of time, general rules are general rules, and they're general. But jamming Hedonist in this matchup is one of the things that is really good to do, except when it's not, apparently.
Yeah, so I think in reality it would have been fine, because you did have the other Hauler minion in hand, at least, that you could play out. It's just that is a little bit harder work to get the full heals if they manage to make, the most obnoxious board possible. So I think it was just good risk assessment, I think, from Maxi in the end to just go through it the way it was. Chugging carbonated beverage directly from a share-size bottle as well. That is how you know that Maxi is a man you can respect right there, because that is the behaviour of a champion.
Yeah, champion in waiting, possibly. I just want to very quickly talk about this ban, actually. I thought that Katie might ban the Paladin in this particular matchup. Obviously, leaving Rogue up is horrible, but he's brought a kind of anti-Rogue lineup.
But I feel like Paladin might be one of his only Death Knight chances, right? If you can like curve out 1-2 coin Quartzite Crusher with Death Knight, right? Like that actually beats Paladin a lot of the time, right? So I would imagine that he wants that Paladin available just to give his Death Knight some extra chances to get out the series.
Sottle, I've got some bad news. It looks like it's going to be the Druid against the Paladin.
Yeah.
Which gets the Paladin out of there, and then the Death Knight's back to not
No,
having a Paladin.
no, not necessarily. I think this matchup's absolutely fine for the Druid, by the way.
Okay.
I don't think this is anywhere near free for the Paladin. If not, I might go as far as to call this Ramp Druid favoured. This is, like, big difference between, like, Concierge Druid playing this matchup and Ramp Druid playing this matchup. Because Ramp Druid can actually just swing board, right? Like, you play one Yogg without dying, game kind of ends a lot of the time, right? It's very hard to come back from that point as the hand buff Paladin. So I don't think this is a disaster at all.
Look at this hand. Maxi's trying to work out how he wants to organise this, because the Neophyte against Druid early is actually pretty good. If they're not whelping, that's the problem. If they just play a load of dragons, you just achieve nothing. Obviously, just a one drop is good. Gold Panna's good. Deconstructor can become absolutely massive. And there we go, he's chosen not to go with the Neophyte, presumably for the dragon reasons I gave.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think... The days of, like, all of the Druid ramp coming from, Wild Growth into Nourish or Overgrowth or whatever else, those days are long past. If you try and block their ramp turns early with Neophyte, they're just going to play better minions which also ramp them in response, and you're going to lose on board, so...
Face. I'm a big fan of putting a damage into 2 health minions as Druid, because at some point Swipe turns up and you tend to use it. I don't know. I'm a simple person.
Yeah, I think you just end up taking 1 extra damage most of the time in that spot. I think it's fine if you have a turn where you might hero power again specifically, because then you can either swipe later or you can just hero power it again and it's gone. But your mana is allocated every single turn for a long time here, right? To the point where if you drew swipe, you're not actually playing swipe, right? Because the rest of your cards are just much better than the swipe at this point.
Yeah, and Paladin doesn't do a whole lot for the first 4 turns, I guess. Also,
nope.
It does a lot, but nothing to actually hurt you.
Yeah. This is pretty much what they do, and they've done it.
Little decision. Doesn't take long, but yeah.
Marin, please.
There he is.
Thank you very much. So this is how you Druid. I hope you're all taking notes.
It's so easy when good players do it. To be fair, if I had this hand, I would have played every turn correctly so far.
yeah, for sure.
Except I'd have hit the 1-2 in my face, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, you'd be on 27 for no reason, but other than that, yeah.
It might matter.
We'll pick it up again if it does. Until then,
sure.
You're done.
That's all I'm watching for the rest of this game. You cast, I'll just stare at this 1-2 until it vanishes.
Yeah, noted. Probably won't feel that different from my usual casting experience.
Except I'll be quieter.
So yeah, Maxi's #1 job here was spank as many minions into play as possible. So if your opponent's just trying to jam Marin, you kill them. And yeah, has done a good job of making that happen.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter, did it?
Shakes fist angrily. I'll get you next time, MaxiBon.
So we are now ramping into Yogg. Also do have the Fi available. Fi can be a real game ender if there's no Tarim on the other side as well. This is actually a lot of damage though. 4, 6, 7, 9 showing. Plus a double buffed outfit and a triple buffed spark bot. So what's that? 3, 7 more? 6, 7, 9. Just short, I think.
7.
If I've counted all of those buffs properly.
Yeah, you're getting more than me, so I'm going to say it's just short.
Okay.
Yes, it's too short, mate? Is that what you made it?
I made it 1, I think.
Okay.
Must move quickly.
Maxi has also made it not lethal, so...
Yeah. But yeah, it depends on the size of the minions.
Yeah, he has the advantage that he can see the numbers on them. That's a lot. Well, you've already described the problem with Fi here. So my gut is Yogg is better. That almost guarantees you to survive into Marin next turn. Also spent all your mana. Also means you don't spend 7 mana on Fi, which is something I don't enjoy doing.
Yeah. I think you're probably in the kind of spot where, like, beneficial spell from Yogg wins, otherwise you're probably in trouble. But I still think that might be the best out. Wow, KT's actually going to go for it.
Oh, okay, he is actually going for the Yogg, right? No? Go for the Fi.
Okay.
That's a line,
So,
right?
It is a line, yeah. So what will have happened there from KT is he will have just counted out a rough estimation of, like, how much damage he takes, what lethal from hand would be if he played Yogg, and then the same kind of situation with the Fi. Because all he wants to do is survive and then play Marin Wand the turn after.
Yes.
Like that's the win condition now in his mind, so he's just trying to find the most stable turn.
Yep, I was looking at the Yogg in terms of that clears, but again, as Sottle pointed out, probably needed a beneficial spell. This way, probably doesn't die because of the extra 5 armor available. And then it's all about what can you find with Marin. And I always look at these Marins and think, it's just not enough, it's just not going to be enough. And then it ends up being enough. But the way that Maxi's played this sort of forces the Yogg. He's not 100% sure there's a Yogg there, so as always with Paladin, put as much on the board as you possibly can.
Yeah, this now makes sense. No more damage got pushed, so KT just even feels like, okay, even in the worst case scenario when my Yogg does nothing and blows itself up, I just clear the board, and I'm feeling pretty comfortable, which is, yep, perfect scenario now. Oh, and a nice pouch of coins. Lovely stuff.
Yeah. Good old purse of monies.
So, got to find a way to deal with the Yogg, first and foremost, or the game just kind of ends on the spot. which means, sadly, probably no Magatha this turn. Got to keep the tempo up. Has drawn the Zilliax, but now has to work... Oh, that's the card. That is the card.
Coin getting the Warsong Commander treatment here, by the way. 2 mana, gain 1 mana.
Coin meaning your charge minions have +1 attack. That's honestly that. I'd play that card probably. If that's what Coin did.
Does sound like a really strange card. Okay. Such an obtuse person.
Stay alert, my children.
See, I am wondering whether you even like get the Marin in play here. I think you still do. KT disagrees.
Yeah, he's just putting a load of stuff down, saying you're not killing me through this stuff.
Sure.
And this stuff's attacking you. Seems fine.
Yeah. It's just like the Marin was one of the biggest bodies that you can play that turn, so it's kind of the most effective thing that you have as trading with the Razor Scale anyway, so you can then rip the wand next turn, but yeah, I think all much for muchness at that point. He was super far ahead. Like, if you just get that much ramp and you're not immediately dead on board as Druid, I think you're absolutely fine in that matchup, which goes back to what I was talking about at the start. And, you know, further, I guess, sort of pushes back against your idea of banning Paladin, because I think he has, I think he has multiple good Paladin matchups in there, on top of, like, kind of needing Paladin to be there for the Death Knight as well.
Nice play, though, with the Sleep Under the Stars, where he just said, okay, this is my best way to get to Marin, which preserved his Yogg, which meant he didn't need to use the Marin, because the Marin is risky, despite the fact I always say always clears. It doesn't always clear, obviously.
Yep.
Ended up not even having to need the Marin, had it in his back pocket as Maxi gave it up.
Yeah, completely agree. I think was able to break it down very effectively. Obviously, you can't do an actual analysis on like what the odds of any given Yogg will be, because it's way beyond the bounds of being able to do that. But you can certainly assess a hand of like, okay, 3 weapon buffs, this has been buffed, these cards have been there from this point, these cards have been there from this point. If I gain 5 armor and gain 4 lifesteal from the Fi and put a 4/8 taunt residually left on board, does any card kill me? No. Okay, well let's do that then. And then there's a very good chance that my Yogg just ends the game straight up on the next turn. And if somehow there's a board with a bunch of Divine Shields and like abstractly shaped minions where the Yogg doesn't look like it's going to work, I can go for the absolute nuts with Marin into Wand, into 0 mana ENR or whatever else, right? And look for my outs that way. So I think that all made perfect sense the way KT navigated it. The hand was very good, of course, but the Paladin hand was also very, very good on the other side, and that just kind of goes to show how the matchup can play out, honestly.
And now your favourite deck, Soto. You've got some stats, I think, on this deck, on how it's doing this tournament.
On Death Knight, yeah.
They didn't all get wiped out, so that's good, right?
Yeah, it's at least still being represented in the tournament, which is something. But we are now down to a single representative in top 8, which is KT. And the only reason that is the case, in my opinion, obviously, I can't play out a different group in my mind, is that there were 3 Death Knights in KT's group. So one of them, minimum, had to make it out, and one of them, minimum, did make it out.
Yeah.
So this is where we are now. And I think these kind of matchups that you're now looking at are the problem, is that KT is now going to consistently be going up against Warlock and Rogue and Priest. And those are 3 decks that I think have a pretty good time overall against Death Knight. But the one thing that we do need to shine a light on, and Hearthstone, as always, has perfect comedic timing, is that KT plays Cold Feet. Hard run in the deck as 2 copies, which means if he can engineer a rogue opponent into a situation where they have to pop off with Sonya or they die, if he can engineer a Warlock into a situation where they have to heal with Popgar or they die, if they can engineer a Priest into a situation where they have to have healer and clear the board or they die, you know, all of these kind of situations, Cold Feet can lock that down. You are less likely to put those decks in those situations because you have a 2-mana card that does nothing in your deck up until that point. But if that can happen, it might be KT's route to just run away with one in one of these matchups.
Yeah, this just while you were describing all that as well, I was going to say Horizon's Edge. I know you're not a fan, and I'm coming around to your way of thinking. But in this matchup, Horizon's Edge is a big card. You get to rush things in, clear up their boards.
Yeah.
And they don't have that many cards that make boards. They tend to win with the crescendo stuff. And clear up one of their boards and then spin it around, start making your own boards. Sometimes you can put the Warlock under a lot of pressure very quickly.
Double Edge, pretty strong though. Can actually get an awful lot of work done, especially against Warlock. I do think this is one of the better matchups for the location because it's a way to push damage consistently to the opponent that doesn't create Popgar Crescendo swing turns, right? It's damage that they can't Reno back just by playing Crescendo, which is pretty huge in a lot of spots.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll push 10 to face with it, although I am talking specifically really about just clearing boards up with it. But if you do push 10 to face, suddenly it slows them down on their fatigue, which hasn't been a problem here for Maxi, by the way, because he's very low on the fatigue cards this time around.
Yeah. I imagine... Oh, actually takes the Domino. I was going to say that might well be the other fracking, just because the hand is so low on value right now overall. Just make sure to have an AoE answer with no Crescendo in hand just yet. Seems fine. Worth talking about Maxi's build of Insanity Warlock as well, because it is the reverb version of the deck. Cuts Fizzle, adds a reverb, and also plays Symphony. So just using Symphony as that ability to go long without needing the Fizzle, arguably. I have heard that this deck was a very late addition from Maxi, that he was very close to submitting a different lineup, asked a couple of players for feedback, a couple of players said, have you thought about Insanity Warlock? Convinced him to change Insanity Warlock, and then he sort of just grabbed a list quite quickly and it went in. I'm not necessarily sure that plus Reverb minus Fizzle is the way to go. But I did mention that on day 1, I believe, with one of the Reverb players. And immediately in that game, Reverb won the game in a spot where Fizzle was just an absolutely dead card in hand. So it absolutely can have upside.
The other cut, though, is the second domino effect, I believe. So that's a little bit more relevant in the meta, especially all the paladins and druids making the massive wide boards. Well, everything making big wide boards. Just the big wide boards don't tend to last more than 2 or 3 turns if you're not careful.
Speaking of domino, good positioning from KT, keeping everything split out either side of the locations so that domino can't interact with more than one minion.
How many turns in a row can he play Cold Feet for him?
I mean, a lot. This is the problem, right? You need minions on board that are attacking your opponent in order to get there with the Cold Feet, right? Which is part of the problem. Although, saying that,
you still do it.
Do you? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, you can just go Cold Feet, weapon, swing, location, Cold Feet, weapon, swing, location, just over and over again for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
This actually looks kind of locked out.
It kind of does.
So there's a little bit of healing that you can find from your weapon procs, and there is the lifesteal movement that you have left in your deck as well. To try and survive the onslaught of these Cold Feet. It's just trying to sleep at night with your partner in winter, isn't it? That's what I'm describing.
Yeah. The onslaught of the Cold Feet. He's going to have a lot of Cold Feet. And Corpsicles are going to start coming in. Oh, he's only got 3 corpses on. Sort of fortunate. This is looking good for KT.
It is. It really is.
Like, you have to defeat him every turn, or you will be defeated. So
Yes. But this is fine. Cold Feet, Corpsicle, Hero Power. Sets up lethal for the following turn.
again, keeping minimum stuff on board, just because he doesn't want to make a board. Obviously, it doesn't matter when your pop guard costs 9, but it'll matter at some point.
And it's actually lined up into the perfect turns as well, because the 7 and 8 mana turns, the 7 and 8 mana turns are the ones that really block, because Popgar Crescendo would still theoretically be playable on 9 with the way that is going. So look at the tech from KT. Cold Feet coming out strong, and all of a sudden, I think he's actually become the favourite in the series by getting the Death Knight out. That is a huge swing, and Cold Feet absolutely carried.
Yep, the reason that it looked really grim when doing the analysis at the start, and I did agree with you, just teasing you though I was that Death Knight. The Death Knights all lost. All the ones that could possibly lose lost yesterday, as Sottle went through the stats. And the only reason this one's through is, of course, one of them had to get through. But now that one's won and is through the matchup, suddenly we're back to normal lineups again, right?
Normal lineups.
We're back to the lineups that are being successful in this tournament again. Goodness, pedantic.
Well, KT's lineup is being successful. It's in top 8. I don't know what you mean.
KT's biggest fan, right? You've been saying that for years.
Yeah. That's I don't think there's any footage of me anywhere saying anything negative about KT's lineup. Can't find it.
Excellent. Well, the Cold Feet definitely got it done there, and he did it. Like the thing that I think was surprising to both of us there was we maybe had misjudged how much damage he can do from off board. The whole point of the Cold Feet is you need a board, and then you need to hit your opponent with it. He did draw a very good weapon, and both locations to do that.
Both locations and Corpsicle, yeah. Like it was the perfect hand to have the Cold Feet, but like. Yeah, you know, if you're going to have tough matchups like that available to you, then having some sort of plan to at least find a draw that can win the game. Sure, I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, in the worlds where you miss all your minions, you've got to have hit something, so you're allowed to have your locations and your corpsicles, like, yeah. Now the Warlock against the Paladin. Even as a staunch defender of the Warlock, which I am, the Paladin matchup is not a fun one a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. And also, as a staunch defender of Warlock, you would agree that if you draw that hand that Maxi drew in the previous game, your deck is unplayable and you win 0 games of Hearthstone.
I've never drawn that hand, I wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
You don't draw that hand if you want to win tournaments. Just don't do it.
Okay.
Try to explain this to people. Why would you draw your Trogs and your whatever those things were that Maxi had that I've never seen before?
Yeah, why would you put like 16 different cards in your deck that you never want to draw? Gosh.
Just draw the same 6 cards every game like Furyhunter did, and you should be okay most of the time.
Fury also lost that game, by the way.
Yeah, but he's still learning, you know?
Meanwhile, extremely medium Paladin opening here for Maxi.
You mean he doesn't have the weapon, right? That's what that means?
Yeah, no weapon, no gold panna, no instrument tech. That's 6 cards that you've got none of in your opening hand. That's quite a lot.
Language is great, isn't it? That doesn't sound like medium at all. That sounds like incredibly subpar, honestly.
Just want everyone to be aware that I was accused of being pedantic about 30 seconds ago.
Uh-huh.
Maxi,
followed your career path, Sottle. I followed it all the way.
Maxi doing the right thing here, though, I think, by just super aggressively playing for tempo with the drone deconstructors, which is why I sort of did classify it as medium, right? It's the bad hands are the ones that just have 3, 4, and 5 drops in them, and no weapon, and no instrument tech, and no gold panna. But if you at least have your 1 drops, then you can just play them out, fight for tempo for a little bit, stall for time, and hope that you pick up the good cards.
Yeah, and obviously you really have to fight for it here because Conductor is the way that Paladin usually loses this match. Mm-hmm. It tends to be fairly comfortable against anything that isn't Conductor on 4. So fighting against Conductor on 4 is the #1 game plan.
Okay. A weapon has been located. Much, much better draw to just rip the actual weapon that turn, by the way, because then you could just happily take the triple trade into the 5/5. A little surprised that the trades didn't happen there preemptively, or that the Righteous Protector didn't come down, because a Snap Crescendo was used pretty much just to buff Fatigue on the previous turn, which I think might suggest that the Naga's coming out to play. But I suppose Maxi might be tracking to the degree where he knows that a tide pool wouldn't be activated yet, and with the Razor Scale in hand, it's actually quite difficult to make that play happen.
Yep, 2 spells still required in that tide pool. KT's probably going to Crescendo, and his decision is: do you want to Insanity or do you want to Trog? I want to Trog, but
yep, I agree.
You could choose to take 1,000,000 and then get the Pupil next turn and just do what you can. But yeah, this is plenty.
So Virtue and Righteous Protector here. The Righteous Protector is huge, like actively enormous.
3 and 7 is 10? Yes, it's actively enormous, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
If that 5 were to hit face, that would be game, and there's a Crescendo in the Pupil.
Gotta be ripping the Insanity, right? Surely.
I think so.
Gotta get that mana spent, if for no other reason, just to activate that Pupil. But there is now Plushy Outfit Tailor for a big, big heal in hand for Maxi.
Yeah.
Oh, Medic as well now.
I think he might have needed that
so
Medic, honestly.
Huge.
The Plushie's unpleasant, but the Tailor had to wait a turn.
Yep. Yeah, Medic is such a huge deal. Yeah, sorry, to be precise with my explanation. So Plushie Tailor as a combo is generally Plushie the first turn.
Hello?
And oh my god!
7 and 8 is 15. It's 1 off lethal, right?
It is 1 off
It's
lethal,
actually
yeah.
worse than that because he's under a neophyte. But
Neophyte,
sure.
yeah, can't get it all through. But yeah, so Plushie and Outfit Tailor as a combo is generally what you see here, of Plushie coming down first, and then the 1 mana Plushie can get used with the Outfit Tailor to create 2 big heals over the course of 2 different turns. But I think, like this hand, this is again just one of my many criticisms of Insanity Warlock as a deck. This hand just drew Fatigue, 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 Crescendo, 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 but still had to commit Popgar and Crescendo on that last turn, because without doing that, you would be killing yourself. Because you have an also drawn Void Virtuoso and Weapon to go along with all of that, you know, which is, that's a disgusting level of specificity that you need with a deck to be able to make powerful things happen. And so because all of that has happened, that means that this Fizzle hasn't been played on any of those tools, which means now KT's kind of starved.
Kind of, but look at this turn potentially.
Draws 4 with the Eat the Imp here. No minions in play.
Reasonable. But yeah, you are right. I mean, it is starting to run out of stuff. I mean, the Paladin matchup, if you don't draw Conductor, is very, very, very tough, to be fair.
Yeah, which did make me wonder there about the weapon being played prior to the Eat the Imp and Geode combination, because it locked out Conductor from being able to be played off the top if that was one of the draws. Obviously, Conductor hits you for like 40 when you play it, because your fatigue is massive. So you'd be down, you know, below 20 at this point without it, which might just be a little scary with Sandcastle left up on board to a charger.
Yep. Feel like he's fully looking for Pupil. So sort of had that on his mind more. All right, let's fight. There's Pupil. Not taking it. What have I missed?
I was going to ask, hang on, yeah, what's the Pupil for in your mind here?
I want to double encroaching, because that'd be numbers 2 and 3, which is 18 damage. And then barrel them for the other 4.
But what? That's so you draw a Naga. You've got 2 spells in your hand as well, so that doesn't. You can't even activate the Naga, right?
Over 2 or 3 turns, like.
Oh,
because I have
2 or 3
turns.
I was gonna say 2 or 3 turns. Sounds very ambitious here.
Now this does look a lot better. Now I've seen it on the board.
Yeah.
that Protector going to be clutch again?
It's a huge draw, potentially, right? I don't disagree.
Wow.
There's another Painter's Virtue. So presumably just going to be Plushie and Outfit Tailor even?
Yeah, Sandcastle it up.
And then just take some trades, yeah.
Sorry, Sank Azo. The one that said TJ.
Oh, sure, this is better actually. Yeah, you just use the location proc on the Meow, and then you can still theoretically get the Righteous Protector down. Actually, gonna go both. Mega heal, full Reno,
And push some.
Oh, okay. Just be aggressive instead. Sure.
12 to face leaves 13.
Mm-hmm. End of
You know
counting.
what I would like about now, because I'd have been dead with my play, by the way, just to be clear. But what I would like about now would be the other encroaching.
Right, but so, like, again, not even humouring the idea of you'd be dead right now. So the second encroaching does 5 plus 6, right, which is 11
yeah.
damage. The Conductor put 12 damage on board,
Exactly.
so you're already behind.
Is there any way he could trade these out? There's too much stuff down there, isn't there?
With 2 dominoes as well, I mean, yes, you can stay alive. There's certainly lines here with double domino and trades that will get you out of this to the point where you live on board, but you're dying to fatigue at that point, right? Like, you're just out of
You've
stuff.
got a photographer if you're going to do a clear here, which isn't... Yeah, I don't think you can. I'm just saying, if you're going to stay alive here, you have to photographer to have enough in your deck to actually be able to win or draw with.
Yeah.
A draw
But
would make him progress to the next round, by the way. Both players would.
That's true. That is true. Yep, it's a great thing to shout out.
You win this time.
Yep, just didn't get there. Very, very close, I think. Yeah, I think Maxi's sigh of relief there knows it as well. That's not a matchup that he could possibly lose. No matchup is a matchup he can possibly lose at this point after letting the Death Knight through. But I think he saw how close that was going to get with that opening aggression into all of the crescendos built up and then the Popgar crescendo coming down. But yeah, just about able to find the way out with the piecemeal healing from the cats, the outfit tailor, the sandcastle came in incredibly clutch on the turn that it was drawn as well. And particularly that 2/2 Righteous Protector on the turn where the Painter's Virtue came down.
Yes.
Absolutely carrying the game.
Yep, it was over if that didn't come down. Right, if there's no taunt there, it was just going to be the usual thing you see, we all know and love, just crescendo, pew pew, and it's all over. But the 5/5 just couldn't get through because of it. Right, so it's going to be the mirror right now for the final game.
Yeah, mirroring classes, mirroring archetypes, slightly different builds of the deck, but this is what it's going to come down to. And yeah, I mean, this has been the struggle point, right? Like, certainly you can throw back at me, okay, you were wrong about the Death Knight. The Death Knight got out of the series, right? But the Death Knight got out of the series by beating Warlock, which is the other deck I've been criticizing all tournament. And now we're back down to a Warlock mirror as the 2 decks that haven't been able to win for the entire series.
When you and Ray were talking about fighting game stuff yesterday, you didn't mention this matchup, did you? When no one dares play their insanity in case it makes the other player's insanity better and they win the game because of it.
Yeah, that actually is like a good explanation of... Well, so here's the thing. Like, in footsie, so like footsie, you could be scared of like throwing out a button in case you get whiff punished, but that would be like... That'd be bad in that sense. Like, you have to be brave enough to throw out buttons to force your opponents to react and do things. Whereas in this matchup, being scared to throw out fatigue cards to not ramp up also your opponent's fatigue is actually correct a lot of the time. So it's kind of the same thing with the opposite lesson, I suppose, as footsies in fighting game. Yeah.
Okay. I tried.
No, it was good. I enjoyed it. No, it was good. I like it. It was a good talking point. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm getting better at this already. I've only been in this 10 years.
It's a long, long journey to mediocrity.
I'm loving it. Already difficult decisions here. I was going to say at the start, by the way, I think that fractionally in the mirror, I'd rather have Maxi's deck. A little bit more pressure early, and you get the Symphony, which is quite a lot if the other player doesn't win the game, like with the regular stuff. Symphony can just turn it around. Against that, Reverberations is kind of a miss in this matchup.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a lot at all.
I was going to ask to follow that up, like, is there actually any practical usage of Reverb in this matchup? Not really, right?
Copy your own 6/6 taunt that you got from Symphony and hit them with it. I don't know, because it dies. Who knows? No, there's nothing. There is literally nothing. Maybe there's a pop guard cheat you can do. It'll be very specific with pop guards and snapshots, where you get multiple.
Yeah, you could potentially spend 3 mana to save 4 mana if you have an extra pop guard in a snapshot, right? Theoretically, that can happen. Yeah, okay.
Great.
But even then, the snapshot's not in the deck because you've cut it for reverb, so even that doesn't work.
Oh yeah, so it really is hopeless. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work in the mirror. I mean, it's 3 mana killer thing if you trade a 1/1 into it. Yeah, great. Meanwhile, while that's all going on, these two are playing incredibly quickly, considering this is a matchup that does require, key numbers a lot of the time. You need to have your finger on the pulse of exactly how much your fatigue is going to do,
yeah,
how much their stuff's going to do.
Oh, the poppers has been drawn though.
Yeah,
El Popo.
With Crescendo and Pupil in hand, and also with that Symphony in hand, which is a big deal.
So Maxi considering Coin Symphony to look for, say, 6 Lifesteal or 6/6 Taunt, I think would be the big ones there, and then potentially try and leverage that into the lethal next turn.
Yeah, next turn, lol. Like, he's got a next turn. He doesn't know he's got a next turn, but he's going to have one.
Yeah, it's a ton of damage potential, right? KT's just played 2 fatigue, so encroaching here would... Oh, sorry, MaxiBon has just also played 2 fatigue.
Right.
So encroaching would be 3 and 4 to him, which would mean only 2 extra damage would be required. Yeah.
Crescendo Trog would also be a chunk.
Just going to domino and push, but that means it's big heal time for Maxi. Maxi nods. Knows he gets the big heal here.
Yep. Crescendo goes into the Pupil. But the big heal's the important thing. Because that buys him time for that Symphony. Because both these players have got nothing doing, really.
Nope.
KT's Trog is there. Eventually that Pupil's going to be there. Another weird quirk about this matchup is you really don't like to tradable your Snake Oil very often. You're quite
because it's
stuck in a situation where you have to play it. Yeah.
Because it's a cheap activator for the Trog, you mean?
No, it's a card you have to play to put the 3rd spell in the Pupil.
Sorry, yeah, I said Trog and meant Pupil. Yeah, yes, we were saying the same thing. I just used stupid brain words.
And that's kind of it.
That is kind of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Which I feel like sums up my attitude towards Insanity Warlock quite nicely.
What, that's kind of it?
Yeah.
So KT knows about the slime. He doesn't know about the Pupil, obviously, so this is all kind of moot anyway. But curious to see how he goes about trying to win with that knowledge in mind.
Almost out of time. A symphony of dark.
Just going to have to hit the Trog of all times. And does not do so, and that means that this Pupil is going to come down pick your poison, play a crescendo, ship the damage to face. Maxi does it the long way. Maybe a little bit more of an uphill struggle than we would have expected, and you see the immediate nervous energy come flying out of him, but he does get there. He gets one step closer, and just out of shot to your right, the boy, MaxiBon, has made it through to the semi-finals. One step closer to that World Championship spot.
Yeah, one step away. First time of asking as well. We haven't seen MaxiBon in any of these tournaments. He's just shot to... He said he played one and fell asleep or something in the past?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he first time of asking really in actual competitive play, and he has made it through to that semi-finals, and yeah, he's looking a little bit nervous now. I was going to say how calm he'd been all tournament, but I think he thought he'd lost that not once but twice. Like, he had to go to an incredibly low health total on that turn 4 and read the situation of, okay, well, if I'm dead, I'm dead. There's no point fighting it. I'm just going to set up to win. If I'm not dead, I will win the game.
Yeah, Insanity Crescendo would have exploded him on that turn, even after the turn where he lived and then went in with his own Popgar. He probably then loses if the opponent also has Popgar Crescendo on that turn, because the opponent would then have the advantage of being able to fizzle and go for a long game, with both players kind of reset back to 0 at that point. So a lot of things did end up having to go Maxi's way in order to get over the line in the end, but did just about get there.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's getting to show off his skill set again. One of my favourite things about, you know, saying what Hearthstone players do, that he's good, that he's better than other players, is I'm just going to take the chance here that I don't die from 12. And sometimes they die from 12 and everyone goes, ha ha, idiot, you died from 12. But guess what? They were losing that game anyway.
Yeah, so now you see we are lining up a pretty exciting semi-final of MCBanterFace versus MaxiBon. That is going to be one to watch for sure. Arguably the form players in their respective regions right now looking pretty solid. We've got a pretty exciting lower bracket, or lower side of the bracket, to round out those semi-finals as well. And I think we are now starting to officially see the lineups really rise. KT's Death Knight did do very well getting out of that, and I do specifically want to call out that Cold Feet literally won that game in the spot where very few other cards were going to do so. So shout out to KT. You know, it's not a criticism to say that I'm not as big a fan of his lineup as I am of other players. Like, he is here because he played better and had a better lineup than the players that were in his group. You know, like that's all you can do at that point. And particularly, you can have reads, right, where sometimes your group is a little pocket meta, and you know things about people in your group that make you do specific things, where you say, okay, I might not end up with the best lineup in the tournament, but if I have a lineup that gets me out of this group with like 70% win rate or whatever, that puts me in a better position to win the tournament than it would having a worse lineup for that group that's a stronger lineup once I get out, right? Because you have to be in it to win it in the first place. So that's absolutely a thing that you can prep for. I think KT on the board played the games and navigated the games pretty well. I was quite impressed with his actual, mechanical organization and strategic organization of how he played the games. Just not the biggest fan of the lineups, but honestly, very few of the lineups in this tournament have fully passed the Sottle test, which is why we're hard rooting for Gyu in the next game coming up.
Yeah, the next game will be coming up in just a moment. We've had enough of me waffling on, though, so let's get rid of me off the screen, and instead we'll put up a couple of moments of adverts, and then we'll just come straight back with that next quarterfinal. See you in 3.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are getting ready for another top 8 series, and to bring you through that action is myself, Don, joined by TJ. How you doing, TJ? You ready for this?
I am ready, yeah. We have a Warlockless matchup coming up in our next quarterfinal, which I think the talk of the day, and Sada will say the talk of the weekend because he was saying it early on. Seems like Insanity Warlock is struggling in a lot of matchups, and players are digging for wins in the mirror. Even McBanterFace in the interview earlier said, yeah, it's probably going to come down to who wins the Warlock mirror. We're approaching this the same way. So now we have no Warlocks and a pretty similar lineups here for you and Mari, with the one difference being the Druid Archetype.
Yeah, which is really interesting. Mari, the only player to bring Highlander Druid. So really interesting there, but we are going to see that on the other side. But first, taking a look at Gyu's hand buff Paladin. Pretty standard, typical list, I think, that we've been seeing across the weekend. Only one Razor scale in this list. And as far as I see, no neophytes, though. So a little bit less kind of teched, but instead has the Customs Enforcer.
Yeah, Customs Enforcer in a lot of instances kind of fits the same bill as the Razor Scale and the Cold Neophyte. It's still disruption, largely, you know, when you're looking at decks that have a lot of generation in terms of spells. Customs Enforcer ends up being even better than Neophyte in a lot of instances. So I like the choice, and differing bans as well. Coming into this series, which is kind of cool. Gyu opted to leave the Rogue up on the side of Mari and ban the Priest, which I think is a pretty good option. One, because not a lot of players have been tested on the Rogue so far this weekend, and because two, Priest has been tearing up any board-based decks, and Gyu's got a couple of them with both Paladin and Druid in the lineup, and the Ramp Druid in the lineup. So I'm kind of liking this choice, but we're going to start things off with Paladin versus Highlander Druid. And this one should be interesting because Highlander Druid actually has a ton of tools as long as they can hit the ramp in order to deal with boards later on in the game.
Yeah, and we're going to find out here in 1 second if he's able to find any of that ramp. We did see that a little bit on day one, the ramp into late game stuff, but even without the ramp, there can be options and sometimes just some early tempo that can take the games. But I'm not sure if this Paladin matchup is the one that is likely to create a lot of tempo in the game, but maybe it's something that Mari's going to try to find just to contest the board as early as possible.
Yeah, Cactus Construct. All right, we got Splish Splash Whelp, Chia Drake, off to a good start. Puppet Master is always nice. Is that a Cactus Construct off the top?
It
oh
is.
My god, that curve is disgusting.
All right, so the
Rolling Stone.
Yeah, injured Tolvir, Rolling Stone, just for additional board presence, something to contest the board a little bit early with the rush, impacts the board immediately. And with that Cactus Construct, as you said, this fills in the curve so nicely, not only creating something to do on turn 1, but also something to do on turn 2 now with the Rolling Stone.
Yeah, and one of the best 2-drops in the game after following it up with a 1 in the Rolling Stone. So going to be able to just keep the tempo rolling. Finds the Gorgon Zormu also. Mari's the board deck in this game. This is going to give him tons of room to maneuver as we move forward.
Just go Splish Splash Whelp potentially here on turn 3, but there is Gorgon Zormu, and now the Tortollan picked up, which does create a taunt on the board and draws more minions if it dies.
Yeah, this also protects the potentially opens up Puppet Master play. Skipping the ramp is not a huge deal for Mari because it's not really ramping into anything in particular. with double 4s in hand. So this just gives Mari plenty of things to do. Knows that Muscletron being forged last turn is probably the likely play from Q, which it is. And now has the option to just drop Puppet Master if he feels like he's in a safe spot, which Puppet Master behind this Tortolin can give you, like, you know, double Phi.
Yeah. There was, on day one, quite a bit of extra value and some really large minions that did get copied with the Puppet Master Dorian. So it'd be really interesting to see if Mari can pull that off again. I think one of the ideal pickups is the turn 5 Summer Flower Child to follow things up, but does draw into the Ziliax's turn, so not going to find any copies of Ziliax off of the Puppet Master, but the Puppet Master is coming down here. And on the previous turn from Gyu, just a very large mech coming out as a 5/7 taunt. Very difficult for Mari to answer on the board right now.
This does give Mari the option to pre-trade the 1/5. That doesn't make sense. I was thinking, like, oh, if you think the Puppet Master is going to die next turn, but it's going to die for sure if you trade the 1/5. And there's no way to have, like, multiple rushers now after seeing this mech that could be buffed to get through it and kill the Puppet Master before you draw. And there's nothing to bypass the taunt to get to the Puppet Master anyway. So just deciding on whether or not to trade down the small minions on the board in order to make room.
Oh,
Just barely off killing the Puppet Master.
that Tigress plushie only at 5 attack, but the Painter's Virtue was just drawn on curve, so that is an option just to allow at least one turn with the Puppet Master on the board, just start buffing some things and take it out the following turn. Looks like that's what Yu is going to go for here.
All right. Infinite mana.
So many dragons.
Yeah. You can go Splish Splash Whelp, Desert Nest Matron, then Chia Drake, Second Nest Matron, then Gorgon Zormu.
Yeah.
Could even swipe at the end. To clear this off.
Sure.
Instead of going for the Chia Drake. But there's taunts in the way.
Yeah. Just again, keeping it protected. Crystal Cluster picked up here. It's an interesting one that we don't see very often, but again, because this is a Highlander Druid, there's definitely a handful of cards in the list that we don't typically see. And that's just going to help create potentially even more taunts in a couple of turns. Nope. Tigress plushie can come down at this point along with the miniaturized Tigress plushie, so that can help clear out some of these taunts, and you can still clear off the Puppet Master Dorian. Just a matter of how he wants to sequence the turn here, which order he wants to play things in, if he wants to get a buff on the Tigress plushie mini, or if he wants to play something like the South Sea Deckhand or the Righteous Protector instead.
Yeah, just going for max stats I think is good. Ooh. Okay, Reno picked up. So that's going to be pretty big deal as we move forward here. Because not only will it clear a massive board for hand buff paladin, but it'll also limit them to a minimal amount of stats on the turn after.
Yeah.
Which is a big boon.
And we don't see it in hand at this point, but also significantly, the Reno could remove the Sandkazel. Did I say that correctly, TJ? We got it?
Yeah.
We got it? Okay. All right. Just had to make sure. But it could remove that if that became a location as well. I mean, it's not in hand at the moment, but there's still multiple turns before the Reno could come out anyways. So lots of options there, but what are the options for this current turn? I guess it's just Chia Drake and to draw, see what you find.
Yeah, and then ramp to the Reno. I think this makes a lot of sense. Because Mario also has refill with the cheese, which is aging quite nicely in the hand at the moment. So it's not like there's no follow-up. Ziliax as well is could end up being massive. And Gyu has to now, with Mario being at 10 mana, think about what Reno means and try and plan the turns accordingly. Because a lot of hand buffs have already happened now, and like double charge has not been in the hand, or Sank Azel has not been in the hand. The damage from hand will be limited, unless we hit Magatha into Sank Azel, Leroy, Muscletron, and you can restart with the buffs, but that's a long time from now.
Yeah. So at this point, how many trades does Gyu have to make here? Is it just trading everything, or what's the point when Gyu has to kind of switch gears and just start pushing face because of this potential of all of these large minions coming out now because of Mari's ramping the turn before?
Yeah, I think just a couple trades just to get some minions off the board, and then apply enough pressure to where Mari kind of feels forced to go for a big removal if he has it. Ziliax seems to line up fine against this board. You can clear off the taunt plus the 7/6, and then trade the Gorgonzormu into the South Sea Deckhand, which brings him back up to full health and gives him a pretty big board lead.
Yeah, and significantly saves the Reno as well. Didn't have to commit the Reno there. Now Gyu has to make the decision if that Amethyst is going to come down this turn, or if this has to be some sort of Tigress plushie outfit tailor combo to try to clear off these Ziliax minions from the board. I like the Amethyst.
Yeah, it's big, and it provides a real issue for Mario with just big minions on board. Very tough to get through the Amethyst.
Cease your quarrel at once.
It's just going to come out and set those Ziliax to 2/2s, but now the Reno coming down, clearing off that Razor Scale and the Amethyst, and creating that one board space that you talked about earlier now for Gyu. So no potential for even this Ziliax that was just drawn to come out and create that copy. No potential for some sort of rush minions, and Leroy, an outfit trader, just has to play out the customs enforcer, and it's not even buffed.
Nope, and there's cheese on the other side.
Or just Marin.
Yeah, the customs enforcer makes Marin a... Well... Yeah, you can't use the...
No. Could
the
go
thing
for
you get
it.
off the Marin.
Yeah, could just go for the body though, but a Phi plus the hero power, or even just Grifta this turn. Unless he really wants to commit.
5 plus cheese.
Yeah,
They're
just go
fives.
for the board.
Oh, the 3/3 is a little awkward because big effects on the minions in hand, but to be honest, it doesn't even feel like they're gonna... that 3/3 is gonna even be killed.
Yeah, does it even
just
matter at
nothing
this
to do.
point? I
Yeah.
think just the bodies are good enough.
Yep.
And this is not a list that is running any sort of ECT and board removal from Gyu. So we are going to see Gyu just give it up, say, I have no answer for that big board. That is the end of game 1. So Mari's going to take the lead in this match here, going up 1-0.
Yeah, very nicely done. And I mean, it feels like every time we've seen Mari on the Highlander Druid so far this tournament, it's been the nuts. Like, it's just so good. They have so many options. Like, obviously, you know, yeah, the lower consistency in the deck with not running 2-ofs means that you have less chance to hit the ramp, but you just put in some extra ramp that isn't always played, like the Crystal Cluster there, which ended up being pretty huge to get to those power turns faster and not allow you to run away with the game. And then you have extra removal. You know, you're not reliant just on Yogg like you are in the normal ramp druid. You also have the Reno to be able to clear even bigger boards and limit your opponent's ability to reload on the following turn. So I'm liking this deck.
Yeah, and there seemed to be a decent amount of draw as well, which I think just continues to keep the deck going, which I've been really impressed by as well. But
yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the second game coming up here. It's going to be Mari on his hand buff Paladin versus Gyu switching over to the Priest here. This is a matchup that we've seen several times already over the course of this weekend, but how do you feel about this matchup in particular, TJ?
Yeah, as long as the boards don't get too big and too out of control, Priests can usually find a way to deal with things, and oftentimes they can take tempo early because Paladin's not playing big minions super early on into the game. They're usually ramping up their minions as they go. They don't have like this powerful one drop into a buffer 2. It's like, yeah, sometimes they have a drone on 1, but it's a 1/2, and then they want to play like Instrument Tech or Grime Street Outfitter on 2. So if you just go Clergy into Powered Synchronize, you're ahead, and it's just a matter of finding your hauler and continuously finding ways to clear the board. But both players decent openings. Festival Security can be very good, especially if you can get it buffed up. It's a nice way to clear the board. And Gyu has both hauler and Love Everlasting, and a Clergy on 1, which not on the play, so does have to think about this, and no Powered Synchronize. So the payoff may not be there for dropping this Clergy on turn 1. It's going to be some thought, but nah, just play it.
Just play it. And this could be a game that we actually see Gyu make a coin play for turn 2 if there's not something else picked up here. But now Mari has to decide, is this just going to be the Grime Street Outfitter and buff up that Festival Security that you were talking about? Or is this actually just going to be a Gold Panner and get a little bit more draw? Take things a little bit slower. I'm just going to go for the buff. Creation Protocol picked up for Gyu here. Is this still just coin into Holler?
I think the Holler might be too important. If I'm coining here, maybe it's for Love Everlasting.
Sure.
Could just draw a card,
Set up
though.
that Creation Protocol. Yeah.
But Coin Hauler doesn't have too many punishes. But there's enough in the deck to where you don't want to leave that vulnerable, because that's your way to come back in the game. But actually, it's just going to be Coin Holy Nova, which is double. It's draw a card and clean up the board on the other side. So I like this. And now it's just going to be Customs Enforcer, which is not going to have too much use, particularly in the early game. But it is just a big body to put in the way, and I don't think this warrants just a Festival Secured right away. So, are going to see the Love Everlasting now. And now we have a lot of options for Gyu moving forward. The Injured Hauler is officially online with the Spring Water being able to use next turn, but probably going to have to look for a much larger board clear. Because these minions are already starting to get up there in power.
Yeah, and I think that was another reason why you just went ahead and coined that Holy Nova, just to clear one minion, because it wasn't going to get any better from that point. It was just going to start to lose a lot of value. So it seemed like a good option at that time. There is a Rest in Peace picked up here, which is pretty significant with the Hauler that could be coming down here. Still a few turns away from the Almond Duel at this point, but I do kind of like setting up the Hauler.
Not really much else going on, to be honest.
Yeah, there is the potential of just starting with the Creation Protocol and seeing what else you could find instead.
Yeah.
What is he looking for at that point if he goes for it? Second Hauler?
I need to find a new gig.
Nope, we are going to see that Hauler into Springwater plus the Flash Heal to clear up 2/3 of the board. Still leaves the Customs Enforcer at 1 health. There's not a ton of other buffs happening for Mari here.
Yeah, we could just end up seeing Outfit Tailor and like Audio Medic. It's not the best, but it does allow like a value trade over the Hauler, and it's important to get out of the way. The problem for Mari is the hand buffs are just not there. There's no instrument tech, there's no weapon, there's no Grime Street, Muscleatron. There's just not much else going on in the hand. So just trying to fight back for board early using these resources that could end up being used for hand buffs later on is rough. So uses the least amount of minions, I suppose, keeping the most amount of hand buffs in hand.
Yeah,
and now we're going to see the Creation Protocol come out, and there's really not a threatening board on the side of Mari, and nothing that has indicated to Gyu that there's going to be a threatening board moving forward.
The Adonis, Hauler, or Hidden Gem. It's a bit of a tough choice. I do really like Mari's last turn, though. I was going to suggest that the hauler did get cleared by just Tiger Plushie plus the mini, which now means if there is something like just Rest in Peace on the other side, that then the Audio Medic and Outfit Tailor can come out after that.
Ooh, Festival Security is going to be real big here. Customs Enforcer and maybe the smaller Festival Security seems like a great disruption play because Mari knows that there's a bottled spring water in hand.
Right.
And the second hidden gem, because that was the copy. So now this is an issue for Gyu. The board is not big, but Gyu's not making any progress, really. And that bottled spring water will go back up because it did not start in the deck, so the Customs Enforcer effect is just the Love Everlasting right now. So, like, you could say Rest in Peace and then Hidden Gem and then Bottled Spring, but it just doesn't work out. You could go Rest in Peace, Hidden Gem, Clergy, but that doesn't feel great either because you're just clearing off the two plushes. You're not really making too much of a dent in anything else.
I mean, is that still just something that you might want to do here anyways, though? Just clear up some of this board while it's a little bit smaller while you can with the hauler. Next turn is Amanthul. So if there is something that has been buffed, because there are a couple of minions that have been sitting in hand. We know they're minions, but a couple of cards that have been sitting in hand, which assumably are minions, as weapons or something else would have been already played at this point. But yeah, Gyu just actually going to set up this hauler and the Clergy Hidden Gem, as you mentioned, going to clear off half the board.
Yeah.
Now Painter's Virtue coming into hand.
Yeah, so now we can start buffing up. I'm a little bit worried about as we get towards this late game because Gyu has Amanthul and the Power Chord Synchronize next turn. And then another Amanthul, so can just kind of keep that rolling for a while. And kind of had to go for this play last turn because wanted to keep that Love Everlasting active. And there was no real other way unless you're wasting a spell to try and get this done.
Yeah.
And now this puts some pressure on Mari to actually have to answer the stuff that's on the board.
The buffed up second Customs Enforcer gonna make a value trade. And the second, now I'm blanking on the name of the card. The taunt.
Customs Enforcer? Festival Security?
Festival Security. But yeah, the Amanthul coming down. Just gonna remove two of these.
Yeah, he really does not want these Customs Enforcer to be around. Ooh, Reska is big, though. It's still expensive. Okay, it's down to 7 still.
Yeah.
That's fine. But having that second Amanthul, and now it can actually be played for 7 next turn because got rid of the Customs Enforcers. It would have been 9 and not able to be played. So now Gyu has a ton of options moving forward to deal with these big boards. This is turned out to be a pretty good situation for him.
Yeah. I think really, really good recognition from Gyu, just seeing that there wasn't really a lot of buffs going on, just trying to manage the smaller boards and set up for exactly this Amanthul a little bit later in the game. Now the question is, what does Mari do in this case? There's not really anything that can interact with the board immediately. So a little bit difficult to deal with the Titan that's currently on board unless Mari wants to just commit the outfit Taylor at this point now, which means it's not going to be available for potential damage pushes later. Just has to go for it though.
Yeah, the buffs worked out slightly awkwardly. If Outfit Taylor or Audio Medic had one more buff on them, could have just used the weapon to hit the Amanthul and then kept the 4-1 alive. But now are we going to see the second Amanthul?
Yeah. And I love the choice by Gyu to actually remove the gold panner and leave a little bit more stats on board with the 5/5 Outfit Taylor. Just removing the option for Mari to draw any more cards. And another power chord synchronize.
And the Freya. So I actually can get another Reska and another Amanthul if he so wants. This is an insane amount of value. And this Amanthul is not going anywhere. Yeah, Mari realizes nothing I can do. I'm going to scoop out of this one, and Gyu gets the win with the Priest. Ties it up to series 1-1.
Yeah, and so far, really interesting games. I feel like we've seen the hand buff Paladin on both sides just seem to really struggle. We've talked about the fact that neither of these players have Warlock, which has kind of been the deck that a lot of us have been signaling as kind of the weakest deck, and even Banter in his interview earlier mentioned it as kind of like the weakest link of the lineups. But and the Paladins have really seemed to start struggling now in these last couple of games here. But also I think that's partly just because when you get to playing players of this caliber, they know how to play these matchups. They know the win conditions. They know when to make different pushes. They recognize when a deck is not performing at its peak. And I think we saw that a lot in this second game, especially as we see the replay.
Navigated that the best he could, but unfortunately just not enough at the end. And now we have still the hand buff Paladins on both sides, Druid for Gyu and Rogue for Mari. Yeah. And I am curious to see, I don't think we've gotten to see Mari on the Rogue just yet, and it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see this. Going to go with the Paladin again, and this time Gyu is going to go with the Druid. So we saw this matchup swapped in the first game, though Mari had the Highlander Druid, which honestly may even be better, so assuming you hit the ramp. Because you do have more options early on. You have less ability to hit ramp, but more options early on for tempo, and then more options late game for removal. So we'll see what happens.
And Gyu going to full mulligan here. Throw back the gem tosser. Throw back all of the cards. Just says, I need something different than these. I need that ramp. Mari does have the instrument tech to start with, and Ziliax. Interesting keep in the mulligan.
Yeah, I like the Ziliax keep because it's a must remove. It's incredibly threatening in that mid stage of the game. It's usually around the turns where Druid is weaker, unless they hit the nuts ramp. Druid's usually just trying to put minions in the way in those early games. It's also the turn that they want to do kind of setup plays with like Sleep Under the Stars or Marn, that kind of thing. So just slapping a Ziliax on board can be super beneficial.
Yeah, and I think especially with the coin, could just potentially coin into it on turn 5. Could go for the coin Magatha if Mari really wanted to as well. But with the instrument tech and the Painter's Virtue setup, I feel like just going into a coin Ziliax puts even more pressure on the Druid, especially with seeing 2 hero powers in a row on turn 2 and turn 3. It's definitely signaling there is no ramp to be had for Gyu.
Yeah. Gyu does have some version of ramp with both Innervate and Flower Child in hand, so that can act as ramp and trying to get your big cards out a little bit earlier. Like next turn is Nest Matron, Chia Drake, and then you roll that into Flower Child, and then you hit Marin on 6. If that's one of the discounted card, which is more likely with the Ziliax already being in hand.
Yeah.
And now it's about how slow Mario wants to take it. You could just play out a Muscletron here, or you could forge and like play a drone to kind of take it a little bit slower. Go for like that big push. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna try and go a little bit faster.
I'm gonna coin out the Righteous Protector. A little bit of a decision there between the Drone Deconstructor or Righteous Protector, but opted for the Righteous Protector there. If there is going to be something like Gem Tosser or even another hero power at this point, just a little speed bump in the way.
Stay alert, my children. Danger.
We are going to see that Nest Matron come down for Gyu. Could use the Innervate, do a hero power Innervate and swipe, or the Gem Tosser.
I think I just like keeping it simple.
I agree. The Toy Captain Tarim picked up. With the buffs, that can create some really difficult minions for Gyu to deal with.
Oh, Fi picked up,
Ooh.
which means there's only no, there's, I was gonna say you can get Doomkins, Marin, Sleep Under the Stars. It's double Sleep Under the Stars. That's not what he wanted to see at all. Wanted Yogg or Marin.
Yeah. Is there potential for just innervating into the Chia Drake mini so that Fi is active next turn?
You could always just do that next turn, if need be.
Could.
And you may want to hold on to it in case you want spell damage for a swipe, if that's a better clear.
That's fair. Well, here for Mari, this is just going to be a hit with the Painter's Virtue and Toy Captain Tarim. Just buff up the board as much as possible, get these large minions going, and start sending everything to Gyu's face, putting him down to 19. But these 5/9s, a little bit more difficult for Gyu to deal with at the moment. There's the Marin. Not till next turn, though. Wasn't discounted.
I think it might just be Marin anyway.
Could just use the Innervate now for the Marin.
It might even be worth it to, yeah, funnily enough, just use one of these Sleep Under the Stars for armor and just refresh and then innervate out the Marin just to empty hand space.
Sure. Could also potentially want to save the Innervate for the Ziliax. It's still looking a couple ahead of, a couple turns ahead. Nope, gonna use it now. The swipe coming down first. Then gonna use it for the Gem Tosser. just try to clear off as much of this board as possible. Marin or the Fi can come down next turn. A lot kind of just take it a little bit slower. Just save it till next turn. You can do this same things in the following turn.
Yeah, I think if Gu was able to see the hand, he probably would have went with Marin just because has no answer to the Ziliax.
Yeah.
However, Mari is worried about the Ziliax because Mari saw Gu draw 2 discounted cards from the Flower Child and go through great lengths to get the Wild Growth to get to exactly 8 mana on that last turn, which would indicate that Yogg-Saron is incoming. Because he didn't play any discounted cards, so that he might be worried about it. But I think at this point, you just do it anyway. Like, you force them to have it. And to be honest, it's not even a clear with Ziliax or with Yogg, because the first Ziliax could hit the 5/7, and the second Ziliax hits the other Ziliax and lives. So you'd be left with a lethal on board unless the spells from Yogg-Saron killed it. So Mari just says, all right, gonna do it anyway. And now I don't think there's a way out for Gu.
Yeah. It's looking pretty dire at this point. Start with Sleep Under the Stars and draw.
Oh, wait.
Does find...
Double refresh, innervate, Yogg-Saron. Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
Getting a little bit of armor with the second Sleep Under the Stars. Here's the refresh, is innervate into the Yogg.
Yogg takes a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he got the
it
animation
off.
in.
Shadow Step? Oh my gosh! In a consecration, it cleared it! No way! No way!
Wow.
It Shadow Stepped the Yogg and then killed the A2. That is insane.
That was the most amazing Yogg I've ever seen.
Gu is pumped. He is breathing heavy right now. He's Yogg's greatest fan right at this moment.
Like, Yogg understood the assignment. You almost have to, like, take a breath and take a drink there to calm down a little bit after that. I mean, I don't blame him.
Okay, it's not over yet. Still a giant hand of minions here for Mari. A 9/9 Magatech coming onto the board, hand being refilled. That's a 5/5 drone deconstructor. It's a full hand, but that's still 17 power being represented. And not even a clear guaranteed with Yogg.
Yeah, I was going to say the break points are a little obnoxious here for the Yogg-Saron clear.
Like if Magatha goes into the Righteous Protector, then the drone goes into Righteous Protector. Then you're left with still the Magatha and the drone on the board. It's basically a 50-50 clear at that point.
is you just want to go for stealing the Magatha? Or just go for Ziliax? I think saving the Yogg-Saron next turn for Yogg and Gem Tosser potential as well. Which is not something that you can normally say, but because of that Shadow Step, that Yogg is discounted to 7.
I want to see Customs Enforcer come down here just to block possibilities of Marin. Tarm into Painter's Virtue is very good. Nice clean trade.
Yeah. Lots of buffs coming out here now. The other Deconstructor picks up the Rush Spark Bots.
Yeah, I think this has to be Marin turn. I don't think he can really be worried about... I guess you could go Fi again. But at this point, there's bound to be a Customs Enforcer, and then Marin gets shut off. With all these hand buffs, he's got to be worried about, you know, that potential charge damage, but that could always be there. And a lot of the higher buffed minions are gone now, except for that one Muscleatron that's over there to the far left. Festival Security might be pretty beefed too. But at this point, you could go Marin into 1 and then hit like A&R, and then you can even Fi afterwards. Actually, isn't it? Go for the Yogg. Okay. Just take it.
Sure. Food fight. Sure, and the Gem Tosser coming down here. Didn't clear
terrible.
a single minion. Not that it's a ton of damage on the board with just 2 2/1s there, plus the little lobster pots at 0 attack. But as you were talking about the potential of like Leroy or Celsi Deckhand to come out here after all these buffs, even the little bit of damage on the board is potentially scary. Muscleatron is an 8/10. Festival Security, not as buffed. 5/8. Does clear the Yogg potentially.
You're gonna love the way you look.
Okay. Mari's a full board, and now the outfit tailor onto the food fight minion. It's a lovely 6/9.
Big buffs.
Now just threatening lethal again on the board without even having only 11 cards left in the deck. One of them is Leroy, one of them is Celsi Deckhand. Who even needs the charge and rush minions? Yeah, just get them on board.
I bestow these gifts upon the world.
Top decked A&R.
The virtue of the wild.
Relaxation for all, and all thanks to me.
Basically has to hit Crown here with the wand. I mean, you might even, if that's the case, you might even just go Crown. Yeah. I was gonna say Crown's the only out, so why take it to chance? Just pick it. Taunt, lifesteal.
Taunt Cho'Gall. 2 Cho'Galls on board, 1 in hand. Mari kind of put his head in his hands when that happened.
Yeah, but Gyu's just out of stuff. There's nothing big left in the deck at all.
Let me think.
Just became a puzzle for Mari to figure out how to deal with all of this. Although the Tiger's plushie coming into hand does certainly help. It's not very buffed, but it is something. Sparkbot on the drone deconstructor does get to make a trade into one of those Cho'Galls. And so the board is cleared here, but essentially it was a full heal for Gyu. And as you mentioned, kind of out of stuff now at this point. Is there anything left for Gyu that can help against this board, TJ?
Nope.
Perfect.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Could Fi, then Gift Wrap Whelp, then Gem Tosser, and hope that your Gem Tosser has the perfect hits. Can't Gift Wrap Whelp first because then you wouldn't have the finale active on the Gem Tosser.
Right. Oh. Yeah, it looks like that is what Gyu is going to go for. Feels terrible, but all of the options are kind of terrible at this point. Almost perfect hits.
Aw, Amethyst. All right, that wraps it up. Yeah. The ultimate Yogg.
Yeah.
And still not enough to get Gyu out of this.
No.
I don't know. I felt like that was pretty well played by Gyu, but I don't know if he like deviated from the original game plan. Maybe was worried about Custom Enforcer shutting off the Marin, but felt like really scared to use it early on in the game. Maybe scared of just damage from hand, but that's always going to be a possibility. And I feel like when you're playing Druid against like these big board based decks that can just keep refilling, you have to go for a very definitive swing. You got to high roll a little bit.
Yeah.
And even though he kind of did it at the wrong time. Like you want to get as much resources as possible and then go for I clear their board and I build a board. So that way you're also dealing with the next board. And Gyu kept answering the board in front of him, but never could get the board to stick himself. And I think that's where the Marin plays a big part in getting that out early. While it's not guaranteed, it gives you a shot at that kind of turnaround. But definitely a well-fought game from Mari because just kept spacing out the threats. Was worried for the Yogg, for the Ziliax, and very well should have been because of what happened. But I still agree with that play. He was spacing out his resources well. He wasn't overreacting to anything that Gyu was doing. So now it's just the rogue left for Mari, and it's got 2 chances to find a win.
And I think, as we've talked about a lot, Rogue is one of those decks that is very likely to get a win as long as the player knows how to play it very well. And I suspect that, at least at this point, Mari does. Even if he was a little bit less comfortable than other players on it during day 1, now had a full day in between that first group stage and today to get in even more practice on it if he may have needed that. So very excited to see this. This is, I would say, almost becoming the more standardized list. The couple cards here and there, not that there is a standard list that people have agreed upon is all of the cards, but one Speaker Stomper in here is just a little nod to some tech.
Yeah. Elven Minstrel can be difficult to use, so I like the one of. But yeah, this has been the standard version. And pretty decent opening. Gyu also is in an okay spot with this hand. You kind of get into these situations when you're playing against this rogue where you feel like you need to rush. Which can be the case at times, but if you're building just massive things, you don't need to rush that much, because Rogue's attention is going to be on trying to clear the board, and survive until they can get to that point where they have all of their combo pieces to start popping off. So, ooh, is he going to hit the 2/2? If he hits the 2/2, there's a pretty big punish from Gyu's side with the outfit tailor.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's something else drawn that's better, the outfit tailor could just be played next turn anyways, even if Mari doesn't attack into this.
Oh, that's exactly what Gyu wanted to see.
But it does mean 2 extra damage. Yeah, Magatha picked up.
This is the fastest turn Gyu's ever played.
The dubious purchase does have potential to remove the larger of the minions here.
Yeah.
50-50.
So now in the pupil, we have prep and dubious purchase.
And it did hit the larger minion.
And deafen.
Oh.
So prep, dubious purchase, deafen is this pupil. Which deafen is, I would say, pretty good defensive tool.
Yeah.
To have loaded into that first pupil.
And now getting to coin into the scoundrel here. This is looking incredibly good for Mari. Magatha into Amethyst picked up for Gyu. Not the greatest, although now it's going to be turn 5, but Magatha not doing a little bit. Not doing very much this turn. Just gonna laying out the body and drawing some cards and hope that you're not going to be dead in the next turn or two. Actually get to play some cards. So what does this turn look like for Mari? Just go for the Scoundrel Grifta.
Well, we're still missing...
Still no Sonya.
Sonya.
Right. Could just be something like backstab, breakdance, and play the Grifta or Speaker Stomper. But Speaker Stomper doesn't do a whole lot into the Paladin matchup, but it would just be a body at that point.
Yeah.
But picking up the amulet,
Health amulet.
discount.
My hand is too full.
Ooh, nah, the customs enforcer! Oh no! Oh, you needed that.
Yeah, that being burned away. Oh, this is still looking really rough, I feel like, for Gyu.
Yeah.
Could just go for the South Sea Deckhand Toy Captain Tarim. Is the Toy Captain Tarim even buffed at all? Just once?
Yeah, it got buffed by one weapon attack last turn. Magathed and then attacked, so. Wants to build a big board here. Probably just go wide with everything. Set up for the Amethyst. Yep.
Hey, still
This is a
no
lethal
Sonya.
setup, actually.
Yeah.
If Mari doesn't answer any of this stuff. But we got Deafen, Dubious Purchase, and Prep in here. Okay. There's Step. There's Sonya.
Stefan can still clear something up, but maybe there's something that can be found from Stick Up. Not enough mana. Guess gonna have to Shadow Step. Setting up for next turn.
Yeah, Benevolent Banker could also be decent. It's probably oftentimes better without the quick draw.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Well, you're gonna go ahead and just go for the Sandcastle. Send a bit of damage face and put up a Righteous Protector to try to protect the board a bit.
Yep,
Push
might
as
as well
much
push
damage
max
as
damage
possible.
here.
Yeah. Setting Mari to 8. Here is big turn, potentially.
Got to start moving.
Still, yeah. Still deciding is not great.
This board ain't going to clear itself.
How long can you hold you?
Okay, we'll see what we get from the Grifta, though.
This is treasure. Who could put a price on such powerful artifact? I could.
Take control of an enemy? Sure.
Yep, so this is just going to be a try and build a board kind of turn.
Yeah, which is sometimes how this deck wins. And sometimes it doesn't need the full pop-off with dealing 6. We did see that 1 point earlier, but it's not always necessarily how the game ends.
You want to kill it off. Yeah, there we go. Say, no, you don't want to value trade with that. You're going to give it back.
Okay, still doing actions. The rope is burning.
Steals the Sankazel, gets the breakdance back on the Grifta. Leaves the Sonya vulnerable.
Okay. Well,
Ain't no scoundrels left.
What?
Well, in the hand, and only one breakdance. Tide pool gone, or pupil gone, with not another one drawn. So it looks like we're just going to see the Sonya dealt with, and the Amethyst. He didn't. He's giving away the. Oh no! 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 No!
I am just very confused as to what's going on in these couple of turns. I feel like both players just not playing these last couple of turns as cleanly as they could.
Well, Mari's last turn wasn't terrible. Cleared the board, left the Sonya vulnerable, and knew that it was going to die because of the worst amulet or whatever that was given over. But at least built a board and got like a Sankazel.
Sure. Okay, finds the deal 6, but nope, gonna go for health here. Yeah. I'm still just questioning leaving the Sonya vulnerable in the first place. Okay, well here Ari has a board of some pretty small minions at this point. But Yu seems to be running out of stuff to do.
Yeah, and is gonna die.
Yeah, really has no answer. Okay. Is there any possible way for you to answer this? Buff.
This is just max stats, and it also protects the customs enforcer.
Sure.
Oh, the pupil. Okay.
Tide pool pupil burned.
So Mario's worried about health total because worried that one of the buff minis in hand has just charge damage. So took the amulet, the heal amulet.
Okay. So the Tarslick can come down. Fan of Knives. Clear up some of this. Start to be able to make a couple of trades. Push some more damage. Continue threatening lethal? Sure. And just play the sandcastle too.
Turn down that racket.
I was just thinking about getting biggest body on the board.
He's spending all of his mana. Like,
Sure. I mean,
I don't know
playing
if that's,
sandcastles
I don't know if that's like
could've spent
a
mana
benchmark
too.
we should be looking for here, but
Yeah.
he's doing it.
No, but on the other side, there's really just not a lot going on in Q's hand here. A couple of buffs that really only just buff the buff each other or buff the instrument tech, and these couple of amulets sitting in hand for some healing. A little bit of healing and then damage, because they are the amulets that were given to him. They have some drawback.
Yeah, I don't even want to use these hand buffs right now because I want to save them for the charge. Maybe you can win in fatigue. Because Mari has a bunch of unplayable cards in the hand, essentially, in the point of the game where we are right now.
This treasure ain't fit for a pirate.
And Q's gonna need probably plushie off the top. And
Yeah.
to try and get back in this one with healing. Yeah, I don't like the attack with the sandcastle. I like just keeping it alive here. Get the attack in next turn. What's the draw up the top?
Yeah.
Outfitter.
Outfits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just really am not seeing any way out of this for Gyu.
The victory is yours.
Yeah.
Nope, he
Scoops
doesn't
it up.
either. So that means
Yep.
Mari is victorious, going to take this match 3-1 and going to move into the top 4.
In a very messy last game, all things considered. Kind of just having to deviate from the normal play patterns of the decks.
Yeah.
And Gyu's miss on the Sonya, while big, ended up not really mattering. Because Mari didn't even end up utilizing the Sonya once that was gone. With the dubious purchase being picked up off the top to deal with the Amethyst, there was no need for it. Mari realized, okay, that there's 4 cards in hand. 2 of them are the amulets that I gave him. I can just kind of keep building a board each turn, and there's not really a way Gyu can deal with it. Now that it's good in theory, but you know, if Gyu did pick up a plushie there at the end, that with all those hand buffs, it could have allowed him to reboot his life total back up, and Mari was starting to get into fatigue and nearly out of resources without Grift or a way to generate infinite amulets again. So, but ultimately Mari takes it, and very cool considering he's got the Highlander Druid in the lineup, which has been performing incredibly well over the matches that we've seen from Mari, and knocks out Gyu from the tournament. So
Yeah.
he's going to have to rely on points in order to get that qualification at the World Championship, which he's up there. So
Yeah.
not the worst path in the world, but could have saved him some months of grinding in order to get there. But now Mario's just one match away from a World Championship himself.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of players trying for that world spot, we do still have a couple more players that are trying to get into the top 4 to see if they can progress even further into the bracket and get that spot. So we do have one more top 8 match still to go before we even jump in to the top 4 games. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get into that next top 8 match right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've got guess what? More Hearthstone coming right up. We're going to be jumping straight into the next match. I'm joined by Lorinda, of course, as you can see. And we were all kind of just sat watching that last series with some interesting thoughts on the end of that game. I think, I don't know whether it's potentially pressure getting to players or certain things sort of snowballing and maybe some mistakes stacking up, but it was definitely scrappy, I'll say, towards the end of that last game for both players. But we are going to be moving on to, it's another Rogue versus Paladin to kick it off, but it's Inkuro versus Gamer RVG.
Yeah, Inkuro is on the Giant Rogue as well, so I don't know, it's a bit rude to call it, it has a different purpose, but it's sort of training wheels Rogue. But the big difference here is the positive is you can make 8/8s on like turn 4 on a semi-regular basis. The downside is you have a lot less ways to control the board, so things like Death Knight just might actually just beat you up while you're trying to make an 8/8. Pros and cons of each. Regarding the players, by the way, in Kuru, this is his first top 8 of any kind. He's been close a couple of times before. Gamer is now our most experienced Masters Tour player. He played 20 out of the 21 Open Masters Tours, where you could qualify multiple different ways, and he's played all 5 of the Masters Tours under the new system, for a total of 25, which is ahead of KC, Furyhunter, all those people.
Nice. Well, we did take a quick look at the Paladin build as well. It is, of course, hand buff Paladin, but it is running the sort of quad tech, let's call it. There's a few, as with all the decks in the meta right now, there are no, or at least I feel there are no fixed 30 carders that are completely cemented. This Paladin is running the double Cult Neophyte and the double Razor Scale, so definitely is going to cause, or at least has the opportunity to cause Inkaro some headaches on certain turns of the game. But we did see there that the players have the ability to cause themselves some headaches as well. So we'll see if this one goes a little bit smoother for these two. Who do you like in this matchup in terms of the actual decks, Lorinda? Because it's a bit of a tricky one. Rogue does a lot of fancy stuff, but Paladin just punches people in the face really hard.
I think I like Gamer's lineup slightly more. Honestly, I always do a grid 4x4 with the matchups, each deck versus each deck and what I think the percentages are, etc. But this time I've got so many question marks because the very best players with Rogue, the very best players with Priest are so much better than even the 100th best in the world, let alone the top 1,000 where we often get stats from. It is very hard to say exactly what matchups are, but I think Gamer's in just a slightly better spot here. This particular series, I have to admit, looks like it will come down to who can get their Warlock out of there. The Warlocks are badly positioned with all this going on.
It does feel like that's been the story of the, or at least a bit of the story of the tournament so far, with MCBanterFace mentioning it earlier today in his interview for the first match. But we are ready to go with Game 1. RVG on the bottom there with a pretty decent opening. It could be better, but honestly, one drop into Instrument Tech with Tigress plushie in hand, you're not really too upset as the Paladin, and even a turn 3 to fill as well with that Grime Street Outfitter, so not too bad at all.
Meanwhile, Inkaro has Gaslight Gatekeeper in hand. That's it. That's the analysis.
I mean, it's kind of all you need.
That is the analysis of this deck.
Yep.
Deep and insightful analysis, as always, from me. But seriously, I am joking to some extent, but it is largely the massive win rate card in the deck, because without it, you just can't do your thing, and with it, you do your thing quite easily.
Oh,
so
100%.
Gamer to establish enough pressure to deal with as many 8/8s as possible very early.
Yeah, and I really liked it's only a small thing, but I like the order in here, because you could think, oh, well, Grime Street on turn 2 to then buff the tech to play on turn 3. But the tech is the most important card here to get you that Painter's Virtue. And turn 3, you might draw something else to play on curve, right, for 3 mana. So Gamer RVG did end up playing the Grime Street, of course, and getting the fill turn with turn 3 anyway. But it was just a nice little nod to say, no, that the weapon is one of, if not the most overall impactful card in the whole deck. So I do like, just like I said, just a small thing, but a nice thing from RVG. Now he is set up to start swinging this weapon and has very solid board control.
Yeah, it's funny really. Some of the stronger decks have these 2 or 3 card engines. Priest has the Crusaders on turn 1. The Clergy Crusaders, where's that come from? The Clergy on turn 1, but you need like a funnel cake or something, or a gem to activate it. But these 2 decks have weapon and Gatekeeper, and that's it. That's their engine for the deck. There's plenty more going on besides that. Don't let it be oversimplified here, but that is the large part of what you're trying to do.
Ooh, and there's the fight back on the board already. Everything must go there for 0 from Inkaro. Does have the option of a Shadow Step, but chooses against it. Decides to just hold back, but now Gamer RVG has Weapon Swing, Instrument Tech into the 2/3. And then can have some fun if he wants to drop the plushie, or there's even an option of going, something along the lines of like Gold Panna, Sparkbot Audio Medic, and if he wants to save the plushie for maximum heals if needed a little bit later on. Does go halfway in between them both.
Okay.
Still a pan on a ton of pressure.
Making an 8/8 giant is to hit them in the head, so that if they make an 8/8 giant, they lose.
And there's also the natural benefit, right, where this plan is so much stronger for Gamer because he's just sat with Leroy in hand from turn 1, right? So all these buffs, have been on Leroy the whole game. So the fact that you've just got it sat there means that you're even more invited to just go face, because this Paladin deck often trades, right, and makes like huge value trades with some of these chunky minions, and that's how they get ahead on board. But this aggro strat just works with Leroy sat there waiting in the wings.
So much coming here, though. It's going to be Giant into Breakdance. You can get the Tide Pool, can get the Breakdance in there as well with all the Shadow Steps and Preps. There's no problem filling that up. He's got the Dehydrate to heal a little bit so that he's not just dead to Leroy's. And there's going to be a whole monstrous swing of a turn here. So many Giants, so many Breakdancers.
Yeah, the heal was clutch though, because I think if the board was cleared, that would have just been lethal, right?
Yeah.
With the swing into the Leroy.
9.
Because that would have been 12.
Yes, it would have been.
So the heal was so clutch there. And now I think, what's that, 1 off? Which is still fine, right? You could just clear up some of this, maybe use the Tigress plush and get some... Just get rid of at least one of these 8/8s, push a little bit more to the dome.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out, I would have ended up with another 8/8 in play, but I might have been dead as well, so...
Yeah, that heal literally kept Inkuro alive for this turn alone, but it's not like Gamer doesn't have a good backup plan. This is still a very solid turn. The Neophyte is down as well, so that effect's going to make the turn a little bit more awkward for Inkuro.
Oh my goodness. And it needs to be. If he can survive one more turn...
Well, the Dehydrate's in the Tide Pool, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah,
I planned it out in my head very differently, but I think it was the last card in there, yeah. But then he doesn't have the Breakdance to clear up the whole board. He can still trade and just leave it for 2/2. There's also Sonya things going on.
Yeah, as ever with Rogue at the moment, there's just a lot of stuff going on. Right? I think Rogue and Priest, I guess, are just options, right? Like, that's kind of the decks right now.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well...
slightly fewer options, the combo is slightly less.
Well, the thing to bear in mind as well, from Inkuro's point of view, yes, there's one deckhand in the deck for Gamer, but he's just swung the weapon the second time. So there is only Leroy that reaches, really, right? Unless I'm forgetting something.
No, Leroy... Like you say, no deckhand, so, yeah.
Double razor scale. Little, yep. Game RPG basically just gave motions to my noises of just like, yep, this is a little bit awkward, just out of reach for 2 turns in a row, thanks to that Dehydrate, and now there's another one in hand as well.
Yeah, this is horrible now, though, because, you know, if you can't Leroy them to death, at least hit them with a big plushie and make a scary-looking board. But if you're messing around taking out this Sonya, which you can't leave up, surely, you're taking so much from the Giants, and you have nothing to do. This board, you cannot present a scary board. You know, the Dehydrate's in hand as well.
I think that's the issue as well, because I could get behind, just play stuff and go face, if there wasn't a heal you knew was available, right? So I could get behind it and just say, you know what, I'm going to have to just pull something out of the bag here, but it's just not going to be enough. And the problem is, if you kill the Sonya, you can't kill the Giants. So I guess you just go for the Sonya as the bigger overall threat, even though the stats would not lead you to believe that's the case, and just take at least, what's that, 18 this turn?
Yeah, putting the razor scales down because they will possibly have to be traded into if Inkuro wants to do, you know, some crazy stuff. So they might heal for 16 in some worlds.
I think now, though, there's got to be at least an inkling that there's a Leroy in hand from Inkuro's point of view, because this was not a good turn from Gamer, and the one card that's still not been played is the one card that's been in the hand from turn 1. So...
Absolutely.
You can at least start to make some guesses, right?
Honestly, I get the feeling he's played around Leroy for some time. Those Dehydrates were on a turn where he could have made quite a lot more happen. And he chose to go this way with it, so... I think
it's the stability, right? Like, if he just doesn't... It sounds stupid, but if he just doesn't die, kind of infinite 8/8s will just win the game, right? That's sort of the plan.
Yeah. Yeah,
So as long
yeah,
as he plays it
absolutely.
safe, and again, 19, extremely safe, because there's not been any Giga buffs either. There's been the weapon, and there's been, what is there, a couple of Grime Street outfitters, I think, and that's kind of it.
Yeah,
planet.
he got all of his tech cards, didn't he? He had a neophyte and both
Two
razor
razors.
scales, and you know that is the risk you take when you jam your deck full of tech cards. I'm not saying it's wrong; it's absolutely not wrong in this meta to tech against Rogue and Priest. But sometimes you just draw your tech card too late, and you get hit by 8/8s, and that's what happened there.
Gamer RVG just needed to hydrate a little bit more, because that was what was really standing in the way of that victory. So Inkuro goes to a fairly swift 1-0 victory, getting the Rogue out the way. But again, I would like to just draw back to what we were talking about a little bit at the start of this match, or what you were talking about really, is I feel like, although you never really want to lose, your opponent's Rogue winning a game isn't going to be a huge shock to the system, right? Like, it's a fairly likely outcome, it feels like. And then you can, sort of shift focus onto just beating up on, say, the Insanity Warlock or something like that. But unfortunately for Gamer RVG, he was very, very close there. The Leroy, that sort of setup was perfect. It was just the heal, just putting Inkuro out of reach that was really the big deal there. So, huge first step for Inkuro, just have the Druid and the Warlock left. And Gamer RVG also has the Rogue, Warlock, and but Paladin left as the different options. So yeah, it's gonna be a tricky one, I think, for Gamer RVG. Ooh.
It is, but again, there's the Warlocks and the Warlocks and the Warlocks and the Warlocks, which is today's deck of being picked on. And today I agree with it much more than yesterday. I think yesterday Shamans and DKs were absolutely
Sure.
The decks that weren't getting it done, but they've been basically filtered out now. And now we're down to the Warlocks.
Yeah, we've been basically playing a class battle royale, right? Where the Shamans got knocked out, then the DKs are out, and now it's Warlock seems to be the bottom of that pile. And a few times already, we've seen this happen, and I feel like this matchup makes like the match overall really narrow. In that, when we have a Warlock mirror, and Warlock is generally felt to be the weaker of the decks right now, this singular game might have by far the most impact on the outcome of the actual match. Because whoever gets this one over the line is very comfortable.
Just quickly, courtesy of Onkrat, who's a streamer who plays a lot of Warlock in general, but also gathers stats. He uses a thing called adjusted win rate, which gives you wins for bans, because if your deck is banned, it's one of your 4 decks that wins, kind of thing. Yesterday, Razzle Dazzle DK, 18% win rate. And they all got eliminated apart from the one that literally couldn't, because there were 3 in one group. Evolved Shaman, 27%. And anything else with a sample size, like there's one player brought Highlander Druid, there's a Pain Warlock.
Sure.
Everything else with sample size was over 50% because of that. Insanity Warlock was 50.6%, basically a 50-50 deck, in a field of things that were giving you 3 wins. So like you said, this Battle Royals thing you were talking about there, we are now down to Warlock is suddenly the one looking to be eliminated next as decks you want to own.
And because I know you're the ultimate world master of this deck, Lorinda.
Yes, that's right.
What do you want to do in the mirror other than draw the good cards? But what does that mean? Do you want to play for the board? Do you need the combo pieces?
2 things for me. You need to. Well, there's 3 things. You need to count. I know that sounds ridiculous. You always have to count in Hearthstone, but you need to be aware of where it stands if your opponent plays an Insanity to where it stands if you play one. Right. That largely, if you don't want to count every single turn and every eventuality, which is impossible, means you need to be ahead on board, be the one that's doing the damage, because then it's far more likely that the Insanity favours you rather than favours your opponent. And thirdly, try to hit them with things that, originally these imps are too good, you play them, but try to hit them with things like your Geodes, hit them with things like your pupils, hit them with stuff. Don't go too crazy on your fatigue, and try to domino their conductor. If you don't conduct on 4, it becomes incredibly weak in this matchup. Conduct on 4, fantastic. Even now, don't worry about it. It hurts.
Good explanation, though. I like the basic rules to the matchup. That's definitely what I want to hear first off, because that's where you need to start a lot of the time. So the board definitely in control for Gamer RVG up until this point. Domino
7,
not terrible
8, 9,
here.
13. Oh, I'm so tempted, Raven, to ship it all with a pop guard and say you have to kill the pop guard or you lose. Pop guard double crescendo clears the board. You stick them in the head for 7. And if they haven't got pop guard crescendo left, you win the game because your pupil is full.
I'm down, actually.
The downside is if they do pop guard crescendo, because you've got 3 minions on the board, they heal for 8 million and you're in trouble.
Yeah, they heal for max.
That said, they are only on 2 fatigue, so pop guard crescendo for the other side wouldn't even kill the 4/4 imp. Inkuro would only have 1 mana left, which would kill the 4/4 imp, not the pop guard, and the pop guard would survive. So I think there's no reason not to go pop guard double crescendo here, seriously.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was definitely looking at Domino, just because it looked like the sort of level 1 clear play, right? But I'm with you, actually. After you breaking it down, that definitely looked pretty solid, because it applies so much pressure to your opponent, right? Like, they literally need to pull something out of the bag, or it's just game done and dusted. But Gamer RVG has gone for the Domino, and I think this is saying, well, if you have the Popgar heal clear, fine. I haven't used mine yet, right? I think that might be the sort of path Gamer RVG's gone down. To just say, well, here's your chance in Kuro. You probably have to do something about this board. You can't just keep taking damage. And then next turn, it's going to be the surprise factor with the Pop Guard crescendos and one of the sludges, right?
Yeah, that was a super hard turn to break down. I think I got it right, but I can see that there's no crescendo in Nkuru's hand, which was
Sure.
really get to that solution.
And this should just be done dusted, right? What's that?
Yeah,
3/4 and then the 4. Yeah, easy peasy.
3/4/4 is more than 10.
And after losing that really close game with Paladin on the previous game for Gamer, I need to start saying Gamer and everything, for RVG, I'll say, that must have been such a great moment there to just say, okay, Warlock Mirror, pivotal game in the match. Bang, game over. Just one like that. Pretty, I'm not saying it was easy, but very quick and efficient.
It was easy.
Okay, sure.
He had the hand that got it done. Yeah, draw more pop guards and crescendos than your opponent is also one of the big rules of that matchup.
Yeah, so that's so big though, right? Because now suddenly I'm just like, feel like RVG's favoured in the match. The Warlock's out the way.
It's 1-1, and he's won the really important game that we thought it might come down to, and Nkuru's won with Rogue. Like, Conquest games are not born equal.
Yeah, really tough one there for Nkuro, but still has the ability to fight back. I know we talk about how powerful this singular game was, but it's not like it's just over. It's just definitely harder from there. And it looks like we're going to go back to the now the sort of losing decks for both sides, the Warlock versus the Paladin coming up. And again, I'm just going to pitch it over to you, Lorinda. How do you feel about this matchup if you're on the Warlock side of town?
I think this is the reason that Warlock is losing the Battle Royale today. The Paladin, in the battle of the 4th decks, the Paladin is just so much more powerful head-to-head than the Warlock. The Warlock could definitely win. The Warlock's a really strong deck. If you get Pop Guard, double crescendo, and a pupil, you just beat everything in the whole of Hearthstone. Like, it just happens. But the Paladin is able to just be annoying enough for long enough. The Razor Scales do work as well. That the Warlock tends not to win. If the Warlock finds specifically Conductor and maybe one Activator, which you probably got an Activator if you've got 3 or 4 other cards by turn 4.
Sure,
The
it's
Conductor
likely,
is
right?
the route to victory.
Yeah, okay. Well, pretty aggressive opening there from Nkuro in terms of the minion base, at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
No dead cards, right? You know, some of the spells are a bit dead against Paladin because you don't really want to waste the time trying to use them in the early game. So this is at least, to my non-Warlock specialist eyes, as good a start as you could really want.
If you're getting no fatigue and you're getting no Conductor, I agree. It's pressuring in a lot of damage very early. But against that, there is no Conductor, there is no fatigue. So this has to get there.
Right.
And it's kind of
or at least do
puny
enough,
bunch
right?
of things, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of stuff. I will say, of course, Paladin, not strictly an aggro deck, even though it feels like it most of the time, because it does build up and then play into the sort of big late game. But still, controlling these early game minions, as for Nkoro here, is really strong. Like, not letting Gamer RVG play some of these weaker cards, like Grime Street Outfitter, like the Tech and everything, not letting them just sit there and start chipping away is a good start. And also now Popgar being picked up, not horrendous either.
Yeah, making progress, Pupil in hand, Insanity in hand, starting to get the pieces together. The really frustrating thing is you always end up trading as the Warlock, and you are the aggressor. The Paladin is the defender in this matchup. You end up trading because of the plushies. You know they're going to heal for 7 or 12 or something ridiculous at some point. So any damage pushed face is kind of wasted unless it gets there. Again, that's why the Conductor is good, because it might push 15 and then that counts.
Yeah.
So you end up trading and you feel bad. You don't want to be trading your aggressive deck into your opponent's defenders, right? You want to be hitting them in the head, but there's just no point.
And I think here, Nkoro is almost, I don't want to say forced, but kind of forced in playing, well, like Geode and Salesman, right? Because you have to expect the Virtue. Oh, no? Okay.
So,
fair enough. Hey, what do I know?
Well, this goes back to what I've been saying. If you don't play Conductor, you tend not to win. So he's doing this, and if he picks up a Conductor, it's going to be a large Conductor.
Okay.
Whereas messing around with Geodes and Salesman is very nice. It's going to draw you a lot of cards. But really, just when you play the matchup quite a bit, it's just a little bit too slow.
Well, for me, it was purely to build up a board against what is almost certainly going to be the weapon equipped turn. Because in the other scenario, yes, the spell, the Insanity wouldn't have been played, but there would have been, what, 1 minion still on the board here to keep some pressure up. So there's ups and downs, but again, I completely will trust you and Nkoro on this one. Oh, there you go, Lorinda. Rewarded.
Yeah, turn 5. It's not perfect, but, you know, it's okay. He also,
it's the next best thing.
Yeah. He also might have to take his life in his hands at some point because he has no weapon. He has no void thing. Virtuoso. So he is going to get a bit low on health himself. If there's a Leroy,
Does that
which
pop,
there is,
though?
he might just die.
Yeah. Might have to be a desperation pop sludge.
He's facing a lot of damage. We can see the Leroy is there.
So RVG, this might look like he's just stalling for nothing, but can swing the weapon this turn. Chooses not to. Okay.
Whoa! Now, that's going to possibly encourage him to make the Conductor play.
Yeah. Gonna just check the draw, of course, but yeah, this makes sense.
Okay. Game's still kind of alive-ish. See what I mean by turn 5 versus turn 4, though? Already the Paladin's kind of getting a grip on it.
Yeah. And also just got to keep a 7-5, right? Which is a pretty big deal. Leroy is in the hand there. Still no deck hand, but still not too bad. Sandcastle, I think, is on the left. And 2 plushes as well, so there's a lot of sustain available for Gamer RVG in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, he's got to plan this turn carefully. He needs to work out how much he's willing to leave up on the other side, because he really wants to hit Nkoro for a lot of damage if he can.
Yeah, I guess it's... Oh, there's 2 Righteous. Oh, I was looking at audio and the a plushie, but there's also just 2 Righteous Protectors, which is an insane amount of tanking.
Also, look at the state of this Sandcastle. That's going to do so much.
That is large.
And like you say, with the Righteous Protectors, he's found a way to work one in. The Sandcastle, if he wants it, is going to do so much.
Yeah, such a good clear.
Well, and a bunch of...
Honestly, the first time I played Sandcastle, I did not realize until I did it that it just gets to rush twice a lot of the time, and I'm like, oh, this card's insane. Like, I really just had the expectation of rush, location, click the location, done, and then it was like, oh wait, I could just use this again.
Looking for crescendo. Tracking for Crescendo. There it is.
Okay.
So now
Excuse me,
Popgar,
Linda?
Crescendo. Unfortunately, doesn't get a Crescendo into the pupil, but it does keep you alive and clear and do some good things. Choosing to save it, looking for the other pupil. If it hasn't been discarded, let me just check.
I think. Did people get burnt, or did I just? Was that from the last
It
game?
may have done. That's what I'm trying to look for. Yeah. I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither, actually.
With it being a new card, sometimes it's a bit hard to tell the way our thingies work.
Either way, Nkuro does get the clear. And again, with the Sandcastle on cooldown right now, the reach from hand is a lot lower, right? Because suddenly Leroy plus Sandcastle, it does get a bit silly in terms of damage, but that's not going to be available. I think I'd feel okay at 13 at this point.
It's fine.
Let me
Although,
think.
this muscle might come down to help out with things next turn. Also leading into the turn with the Taylor Leroy next turn.
Also getting to the point now though where you got to start asking the question: how does Nkuro even win?
Me think.
Right.
Like, how's he's never making a board, right? That's just not happening. We can see that gamers.
Yeah, I like this a
have just the
lot.
big stuff.
Yeah, because now big things have to happen for Outfit Taylor Leroy not to just be it.
Yeah. And not only that, you've got to actually assemble an attack at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Oh,
Gamer's
well, there
gonna
you
go
go.
2-1
It
up.
wasn't burnt.
There it is. Just chilling. He's so happy in that pool, isn't he?
Oh, just having a great time. Yeah,
Yeah.
why not?
It's paradise. That's why it's great. Finds so many things. He finds drinks. They find things that they throw at people. Draw cards.
Yeah, this is just tricky because I think we've seen Nkuro like really hold back on the Popgar, which I respect, but there were times where it could have just been yes, the Popgar, sorry, isn't going to full heal you, but you're also not winning, right? You're also just dying at this point, so it's a little bit scary. He does get the spell off here, the consumption.
Yeah,
Which is
Gamer
gonna help.
is watching this mana get spent and realise that the more mana that gets spent, the
Yeah.
less chance there is that he
there
dies
we
right
go.
now, and the more he's going to go 2-1 up.
Yeah, Leroy Outfitter looks like more than enough. Well, just Leroy's more than enough, but there was the Sandcastle as well. So that turn was approximately 1 billion damage. And there we go. Gamer RVG taking game number 3 and moving up to a 2-1 lead, getting the Paladin out the way. Everything is looking quite good now, Lorinda.
Yeah, but he's got Rogue left, Raven. What do you think?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Which rogue? Oh yeah,
Should be a second.
it's this sort of standard miracle rogue. I
It's
guess?
standard-ish for sure. I'm just going to
Yeah.
have a look exactly how standard I mean when I say standard-ish. I think he only has one. He might be on the one pupil list. Obviously, my notes have just gone all over the place.
I can find it. No, he's on 2 pupils.
He's on 2 pupils.
The one ofs are 1 Deafen, 1 Mixologist, 1 Minstrel, 1 Speaker Stomper.
Thank you.
Everything else is 2s as far as I can see.
Oh, 1
But yeah, this-
mixologist. Maybe that's where I was getting mixed up. Okay, cool.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm good at this.
Yeah, but Gamer RVG likely feeling confident now. We've talked a lot about the likes of Furyhunter, MCBanterFace, being good or playing a lot of Rogue. I'm sure RVG is exactly the same, so be feeling very happy to be sat on that Rogue for at worst a couple of games to give it a go.
I believe he did have to put the work in. I think we've heard that he wasn't comfortable at first on Rogue, but yeah, he's a worker. He put in the time. Sottle alluded to the fact that some people, I'm one of them. I'm not in Gamers League, obviously, but he's not in my league of terribleness. You look at the deck, and first time you look at it, it's like doesn't make sense quite as much as some of the decks.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
Gamer is a fantastic player,
that happens, right? If you're going to be someone who tries to play or have the ability to play everything, which plays of this level do, of course. You're going to run into some decks that don't feel too comfortable or aren't your style overall, but I have full faith in RVG here. And Kuro, though, still not out of it, but does have a bit of a hill to climb, I think, at this point.
Oh, absolutely, and Rogue kind of loves these matchups. One of the reasons you play this instead of the Giant Rogue, if that's your selection, is you've got so much more removal. You end up using those tar slicks, you've got those fans, and don't get me wrong, into Conductor can win a lot of Hearthstone games, especially with a neophyte in Nkuro's deck.
Oh, for sure.
But you do have problems as the Warlock against a
First threat
player.
cleaned up from RVG with the help of the weapon here. Not going to get that repeat damage. Is there anything in particular that RVG wants in this early game to help out versus the early push from the Warlock? Or is it just everything? Is it just the rogue answer if I want to do damage, it all?
Yeah. But half your deck does, right? You've got Mixologist can find you spells. Dubious Purchase will stop anything big from happening if the Warlock goes tall. You have Deafen for this situation. But really, what he doesn't want is what's happening here, where kind of hasn't got a turn.
Can still draw, right? Just use the face tank. And I've heard historically rogues like to draw cards. It's definitely a rumor I've heard.
Honestly, the 5/3 pirate's so key in getting going.
Oh,
that one.
Right, caster skills from Lorinda here, calling the cards.
Yeah.
I like it. Speaker Stomper probably going to get cycled away.
I would think so. You've got mana to spend and nothing to do. And
yeah, I don't think the although clean, I don't think the equip of the weapon was really worth the same, right? As just drawing a new card. Let's get the breakdance, which is going to be pretty nice.
Yep, you're assembling a combo whilst just taking no damage and trying to force tempo along the way. And he hasn't had the best looking tempo-y hand, so assembling pieces.
I also need to play way more rogue because I opened a signature grifter. So
oh, yeah, go for it.
I just need to jam that deck way more.
I'm not sure if I need to jam it more or never again. I played a lot of it, lost a lot of ranks.
It's definitely one of those exact two answers.
Yeah, it actually really genuinely is. I either never play it again or I just play it and play it and play it until I get the hang of it properly. But yeah, talking of the tempo, right, he's just left the grifter on board here just so that he can have a 4/5.
Yep, sorry, just muting because my dog alarm's going off.
Okay, sure. So now we get to play the pirate. What do we do with our extra mana? Quick pick and draw another card?
Just do all the stuff. Easy.
So yeah, going back a turn where Gamer had the stick up available and traded the Stomper. If he had played the stick up and forsaken the quick draw, he would have had a card to play this turn for 3 mana with the pirate. As it happens, he drew the weapons, so that's a thing. But I have seen players streaming that just do take that there and just have the 3-drop in hand ready.
Now this is where things get a little bit scary because from Nkuro's side, RVG's starting to get going, right? Basically, as soon as you see this pirate hit the board, you need to be a little bit afraid, especially when the hand is as full as it is on the rogue side. So this plan needs to be enacted fairly quickly, I think, now from Nkuro.
I think there's nothing wrong with just playing a conductor here. Like, it doesn't need to always be a massive thing. Just put a 3/4 and a 3/3 on the board and say, that's my turn.
Do Do you think this is Inkuro trying to accelerate the like end the game quickly now though?
Yes.
In it because Rogue is very good at like messing around and clearing up boards. This is the play to scale that fatigue, get the neophyte to reduce down the sort of response, and then there's like Popgar. There's at least one of the one of the crescendos in hand as well.
So, trying to work out if it sets up lethal on the 15 does easily. Because the Popgar's 8 without the crescendo, assuming the crescendo clears the board.
So many options.
RVG just in the gamer stance of staring at a huge hand of awkward Costa rogue cards.
Well, there's some heal.
Dehydrate might
Always
save
amusing when
the
you
game
get
again.
Sonya, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you get that with Sonya, it always costs 1, you just get infinite of them until you run out of mana. And again, just battling for board while he sees off the neophyte, gains some health, tries not to die.
Exactly, yeah. It's just a safety turn. No point trying to do anything overly fancy through the neophyte. Get the board cleaned up and try and stay as healthy as possible. And Kuro going to go digging with fracking, though.
Okay, I think you harp and play the conductor here. It's not what you're looking for. He might be tempted to get eat the imp and just go for full-on combo.
And then there's also door number 3, Lorinda, where it's Tosser.
Yeah.
I guess with the Party Fiend, it's just sure. There's what going to be 6 damage coming out here. Try and clear the board and push a little bit more to the dome.
I mean, your board almost never sticks with this late in the game with Tarslick and Fan if you play the conductor. But I think I just want to throw the weapon out there, play the conductor. It advances my crescendo by 1, and also just forces Gamer to tidy that up. Like, it's just going to be a pain for him. It's another turn where he doesn't get to. Another turn where he doesn't get to do anything. Your turn closer to getting your second crescendo, or turn closer to getting your pupil, etc. I think I'd have liked to see him just lob out a load of 3/3s there and force Gamer to do something about it.
Okay, well here come things. There's 3 damage available there with the Tosser. Prep into Dubious, okay. Big thing here is just no Sonya yet. And only 10 cards left in the deck. I think with Sonya, that's when things really kick off, but not available as of yet. Does get the Gem Tosser back, which is kind of a nice play.
It is, and I think he kind of had to as well, because he's got one of those pupils is already full, the second one's been drawn, so...
Oh, wait.
Obviously you can refill them later, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's not lethal, it's okay.
No, but it's I was just going to say, it's actually... I didn't notice the second Shadow step, where it's actually a good setup. Because I feel like there's just more than enough cards for Gamer RVG to get low enough to just keep going Gem Tosser as long as he doesn't die, right? Just because he can go the Shadow Step for then the turn after, and so on, so on, so on.
Yeah, and imagine if he draws a Sonya as well. He gets a 1-mana Gem Tosser on the last mana, and then gets a 0-mana one and does it all again.
Popcorn Virtuoso coming down now.
Here's a lot of damage. The amulet doesn't go face, for those of you getting excited. It is the spoiled amulet.
Pretty much a full heal, though.
Yes.
But here's what's a little bit tricky, right? If RVG can just clear this board and stabilize, there's still time, right? There's actually still time.
Yeah, well, he knows there's probably not a lethal there, so kill some things. He does need to heal, really, though. Remember, he lost his Grifter. He played for tempo early on. Pretty sure there's healing in the pupils, but I wouldn't like to swear to that. But the way he's playing it makes me think there is, because he's set up the Tarslicks.
Oh, there's Sonya as well.
It's not what he was expecting to see, I don't think.
Yeah, there was a shake of the head. RVG lost control of the pupils. They have become the master.
He's regained it, I think. He's got to carry on this turn. He can get a load of damage in there. Hope his opponent doesn't have 4 and kill him the turn after if he's still alive here. I'd like to see this Trog activated. I'd like to see all sorts of things.
Yeah, all that's important there is the pupil didn't have what he wanted in it. Move on.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't. Nothing you do is going to change, right? So just move on, finish the turn, do it as well as you can, and see if it's good enough. Harp, okay.
Okay, well.
I mean, this harp tap conductor, right, is like an absolute worst case. Not going to go for the harp.
I think he was looking.
Never mind.
He loses off the top.
Oof. RVG not too happy with that outcome, unfortunately. And Kuro taking game at number 4, evening up the series. We're going to go to game 5. And
we are,
off
and
the
the
back
Warlocks
of,
are out of there.
yeah, off the back of, like, I guess, I'm not exactly sure, because I'll be honest, I lost track of what exactly I think he wanted from that. But regardless, it looked like he didn't get offered what he wanted. So, you know, maybe losing that game off the back of a mistake. I'm not sure because I can't quite remember. Maybe we'll see it in the replay what should have been in there, let's say.
I think he wanted the dehydrate to heal. I think that's what it was. It's a bit weird because if there's a dehydrate in there, I'm not sure why he killed all the minions on the other side. I think he was playing to maybe tar, slick, and then dehydrate for a large amount.
Right.
But then he killed the minions, but he can still do his own minion.
Yeah.
But whatever it was,
yeah,
he
because
pause
you can hit your own tide pool, right? Which then,
right.
you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that the tap from Inkuro straight into that crescendo, absolutely huge for Inkuro there. Because even with the slip from RVG, RVG wasn't just dead, right? As we saw, there was no way to actually kill him outside of that tap straight into crescendo. So really big moment there for Inkuro, and now we have the final game to see who moves on. Druid on Inkuro's side, and RVG still sat on this rogue.
Yeah, absolutely. And a part of me, I'm just still going over it in my head, which is pointless because, you know, I'm not going to be creative. I'm wondering if the dehydrate was in the other pupil.
Oof.
In the second pupil.
That's a rewind. If I've ever seen one, we'll have to watch the tapes on that one. But all RVG now has to. I know easier said than done, but forget about that last game. Doesn't matter. All right, it's happened.
It's true. Yeah.
Like it just doesn't matter anymore. So just play the next one. Try, reset, refocus. And yeah, go for it this time. But in Kuro, I think now is the moment to pounce. Right, so we'll see what you can get done with this druid. Let me just triple check the list, make sure there's no true surprises in there.
As far as I can see, it's incredibly standard. It's the one gift, one take to the skies. What I always look for. If they're one of
double Doomkin, yeah. It looks very, very standard to me. So let's see how it goes. Just start with the Splish Splash Whelp. So not too bad at all. He's going to be rolling the dice a little bit on the opening mulligan, but that's more than okay. Oh, yep, it's fine.
Against, well, there's a scoundrel, so you take that as the rogue. This is going to look scary for a while for rogue. I mean, rogue, I don't think is favoured in this matchup. Maybe it's favoured at top 1, but if Saber's playing it, maybe. But I don't think it's favoured in general in this matchup, the rogue. But he's got some of the tools, so let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, I think the big deal here is there's the ramp for Inkuro and there's follow-up, right? There's actually like decent follow-up from the ramp. It's not like ramping into air, so it's going to be at least okay here. I do wonder as well, like, how do you like a tempo puppet master here, Lorinda?
You do it and then it was going to get backstabbed, but now it's not.
Yeah, I kind of love tempo puppet master at this point because I feel like there's only upside. Yeah, I love this. This is really good for Inkuro.
If Gamer had kept the backstab, he'd be able to tar stick backstab it. Sorry, tar stick, then backstab the other minion, and then hit this one. It works, right? Does it work? Yes.
Wait.
You tar stick face, you backstab this, and you trash into this, and it clears it. There you go. I knew you could do it. Backstab's gone.
Now, like, what's the... I think I have, like, my own bias after the previous game, but I'm not sure if playing Grifter on Curve again is going to do so well. So I think I might even look at, like, Speaker Stomper this turn. Just play it, get it down, and contend. Yeah. And then try and do something like Grifter Breakdance, and then you've got the Grifter blah, 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 blah. But RVG going for the trade to cycle a little bit. But this just... doesn't seem too great here. There is going to be the breakdance on the 2-1 with the Tarslick going in. So it will get the work done, but it's it feels like quite the committing the resources to get rid of that,
he had no choice.
Puppet Master.
I think you lose the Hearthstone game if you leave that up.
There is now, though, Grifter available with, at worst, a Shadow Step if required, but looks like it's going to be Scoundrel instead.
Yeah, and suddenly game in quite a good spot here. Not a good spot, but a nice enough spot. He's got stuff going on.
Yeah, nothing to gain the value from it, though, again.
Not yet. But the mini Scoundrel will cause some havoc.
Oh, for sure.
Grifter
And this time
there's
there's a Sonya.
Druid doesn't kill you until it does. It doesn't chip away very often and just do you for 3 and 3 and then that wins the game. You might win the game because of that chip, but it doesn't actually finish the game. As long as you're in the game with Sonya death, you're okay. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's alright. I was sort of with Nkuro there where, oh, do I ramp? But then I was like, well, Fi's just playable. So I think you just dumped the Fi, so I'm kind of down for what happened there. 4-8 on board with the lifesteal, going to cause some trouble, especially after seeing Tarslick the previous turn, right? It's just unlikely that the Fi gets cleaned up as easily again.
Well, picking up the second Shadow Step allowed this very manufactured pop-off turn to occur.
Yeah.
But a pop-off turn it is. And as I understand it, something you kind of have to do. He's going to draw 6 cards as well. Something you have to do with this deck is find ways to make it work when things aren't going well. It's what the good players do. Now there's a breakdance.
And now things happen.
Yes.
He's leaving the minions on board, though, because did have the option to take control of the minion, but chose not to go for it. It's going to breakdance the Grifter.
Yeah, in my brain, I wanted to Shadow Step a pupil to get some of the breakdancers into the pupil, but my brain's broken at this point.
Yeah, well, this is it, right? This is where it's just options,
there's one in there
options,
already,
options.
maybe.
Yeah, there should be the Grifter one, right? The first Grifter
would...
breakdance is in the pupil, I think.
We had to breakdance the pupil to get the 2-1, but I think there's a Shadow Step in there. Anyway, Gamer will know it's in there, we would hope.
Well, yeah, I agree, we would hope. Here, though, Nkuro just going for, I mean, I say tempo. Marin's Marin, right? Marin kind of ticks a lot of boxes, but keeping hold of that board and making it still pretty relevant. Yes, Rogue clears up boards very well, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't try and threaten, right? It doesn't mean you, oh, well, they're going to clear stuff, I may as well not play any minions. Definitely getting that wand ready to cook.
A lot of grifters going on. Deal 6.
How much damage is this? I'm already starting to think,
So
okay.
He's got Shadow Steps, which are acting as breakdancers for the time being. They're being a bit scary.
So Shadow Step in the pupil now. To stack them with amulets, I guess.
Yep. He's going face, he thinks they're all there.
I mean, there's a lot. There is a lot.
he got the time? The rope's going. Is he going to get there? He's got it if he's got the time.
I was going to say, it's just 2 more, right? It should be fine, I think. Is that going to be
he's
it?
got
I
there.
think that is it. There we go, yeah. Prep, amulet once more. RVG recovers from a potentially disastrous situation, takes the game and takes the series and moves on. A really close series there, and I think a lot of pressure lifted at that moment, because I think after the sort of havoc of the previous game, to go out and get knocked out of the tournament because of something like that would have been a little bit rough, to be honest. So Gamer RVG got the job done. Inkuro definitely made it close, though, and piled on that pressure. But Rogue's not been doing well for no reason, Lorinda.
No, absolutely. It's an incredibly powerful deck. One of the most powerful decks we've had in a long time in Hearthstone. But it's hard to pilot. You know, Gamer missed a step, we think, in that first game where he wasn't entirely sure what was in his pupil, is how it looked. But, you know, that's a tiny mistake, but it's a very costly mistake, which is why we just keep saying how hard this deck is to play.
We are seeing
the second time around showed his competence with a very good clear on the Dorian into a good recovery.
And we are seeing the, I don't know, some eagles flying over top, potentially, as MCBanterFace and Gamer RVG are still in, and maybe creeping towards those finals, but we will have to see if MaxiBon or Murray have anything to say about that, obviously, going forward. But really exciting series there, honestly, as that sort of caps off our semi-finals. And yeah, I just think the pressure is only going to mount, especially in the next 2 matches, because it's the top 2 that actually will get those World Championship spots, which means, you know, initial goal, get to the finals, bonus goal, win the finals.
Yeah, that first one in particular is really juicy. Maxi and Banter have quite a lot of banter on Banter's stream. I never thought I'd say the word banter correctly like 3 times like that. You know, Banter, when he is taking a break, will spec Maxi and commentate on Maxi's games, and Maxi will be in chat explaining what Banter's saying right, what's Banter's saying wrong in his opinion. So there's quite a lot of sort of student and teacher going on there. I don't know which is which, by the way, but there's quite a lot of that going on. So that'll be a fun one for months to come as well, even after it's finished. There's not just a trip to the World Championships at stake in that one, but also the bragging rights for beating the other one in the biggest stage that we have.
It does look like, as well, we do have a Gamer RVG ready for an interview, I believe. So let's see if we've got them. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey, first off, congratulations on the win. I can imagine maybe the relief after that, the second to last game looked like it did not go so well at the very end. Was there an issue with the pupil? Was that the problem in that previous road game?
Yeah, so in game 4, I thought I had to look for different outs. I did not realize that pupil, it's just a mistake on me. I thought neither pupil had the steal a minion. And if I would have known that minion had steal a minion, I would have seen the line right away. Like you just steal the pop car and you bring it back to your hand, and then you're super winning from that spot, and I would have won that game. So it was just really frustrating to lose that way. But luckily was able to keep enough level head, not say full level head, but enough to close it out in game 5.
For sure. And I just want to ask. Go on, Lorinda.
I just want to ask you. Actually, you're now 1 match away from the Worlds, as I'm sure you're aware. You've been here before, back in the Grandmasters. Do you have previous experience is going to stand you in good stead playing this next one, keeping calm?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I stress myself out a lot, but normally it doesn't affect my play. Like I have been, like you said, I've been here before. I've been one series away, and I think even though I lost that one, I think I played quite well in that one. And I think even though I am really stressed, I think I'm able to perform under that stress because of all the games I've played.
And I just want to ask as well, because let's be honest, we've spent most of the weekend talking about Priest and Rogue. They seem to be, you know, the highlight decks of the meta, at least right now and in this tournament. When you are in tough spots in these, you know, high stress matches, do you feel happy and comfortable to be, for example, in this situation where your last deck is Rogue? Because it's super hard to pilot. You're under pressure anyway, but is it a deck you feel comfortable and confident with in that sort of cornered situation?
I mean, it's definitely a game, or it's definitely a deck that I am, like, comfortable, like, I'm happy to queue into most matchups where I think I'm going to win.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't, like, the deck is really difficult, even though it's really strong. So it is still very, very nerve-wracking because with that deck, super powerful, but if you make one mistake, it can easily cost you the game. So you have to be really careful with that.
I've got one more as well.
Go on.
Just want to ask you about the Warlock deck. How's that panning out? Is it a good fourth deck? Is it a bad deck overall? Is it just a good deck overall? How are you feeling about the Warlock now we're into this stage?
I think it's a great fourth deck, just because I don't think there are many decks that would be, like, I don't think there's decks that are going to be a better fourth. Like, it's maybe the Ramp Druid that has seemed to have success, but like even if it was slightly worse than the Ramp Druid, it would still be like fifth. So I think it's definitely like a very good, like, it's a good break.
All right, well, again, good job on getting through that match. You can take some time now to just wind down and prepare for your next one. I look forward to seeing your next match coming up a little bit later on. And yeah, good luck. Best of luck in the matches going forward.
Thank you.
All right, great to hear from Gamer RVG there. And I think a lot of I think it's great that they could understand that, yeah, maybe, you know, let the pressure get to him a little bit, but I think the recovery was spot on. I think that next game was executed extremely well. So really, really good job there overall. And very quickly, everyone, we are getting through the day. Only 3 more matches left. And obviously, we've got the 2 semi-finals coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are getting ready to kick off our first top 4 match here. And to take you through that action is myself, Dawn, joined this time by Sottle. How you doing, Sottle?
I'm doing great. This is the moments we've really been leading up to, of course, with the Masters Tour now having their spots doubled. These are the win and ins for the World Championship. And even without that, I think this would be a marquee matchup that we really put a lot of attention on for the day, because Banter and Maxi, I think, are 2 players right now really on top of their game. 2 players, I think, who take a lot of pride in how well they are able to pilot the best decks, which I think is an incredibly important factor in this tournament, because the best decks are incredibly hard to play. So I am looking for a real exhibition of skill in this series, which perhaps that attainable perfection has not quite been grasped in the last couple of series that we've watched, but I've got high hopes that this one might live up to it.
Yeah, maybe not so, but I agree with you. I think just like the first top 8 match of the day, this one I have very high hopes for, especially as someone who myself is rooting for MCBanterFace and actually chose him to take the whole thing down today. Definitely going to be interested to see this, but we are just jumping into game number 1 here. MCBanterFace on the Rogue, MaxiBon bringing in the Paladin, and just to touch quickly on the bans, MaxiBon's Rogue is banned, and
yes,
the Priest on the other side for MCBanter has been banned out.
Yeah, all makes sense. I think Maxi's put a lot of stock in his particular build of Rogue and has said that it potentially wins the mirror as well as everything else, so he's a little bit more willing, I think, to leave Rogue up than the other players, which is why he's leaning towards that Priest, whereas Banter is on a more straightforward strategy, I think, of, well, Rogue's just the best deck in the game, and I know Maxi is one of the best players in the world with the best deck in the game, so I am just going to get rid of that from the equation.
Yeah. And I am also really interested in these kind of deck lists from MaxiBon as well. They are a little bit different than everyone else's, slight variations. But let's talk about this matchup specifically. Walk us through how the Rogue and Paladin kind of handle this matchup from either side.
Sure. So a lot of it does hinge around tech cards for the Paladin. Obviously, they want to get buff cards early so they can make the hand size nice and big, or the size of the minions in the hand nice and big. But then you probably are looking to land whatever your tech card is. MaxiBon has gone for Cult Neophytes and Razor Scales. No customs enforcers in his version of the list. But that is potentially where a card like Deafen can come into play for Banter, because Deafen means even if you don't necessarily kill a minion, you can at least silence away the effect of a Razor Scale or a Customs Enforcer on board and get on with a fairly regular turn after you've probably been paid the extra cost once for that Deafen that you play initially. So that's a big deal. Banter is only playing 1 Deafen, but that is in his opening hand alongside a Naga, so he is able to continually recycle that off the Naga a lot of the time, which I think will work out very, very well for him. Outside of that, the Rogue just wants to cycle through to the useful minions as quickly as possible. And then, honestly, if you can just get the larger minions, the Elven Minstrel, the Grifter, the Sonya, and a bunch of breakdances available, you can kind of control the board a lot of the time just by using the rush minions that you get from breakdance to a surprising level of efficiency. So I think a matchup that both sides feel like they have game in, but I think the more as you get towards the top levels, the Rogues will feel very, very confident.
Yeah, and it's been kind of interesting. I feel like today there's been a lot of story about the DK and the Shaman kind of struggling a bit yesterday, and the Warlocks maybe struggling today, but I feel like the Paladin has struggled a little bit as well. The draws haven't always been there, but as you mentioned, the play at these levels are just so high that it feels like these players know exactly how to play against the Paladin as well, and it just has seemed to kind of fall short a little bit in some of these places.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the Paladin has struggled in general against the field, and has kind of been surviving on the fact that it's been doing really well against the Insanity Warlock, which is the other deck that struggled a little bit. I would say overall that the Warlock has done a little bit better in some other random matchups, but then when the 2 4th decks have clashed with each other, like Paladin and Warlock, you can see that Paladin is just really, really favored in that matchup straight up. So it's still, in my mind, remains a kind of a push as to whether Handbuff or Insanity Warlock ended up being the fourth choice, with growing evidence, Dawn, that the correct pick might have been to bring both of them and not to bring Druid, which is another deck that has perhaps struggled just a little bit.
Which is indeed what McBanterface has done.
Mm-hmm. It's what MaxiBon's done as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting choices in these decks. One of them is going to end up winning, though, so we'll see who that's going to end up being. But in terms of this game so far, there's been a lot of just the steady kind of back and forth, each player playing to their game plans. MaxiBon here able to kind of get out on the board a bit here, turn 5, and clear up the board. Has McBanterFace down to 14, but McBanterFace going in on a big swing turn here.
Yep, started the turn with a 1-mana Pyro, a Sonya, a Naga, and a Breakdance in the hand, which means you go off. That is pretty much the rules. There's no scenario where this doesn't happen. Can now drop the discount down, look for Grifters, has a couple of shots here to find 6 damage, does find 6 damage, but now needs to assess whether to use this particular out, on the Mind Control option instead. Can now go with Prep Mind Control just to swing against this board, get a bit of lifesteal. Should be pretty strong. Can go for it with the 0-mana Pirate here instead of the Prep.
Which one do you like better?
I think you use the Prep. I think it's just not as valuable a card overall as the mini sandbox. Just makes sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense. And here we are going to see the Breakdance come out, put that Sonya back in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
of course, take notes, everyone. 0-mana Breakdance in your hand, probably best to be used on your Sonya at the end of the turn. Quite important. However, yo! Double outfit, Taylor! You died! It would be a shame if you just exploded there, wouldn't it, Banter?
He's just throwing his hands up like, what?
Yep. So theoretically, Banter did have more turn left that could be played there. He had remaining 0-mana cards with Pirate and Prep that could have theoretically played more mana. I don't think I'd go as far as to criticize that from the spot he was in, because then I think if you play any more stuff, you end up breaking your perfect hand for the next turn, right? I talk about this perfect hand, have done all weekend, where you want to have a Naga, a 1-mana Scoundrel, a Sonya, and a Breakdance in your hand at the end of every turn. The Breakdance can be inside one of the Nagas, by the way. That's a small detail that isn't always made as explicit as it should do. But I think in that spot, he just had to say, 10's a lot for you to need there. A Leroy wasn't going to do it. You didn't have enough mana to play something like a weapon, a deckhand, and an outfit tailor, or a Leroy and an outfit tailor, like miles away from the mana needed to get that kind of done. But double multi-buffed outfit tailor was about the only thing that was going to end up doing it, and that is exactly what happened in the end.
Yeah. And looks like the second game that we're going to be seeing is the Rogue versus the Priest. So McBanterFace's Rogue versus the Overheal Priest from MaxiBon. And again, MaxiBon has some slightly different cards in the list with the 2 Mixologist, I think, is kind of the big talking point for MaxiBon's Priest there. 2 Mixologist. So what do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, 2 Mixologist and no Naga, which I found so surprising. I do know that is a thing that people do. I've played against the list on ladder and then looked it up and been like, well, what are they cutting for the Mixologist? And then finding out that it was Naga and thinking, well, that's strange. Because Type All Pupil in Priest is something that I find incredibly powerful. Just extra copies of Funnel Cake, just end the game early with so many of your key minions. And then also, of course, you have the ability to duplicate it with Pip, which gives you a little bit of that soft Sonya effect of what makes it so powerful in the deck on the other side. But I think in general, individual builds aside, Overhill Priest just tends to be a little slow and a little low pressure in general to be able to keep up with what Rogue can do if they assemble the cards in the right order.
not a lot going on in these hands at the moment for MaxiBon.
Yeah, that'll do, though. It was a very, very dry hand for Banter as well, up until that Dubious was brought. So that is, what, Backstab, Tarslick, and Prep in that initial Naga? For
Yes.
Banter? Not ideal, but yeah, the first Naga isn't all that important. Useful note, I suppose, for those of you who are looking to try and learn the deck. It's not like you have to stack your first Naga with useful spells. Like it's fine, right? Like just if the first Naga just gets active with whatever spells in it, that's probably okay. You can just play it out and bounce it back to your hand at some point to empty it anyway, which really does not end up costing you that much mana.
But one Dubious being played out already, and now a couple of minions coming out for MaxiBon. Is this going to be a little bit too much pressure, or is McBanterface going to be able to easily answer this?
Tarslick is massive, although it is in the Naga, remember. We did just establish that. So the Hedonist can be killed no matter what, but I think the fear here is going to be the res, right? If you commit resources to this and then the res comes out with it as a 4/8, you are in a huge mess at that point, I think. Man, this is rough.
Coin was used on the previous turn too for Minstrel, so can't even just go for like coining the pirate.
Yeah. So the real strategic problem here, right, is that all of the ways that kill the Hedonist use the Tarslick, use the Breakdance, and that Breakdance isn't going into a Naga because the Naga is already full. So you'd have to end up like playing the Naga, shadow stepping it, and then you don't have another minion to get into play for the Breakdance, so just none of it really works. And that Breakdance is just so incredibly valuable to set up the potential swing turns if a Sonya is found. That, yeah, Banter's just going to let it live. Maxi doing some serious counting now. And Springwater, 2 Springwaters. Can play the Funnel Cake. This now clears, right? Because it does go in the right order. And that means, yeah, 2 more attacks. 2 more attacks, and the Springwaters means this just gets there. Yeah, that's insane. Didn't need it. It was guaranteed either way, right? Because we still have the 2 minions minion attacking on top of that as well, so disgusting. Could have guaranteed that. I mean, it was guaranteed anyway, but my mind wanted to trade the 3/7 into the 4/1 at some point, just to guarantee all those shots going face, which, as you could assume, was lethal anyway, but that was guaranteed no matter what happens, which means MaxiBon just goes up to an incredibly fast 2-0 lead. And I'm sure a lot of people are looking at that turn going, well, why didn't you kill it? And I hope I explained why, because at that point you're just kind of bricking your hand. Your hand doesn't set up for a good draw off the top. So if you go for the clear there on the Hedonist, and then you're in a position where even if they don't res it, even if they just play like nondescript minions the next turn, right, your hand still just fails to do anything on the next turn. I think your game plan just slows down too much. That I think Banter just had to say, there's no way you have 30 damage from hand this turn. In the same way that he said there's no way you have 10 damage from hand last game. It just so happens he's made good bets, I think, twice, and just busted on them twice. And sometimes that be card games. It just be like that.
Yeah. Well, that does mean that MaxiBon is just on that Warlock, that kind of potential weak point now of the lineup that we've been talking about all day today. But not only that, if MaxiBon does get the win with this Warlock, also secures his place in the World Championship, so potentially 1 game away from Worlds.
Yeah, and starting to realize the prophecy here, or the self-made prophecy, because Maxi's been talking a great deal of smack around our player chats and production chats, as far as we've been seeing, like calling banter free. I actually went over and watched a little bit of the rebroadcast that Fino and a couple of other people are doing with Pocket Train and Rekvam, and both of these players were in their chat watching some of the games and smack talking each other in that chat as well. It's all very good-natured. Some of you may have seen Maxi actually comes on Banter's stream sometimes. Because I don't know if you knew this, but Banter's a massive content thief. So sometimes he's streaming, but he can't be bothered to stream. So he just gets someone else to play games, and he just sits in that chair looking like that, pretending to watch them play Hearthstone on his stream. It's a good racket, honestly, if you can get it.
As Subtle starts to talk smack, you're just joining in.
Yeah, why not? We're all just piling on banter at this point. No, but crucial point being is that Maxi has been saying, like, banter is free, easy 3-0 for the last couple of hours since this matchup got confirmed. And, oh boy, is that coming to fruition right now.
Yeah, he's only allowed to talk smack if you can follow it up.
That's right. Alright, loses the 50-50 there, which means he has to give up the Void Virtuoso in order to take the trade, which is fine. Would have loved to have kept it, though. Eat the imp! Eat the imp!
It's the best card name.
Insta-pick insanity there, I would imagine. Yes, indeed. And Banter's hand is a little expensive. This is the turn where you would like to have a couple of 1-drops and a 2-drop to play, or 2 2-drops to play, just so you convert your buffs into stats on board as quickly as possible. Only really being able to play 1 minion this turn is kind of awkward. Unless you want to waste part of the buff on the Muscletron, which I think is probably fine, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to have 2 minions in play to set up as effectively as possible for the Sandcastle, I would imagine.
Right. We're speaking
It
of
just
setting
also,
up.
in very simple terms, just puts the most damage in play, which is a big deal.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of setting up, is this something that MaxiBon just wanted to set up the Symphony for turn 5, or that
Ooh!
Insanity and Crescendo if I went wide? But yeah, gonna go for the Symphony and gets to buff the Gem Tosser.
Yeah,
like.
those were 3 pretty unplayable ones there, honestly. 6/6 Taunt was probably the go-to one there for Maxi, and then 6 damage Lifesteal was probably the next best, just because Maxi's hand is full of damage right now, so just trying to set up a burst combo on Banter from here would have been something. But yeah, had 2 that did very little and 1 that did literally nothing in that situation, so just ends up taking the buff, which is a little awkward.
So do you still just like the Sandcastle here?
Let's get it in play, yeah. It's got big enough health that it should be able to be resistant to any AoE anyway. But you could argue that, like, Tigress, like, you could play one Tigress, attack, play the other, play the 1/1, and then the Divine Shields kind of play around AoE quite effectively as well. Which looks like Banter's going to end up doing. Does it in the other order, though, just going to have the 7/6. Interesting.
I think that's to play around Domino, like an AoE and then Domino.
It could well
have
be,
the most
yeah.
health in the middle.
Yeah, no, that does make sense, sure. Which is what it ends up being. So yeah, 2/2 Cat would have died there either way, so he does just end up having 1 more health on the big cat, but it doesn't matter anyway. It lives either way, and the Leroy comes through to end it. These players popping off at an absolute lightning pace here. We are already 3 games deep into this series. Banter gets on the board. Warlock falls to the Paladin, as it has pretty much been doing all day at this point. All tournament at this point, to be fair. And Banter will be feeling ever so slightly more comfortable than he did 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, 100%. But still, an uphill battle. Still has to win 2 games, although it is against the Warlock. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a guarantee.
No, particularly when one of those decks just ends up being the Warlock Mirror as well. We have seen as well that the a slower Rogue draw can potentially suffer to some Insanity Warlock as well. Those are the 2 decks remaining for Banter, the Infinity Rogue and the Insanity Warlock. On the other side, Maxi just kind of has to put together one of those dream draws with the Warlock, and they do exist. This is the big upside of this deck, right? There's 2 major upsides with the deck. Is one, you can just draw absolutely nuts opening hands, and then you just win. There are very few decks in the game that can compete with perfect Warlock draws. The second, though, is that if you don't hit those nuts openings, those cards are still in your deck. So Warlock players, people who like this deck, will feel like they always have outs, because, if they haven't hit a bunch of crescendos and Popgar early and just blown out the game, they always feel like they have that out to play towards as the game goes on. So they feel like they're kind of always involved in a game in that regard. But here we can go. Banter just switching to Warlock immediately now. We're going to play out the Warlock Mirror. MaxiBon Snap keeps the Popgar as well, which is a very, very important card in this matchup. Banter holding on to the best card in the deck, Crescendo. Both players hitting the Dream 1-drop as well with the Salesman. I think we've got a game on our hands.
I think so. Nah. Little bit different again with the lists as well. MaxiBon does include 1 copy of Reverberation instead of Fizzle in this list.
Oh! Dawn, the hand is forming.
It is.
Oh, it's continuing to form.
Oh.
If this is a crescendo, I'm going to lose my mind! What do you mean?
And
How?
Subtle has officially lost his mind.
There's no other hand! No Insanity Warlock player has ever drawn any other hand! I swear! How? They can't keep getting away with this!
They're getting away with it. As we see MaxiBon coin into the first Craze Conductor, picked up the second one.
Oh no, I'm gone. It's over. I've just descended into cackling. That's all you're getting for the rest of the tournament. Oh, that is outrageous.
And the pace that these players are playing all of these games too, still just continuing to play very, very quickly. Finally, a slight slowdown this turn for McBanterFace here. Kind of having to stop to think about what to do, but it's going to start with fracking. Okay. Baritone Imp encroaching or the domino effect.
I mean, what are you going to do? Take the card that doesn't kill them?
No, I do want the one that kills them.
Hmm.
Is he considering the domino?
I think, sadly, you do have to quite seriously consider the domino, because you're not going to win the race against 9 on board, I don't think. The problem is your pupil as well, though. Like, you have to pay attention to how you're stacking that, because you absolutely... I suppose 1 crescendo has already gone in, right? It was already played on the previous turn. Okay. So just going to take the Imp and fire off the Crescendo this turn instead. And then presumably make the trade into the 3-4. Yeah, okay. This is actually a solution that I wasn't looking at. Oh! Oh, Banter says I'm the aggro. Makes sense, actually. His minion has lifesteal, right? Yeah, I mean, his minion has lifesteal, which means, like, Maxi has to trade into it if he doesn't have a removal turn of his own.
Just means that
oh
double crescendo is in the pupil for McBanterFace at this point.
Yeah, Crescendo, of course, gets cast now by Maxi, because he wants to load that up into the Naga as well. And with 2 of them in hand and a Popgar, he can rip 3 of them in a turn, starting on 6 mana.
Gonna go for the Geode.
Yeah, just looking for some card draw and a little bit of healing as well with the Felstring Harp.
Makes sense.
It tends to be kind of neutral net healing because you get the first proc from the Harp with the Geode, but then it probably gets killed on your opponent's turn and deals the damage back anyway. But still, cheap and effective draw. Okay. Banter now has to consider whether or there's a world where spending 1 mana on playing Snake Oil this turn gets him in a position where if he draws a spell, he can then go like spell 1 mana Pupil that's full, take a Crescendo, play the Crescendo, and then the other Pupil will be full because you've already played 1 spell beforehand. And you can play that and get the Crescendo back out of it again, maybe set up a lethal that way. But I think Banter did briefly consider that option and just went, no, tap is better for the healing.
Now on the other side for MaxiBon, what kind of route do you think MaxiBon wants to go at this point? Is it just Popcar for some healing? Or does he want to take advantage of the Felstring Harp with the Encroaching Insanity?
The issue with Insanity is if you cast it and you don't immediately win the game, your opponent probably kills you the next turn because you're ramping the damage on all of their cards as well, right? By hitting the extra fatigue. You know, their Crescendos get more powerful, and then also their Encroaching Insanities do about 3,000 damage if you play one first. So yeah, I'd imagine this has to just be a heal with the Popgar. Get a big swing turn. This makes sense.
Yep, I love it. I just wanted to bring up the other option because it's always interesting to talk about that and when to play the Insanity in the mirror match.
Yeah, it's so rare, I think. Like, it's a gimmick you can go for sometimes on turn 3 when you just have Conductor in your hand and you just say, let's just see if I win with like 5 3/3s on turn 4, right? If they don't have Crescendo. But I think otherwise it's such a terrifying card to play if it doesn't immediately kill your opponent. No Popgar!
Is there a world where Banter can clear this Popgar?
Yeah, so Naga, Typal People on the left, Crescendo, and Trog will probably clear it up most of the time. I think Banter's fear now is just that Maxi has this set up with Typal Peoples of his own, and he's just kind of playing into a lethal out on the other side. And I think Banter has just decided here, you know what? The hand I beat isn't able to clear this board that I just made, so the best thing to do is make the board. Because if my opponent has Crescendo, I can't win this game anyway.
And there it is, double Crescendo, and we see McBanterface just whip out the well played. We go through these animations here as we see MaxiBon take the whole match 3-1.
I was about to say, you wouldn't believe it by how just regular game of ladder he has played these games. Just jamming out cards, instinctive plays, left, right, and center, just absolute Zoomer Hearthstone. I was going to say, you wouldn't believe it, but that game just qualified MaxiBon for the World Championship, but then you see the look and the realization dawn on the kid's face, and then it all comes crashing into reality. That is the look of a boy that's just made the World Championship, Dawn.
That's right. We're going to see this replay really quick, but I think that we're going to try to see if we can get a quick interview with MaxiBon in just a moment as well. See if that's possible. But I really hope so, because I want the chance to talk to him and see how he's feeling after that, knowing that he just qualified for the World Championship and secured that spot doesn't have to try to rely on ladder points anymore this year, knows that that spot is his.
Yeah, Banter obviously uphill struggle for most of that series. Had the pretty straightforward victory with the hand buff Paladin, as most of them have been against the Warlock, but really just kind of a blowout, I think, overall. Like, again, you could sit there and say, oh, well, he could have played around 10 damage from hand, or he could have played around just full lethal from hand that turn, but, you know, absolutely, I think, made good decisions in the spots he was in. I think the second one may be more borderline. You could go back and dissect it piece by piece, but I'm fairly comfortable just on instinct with where Banter landed with those first two games. And certainly, he's, you know, the kind of mind that will want to know. I'm sure immediately he'll be going back to his friends and practice groups and talking about the lines and seeing if he can do anything different. And he's still got a grind ahead of him for the World Championship spots in the future. But MaxiBon is job done. He has the title of Masters Tour Summer Champion to play for now, of course, but the spot at the World Championship table has been booked already.
That's right. And I can't wait to speak with him here and see how he's feeling after that entire game series there. But first, let's just verify and look. First place going to get the $10,000 plus the invitation to the World Finals. And second place, $8,000 plus that invitation to the World Finals. So we know that the top two players are going to be getting that seat at the World Championships. It's just a matter of seeing how much money they're going to be playing for at that point. But still one more spot to play for, still in this bracket that we just saw.
Yeah, insert a big arrow now next to those words, World Finals. Just a big arrow with Maxi just saying, you are here. The job is done. Obviously the World Championship prize pool is exponentially larger as well, which means I think there's already another $15,000 in the pocket of those top two players just by making it to the World Championships, just by showing up at Worlds. That's your prize at this point. Don't take that as law. I don't decide where the money goes, and I know things are sort of being shuffled around with the reintroduction of China as well, but still, massive amount of money that has gone into MaxiBon's pockets, or the pockets of his legal guardians. I don't know exactly how it works in Australia. Who knows? I'm no lawyer. But still, an incredible performance. And I think there's something about the teenage prodigies, right, in Hearthstone, where... So Amnesiac was never like this. Amnesiac would sit and take notes extensively every single turn, rope out every turn, especially when deck trackers were outlawed. He was a pen and paper monster in terms of taking his time and taking notes. But we've seen it with Gabby, we've seen it with Blaze, we've seen it with Frenetic even in Hearthstone Grandmasters, now we're seeing it with MaxiBon. Just so instinctive, so snappy, so immediate with all of the plays that he's making. Just absolutely knows his decks, knows his matchups, just doesn't overthink anything, just knows the lines and executes them perfectly. It is incredible to see Hearthstone played at this speed and this accuracy when you do witness it.
Yeah, and MaxiBon I know does do streams as well, but streams high level wild and standard. So incredible to just see the amount of skill and knowledge that he has of the game.
Oh no, were we supposed to tread lightly the whole time? Are the wild players actually coming for us, Dawn? Is it happening finally?
They might be.
Is this the wild takeover? Oh, disaster.
But it is amazing watching him play. He just plays so incredibly quickly, as you mentioned, and I think especially in a tournament of this kind of caliber as well, it's incredible to see just how comfortable he is playing those decks and how quickly he's playing. You know, sometimes there are players who kind of want to take their time a little bit, just make sure that they're thinking things through when there is so much on the line. But we saw MaxiBon just taking it down super quickly. How are you feeling after that match there?
Good. I mean, I would feel bad, but I think Banter still makes Worlds, so it's a win-win situation to me, I think. America still makes it. It's fine. That was crazy. Because the thing is, like, Warlock was the class that might get reverse swept, and I know Banter is like crazy good at those like mid-rangey decks, so I knew I was like probably like 45% maximum in the Warlock mirror. Paladin beats Warlock, Banter thinks that Rogue destroys Warlock, so like even after going 2-0 that was still like really stressful. but I guess he just didn't have Popgar that game, it seemed like. Also, he told me immediately, because you were saying sort of like whether he played bad, he immediately messaged me that he threw game 1, but I have no idea how.
He does say he. Okay, interesting. I thought not playing around 10 was pretty reasonable in game 1, but you know, maybe I'll talk to him about it in a bit. But anyway, I want to talk about you, Maxi. I don't want to talk about banter anymore. Rogue deck in particular. You're playing kind of a unique build of it with one version, one copy of each minion that no one else is really playing. I've heard from claims from other people about what you say about that deck and why it's good and what the matchups are, but why don't you just take a moment to explain? Yeah, why don't you take a moment to explain why it's the nuts?
Yeah, so basically the 5-minion version that I played a lot of the old Sonya Rogue, which was like a 6-minion deck. I have like 400 games on that. So it was easier for my playstyle because I already know like the sequences, but also it's more consistent in getting the combo on curve because everyone expected, that's why we brought Handbuff Paladin, because we expected a lot of rogues, and that's why so many people brought Stomper, but I think my version of Rogue beats the other version of Rogue even without running Stomper, because with 5 minions, I always have Scoundrel on curve. I always have combo on turn 6 and 7. Like, 1 dig for treasure can be 3 out of the 5 minions of my deck, 60% of my minions, if it hits Elven Minstrel. Like, so that's why I feel like that list made more sense, and no one was really playing Dirty Rats. When we were thinking about decks to bring, there was no warrior in sight, so like the 5-minion list just made sense. The only reason Banter didn't bring it, as far as I know, is because he thought he would throw, because like, you can, one mistake, like if you lose a minion with the 5-minion list, then you're cooked, but I mean, I was taking that risk. And everyone's banned it anyway.
So kind of on that note, I know you've been very willing to throw out a bit of smack talk during this tournament, towards Banter in particular. So I guess I will allow you to follow up on that if you wish. Having seen the other side of the bracket now, how confident do you feel about taking down the whole tournament, even though the important part is already done with the World Championship seat booked, of course?
Okay, so I'm versing, it's Gamer or... Who else? The person
Maori?
Mori?
Maori.
Highlander Druid?
Yeah.
Highlander Druid. I mean... I think I'm pretty confident into the Highlander Druid lineup, I'm not gonna lie. But these Highlander Druid kids are pretty good at drawing Whelp on curves, so... But Gamer is the same lineup as Banter. It's pretty close to 50%. Again, same thing. Gamer's way better than me at Warlock. Slightly worse at Rogue, slightly worse at Priest. But one of those, Priest or Rogue, will get banned. So, he's better than me at one deck, worse than me in one deck, and Paladin, pretty close. So I think Gamer, I have like 50%. Highlander Druid, I'll give myself 65% against Highlander Druid.
65% sounds generous.
There's like a security to the hidden gem tech. The make your enemy minions attack it to kill, the only way the Handbuff Paladin can kill Hidden Gem. That was actually kind of cool, because when I was playing ranked with Handbuff Paladin, I was like 0-7 against Overhill, because they played 1 Hidden Gem and I concede. So it actually makes a lot of sense. But also you insta-ban Overhill, especially with the Mixologist list. Like my Overhill Priest list is objectively the best list. Like, don't even argue about it, it's just the goated list. So I think you just ban it anyway.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing all of the insight, and congratulations on making it into the top 2 and securing your spot for the World Championship. You still have one more match to play, so you're going to get a little bit of rest before that, but thank you for taking the time to chat with us today, and good luck in your next match.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah, well played. Well played, Maxi. Congrats on Worlds. I said it before, but just chugging carbonated beverages out of a share-sized bottle, that's how you know that he's a real gamer. That's the mark of excellence right there. I really appreciate it.
That's right. Well, it was an absolute pleasure to talk to him after that match. So thank you, Subtle, for working through that series with me and getting to chat with him. And we are still going to get to see who is going to be joining him in that finals for our final match of the day. But before that, the next top 4 series. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by the one, the only Neil Lorinda, aka Bond. Hey, how you doing today, Neil? You doing all right? You ready?
I'm loving it today. As I always say the same thing. I'll think of something imaginative one day, but I'm genuinely loving this. That last series was ridiculous. The Gamer series was really tense. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this World Championship qualification, this Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's been some fun games today, and we have another player to send to the World Championship in this second semifinal. Only 3 players remain, and it's going to be either Mari or Gamer RPG, not only going to Worlds, but looking to face MaxiBon in that finals of the Summer Championship. So, looks like we already have their starting decks, with Mari starting on the Paladin and Gamer RPG starting on the Warlock. But I think the big story here is everybody's disrespecting the Highlander Druid, man. I can't take it anymore.
I mean, Maxi summed it up, right? Highlander Druid, you've got one of every card in your deck, so you're guaranteed to just play them in order as they come off the top. It's going to be perfect. That's how Highlander decks work.
Yeah. I bet every single player going to their match against them more, they're like, yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna cruise over the Highlander Druid, not even care about all my matchups. But another thing that Maxi pointed out was the Festival Security tech for the Priest matchup, and that lets Mari have center matchups across the board against Priest, and lets him consistently ban Rogue in every series that he goes in, knowing that that getter. So, not going to start off with that now, though. We are going to move into the Warlock versus hand buff Paladin, the Insanity Warlock. So we'll see if Gamer RPG can start off with a win, because I do think Insanity Warlock has been the weak point in a lot of places. We see it come down to the mirror very often. We even just saw it right number 5 come down to the mirror. So it would be a big win to get it out of the way right off the mirror.
Yeah, I'm close to classifying this as a 3-deck format, which usually means that the 4th decks have to battle it out. It's not quite worked out that way because the likes of Gamer Banter aren't that hot on Druid. But for me, the top 3 decks are the Druid, the Priest, and the Rogue, not in that order. And then you're left with sort of Warlock, Shaman, Death Knight, Paladin. And we got rid of the Shamans and the Death Knights very early on, which has left the Warlocks and the Paladins. And Paladin just is very murdery against Warlock. I went through this in the last series. If the Warlock doesn't play Conductor on 4, preferably with a buff, it really has an uphill struggle.
Yeah, you constantly have to worry about, all right, I need to clear this board, it's too much damage, but I, can't use my crescendos because I don't have Tide Pool people, and it's just not beefed up enough yet, and then eventually it just gets out of range, and you got to kind of have a board to fight back.
Yep, and he, killing your own board to make sure you find that Conductor. It's not going to be a big Conductor, but it's something, and then you hope to draw the second Conductor after they've messed around killing your first one. Keep yourself in the game. You've got to deliver some chunky damage, otherwise it just gets healed back to 30.
Yeah. Oh, the start is so beefed for both sides. This isn't that beefed. Not too much beef here.
The double fracking is what Gamer RPG is pinning his hopes on for this game. He might find some shenanigans with Trogs later, but double Trog in your hand is kind of the worst Warlock hand.
I wonder.
Lets you fight for board a little bit more, which I like, and gives you a minion. If you can clear board every turn and weave in some fatigue buffs here and there,
yeah,
that's another way to win. I mean, you said Conductor on 4. Well, here you go, Neil. Here's your Conductor. Right on time. But now we get to go.
Much though, is there?
Boom, boom. Grime Street. Oh no, Gold Panner? I was gonna say, yeah, Grime Street Audio Medic. Probably gonna be the play, clear up the board. A lot of stats as well already in play here.
Yep. That's not a Conductor and it's not a Crescendo.
Definitely not a Fizzle. Don't want his hand snapshotted.
No, you really don't.
You can all day though, just destroy your whole deck.
Yeah, just do that. And well, got to take the fatigue card. And I think you got to frack again. Yeah. Checking his pupil to make sure he's not filling it with just 3 not good cards. Oh my.
The pop.
Yeah, it's too late for conductors already. This is what I was saying last time around as well. Turn 4, fine. Turn 5, not so good. Turn 6, no, thank you. You need them to be lightning conductors, honestly. Because they're quick.
Okay, it's time for some max stats action. What's max stats right now?
Oh,
Outfit.
he's a player from I can't remember his name.
Max stats. So outfit tailor and what, a gold panner? Is that max stats?
Yeah.
We trade over the
Yes.
4/4 swing, outfit tailor, gold panner.
Unless you're scared of Popgar stuff, then you might want to customs enforce.
Yeah, customs enforcer could be an option, but there's not much fatigue ramp right now. It's only second
Yeah, I think you'll find
fatigue.
him max stats.
So we're looking at Crescendo dealing what, 4 damage? Popgar, Crescendo, Sludge.
3.
Oh, we're trading that. Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
this
he
is
does
max
3 damage.
health. Okay, yeah. Those customers. Oh, only 3 damage. Okay. All right, lot of stats,
Yep.
and that's why you traded the 5/3 instead of the 4/4. Even though it's more attack on board, it's not at risk for Crescendo. And now Popgar is not really an option.
Domino positioning as well, protecting the customs enforcer, which is the biggest card.
It has outfit tailor, which is I believe a 6/6 at this point.
I don't know what
3
it's
swings
supposed
to
to
the
do with his
weapon. Yeah. Can you domino Trog and
I mean, you
you
might
could
have
domino
to,
Trog
can
and
you?
get
It's-
perfect hits and get the 5/6 and the 4/4 just through the customs enforcer on board.
Yeah, it's not a Hearthstone turn, but nothing you have is a Hearthstone turn. I think you have to do it. And you've got Trog again next turn, if there is a next turn.
Oh
Yay!
yeah!
Go, Trog, go! It's going to just get worse next turn. There's so many more stats coming down.
Yeah.
But the Trog's done its job, and that's nice for the Trog.
It's gonna be a 12.
It really is. That is enforcing a lot of customs, honestly. This is one of those turns where you're sat on the other side. You're like, well, what was the debate about here? But yeah,
Max.
yeah. Max stats is somewhere in the Hearthstone world right now. Well, good luck with this turn. This is where you tradable your snake oil and hope it breaks Hearthstone. If you could get a card from any class this turn off this snake oil, what would it be? Blizzard? Like you trade it, Hearthstone breaks, and you get a card of your choice. Nope. That's not Blizzard.
Crescendo there wouldn't even have kept him alive, to be quite honest with you.
Shadow word ruin. Sottle with the answer. That's
Yeah,
what he was
but
looking for.
that's not standard, is it?
I mean, if you're breaking Hearthstone, we can cheat. I think it is actually.
Oh,
I
if
think
you're
it actually
breaking
is.
Hearthstone, then yeah, Shadow Word Ruin. Was that one card battering ram?
Oh, what did that do? I remember that. That was a card. That did exist.
It forced two things to attack each other. I'm pretty sure, but I don't think that would have been enough.
Great. Yeah, we couldn't play York. We didn't have the mana for it. It was a bit of a desperation pull, I think, honestly.
Reska?
And Mavi's 1-0 up.
Yeah, quick. Want to say easy game. Warlock kind of just fell over, which happens sometimes. Said don't do much in this particular matchup, but Mari was able to just get the stats to a level that was out of any stats that Gamer RVG could deal with, and that's what Hamba Paladin does.
Yep,
So
it's out of there.
again, the insanity, but the Highlander Druid. Let's see it.
Yeah, and Mavi hasn't got a Warlock, so this is bad news for Gamer.
Maybe that was the play all along.
Which particular one is the play?
Buck.
Uh-huh. I think if you want to get out of groups, it wasn't a bad pick, was it? But it seems to be running into trouble now, to be fair.
Look at it.
Now we're
beauty.
very much in uncharted territory, by the way. Yeah, I can't look at this. My eyes hurt. There's another row! I only just got to the end of the first row. Uncharted territory is his fourth Masters Tour, but didn't really do particularly great in the first three he played. I think he got a 5-4 or 5-3 finish in one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Splish Splash Whelp in the opener. The deck actually has a good amount of ramp. You have Gift into Wild Growth, you have New Heights, you have Splish Splash Whelp. Mix, which is sort of ramp, because it lets you kind of cheat out things early. Crystal Cluster. But Splish Splash Whelp is quite obviously the best. You call Dragon for it to be active. Oh no, that's not what you want to see.
I was looking at the bottom. Gamer got what he wanted to see, but Gamer chose to keep the one drop. It was a tough choice because obviously it's one less card you can draw, but you're hoping to draw Conductor and go Party Fiend, Imp, then Coin Conductor. But now he goes Coin Imp, and the Party Fiend will have to sit on the sidelines because this is a lot of damage coming in after 2 turns.
Yeah, 3-3 and a 4-4 right back to back on turns 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, then you get to domino. There are worlds where you domino or crescendo very little just to spend your mana and keep the 7s coming in. I want to know if your domino affects one whelp next turn if his hand doesn't improve. I don't think he does. We'll never know.
Ooh.
Because now he forgot to draw a dragon.
Heading a birth into Flower Child.
Ooh.
Dang.
This deck's so beautiful when it does this. Look at it.
Liliax. So if Mari can find ramp, could be in a decent spot. That's Doomkin and Marin.
Oh my goodness! Do you want to just push 17? What can they do about it if you push 17 and put a crescendo in the pupil? Swipe probably ends it, actually. Swipe beats you, doesn't it? If you push 17. Wait. Yeah, your crescendo would only be 5, your next one. You'd be 1 short over the 2 turns.
Just gonna go with the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've got to start doing these. You've got to threaten the lethal. This threatens it the same as how I would have done it, but it's less nasty against swipe. Because you've got another decent minion out there. Like, swiping this board so much harder, and then you've got crescendo, pupil, crescendo next turn. Oh no, you've got to put one more minion, one more spell in the crescendo, in the pupil. God damn it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, well, that's just lethal.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right, so this is why everybody was talking about Highlander Druid like that. Mari did nothing that game. That was Splish Splash 12 in the opener, no dragon picked up, and all the exps in the deck. No ramp, unless you count Flower Child, which is sort of, but only for the 2 cards. And just died before it could really do anything. So game RPGs, I think things up work across the board. Back to the drawing board with the Highlander Druid. It can't keep getting away with it, I guess.
Yeah, it can't. Well, it's trying to. But now Gamer is down to what, Priest and Paladin of his own?
Priest and Paladin.
He's in a good spot suddenly, with the Warlock getting through. You see why people like that Warlock deck, right? When it does that, it's just like, how do you beat that? But do something for your first 5 turns, the Druid helps.
yeah, I was going to say, how do you beat that? You play cards. That's how you beat it, most of the time. And Mari just didn't have the cards to get it done. But now we're going to move to the next game. It's going to invert a Druid. And I said it earlier. I don't know if I said it on camera or off camera. When I was having a discussion with Sodom.
Say it again anyway.
I think that the Highlander Druid, I think, might have a better matchup against Paladin than normal ramp Druid. They have more...
Because Reno?
Because Reno, but also just because they have just more minions to pay. You know, they like Cactus Construct. We saw a Cactus Construct into the 2-drop into Gorgon Zormu earlier. Like, they just have more things to play up the curve that aren't just like ramp or get dragons, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Even things like Spinetail Drake and Night Elf Huntress can help you just buy time in order to get to your big stuff.
Well, yeah, there you go. There's just showing what TJ's point is about the Gorgonzola being kept there to just jam things on the board. Mainly cheeses, I should imagine. But not necessarily always hunting for that ramp. Just going to challenge the Paladin at source at the start. But the rest of his hand is absolutely awful right now. Going to have to see how that develops curve-wise, or he could just get beaten down. Double tech, double panna for Gamer RBG though. So he's got decent start. Obviously double tech's a bit silly, but in the scheme of things that's fine. Marvi's tempted to, yeah, I thought he might go for this. Just get it down there and just age that cheese. Just turn 1, make cheese. Turn 2, we might be playing the cheese. We might be. I want it to age, but also... Alright, age the cheese. Oh. Are you playing on 4? We can play on 4. It's a conductor on 4, isn't it? Yeah. Conductor on 4, good.
What's good about the the turn 1 cheese is that you always know what the cheese is, because it's going to be equal to what turn it is. It's turn 2. The cheese is 2 drops.
Got it. That's clever.
So on 4, we're going to get 4 drops.
Yeah, we wait till 4 for sure. Conductor on 4 is good against Paladin. That's Conductor on 4.
I want to wait even longer.
Of course you do. But by turn 4, we'll know a lot more, right? We'll know what our curve is. Gamer's turn is a little sad. Because he obviously, when your opponent plays cheese on 1, you know you're getting cheesed at some point. Okay. Alright, we're cheesing on 4 now. We have Night Elf Huntress. Those of you who don't know what that is, of course, you're not supposed to unless you play Arena.
I play a lot of Arena, and I know very well.
You know very well. Is it good in Arena? It looks like it would be.
It's pretty good.
Got to cheese. We've got to.
Yeah, it deals 3 damage to 3 different enemies. So if your opponent, if you go into turn 5 and your opponent has a 2 3/3s, you kill both 3/3s and you can put 3 damage to face. That's big. That's big stuff.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's Conductor on 4, all right. Great recognition from Maui that this was going to have a good chance of getting there, by the way, whether it makes it or not. Because the rest of his hand was absolutely unplayable when he used up his coin and Innovate. Yeah, Gamer's face is one of, I didn't really think you could get cheesed like this, but here we are. Oh, what's he supposed to do? Got to work out how long he can push his luck, and it's not long. How did I end up here?
Must move quickly. Feel that healing beat.
All right.
Job done.
Huh? Okay.
Still going to be able to drop a pretty big Ziliax on 6. But these are pretty clean trades. You can hero power, then Nest Matron, then Night Elf Huntress, and clear everything easily.
Easily? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and get another of the 2 more of the gibberers.
Things.
Yeah.
Gibbering gibberers.
That's just a lethal setup. That's game. This is unbelievable. Oh, man.
What just happened here? Gibbering cheese druid. Honestly, never thought I'd see the day. What are you supposed to do when your opponent does this to you? He hasn't had another playable card in his opening hand. Look at it. It's just sat there, 8, 9, 10. He's got the curve now, though. Sorry, gamer. Has he found a way to live?
I don't think so.
Feel that healing beat.
It's 19 damage on board.
Yeah, it's just not close.
Oh, yeah. Just take his mana crystal before you get him.
Uh-huh. You can use that in the next game, right?
Yeah. Oh. See, Highlander Druid just gets there. Forget everything I said after the last game. But yeah, it's a big win. Big win for Mari. Shut down. The Palpa's not against most druids. That hand from Gamer RPG is going to do a lot of work. A lot of hand buffs, a lot of draw, tutors for both weapons, Stunner. You can just keep swinging and keep bigger and bigger boards. Mara just got out faster, overwhelmed him.
Yeah,
very
made
nicely
the decision
done.
on turn 1. Like, he had a choice to make of whether he wanted to just go all in on the cheese or not, which wasn't that tough a decision. I'm not going to say, hey, it's the best play of all time or something like that, but had to recognise that his hand was unplayable and that the cheese was the out, and that's what he did. And then he got a pretty good cheese with the gibberers, just making more gibberers, making it impossible for Gamer to clear. But that's the risk he took. He got rewarded for his risk. But now we're on to Rogue. Pretty standard looking list. No mixologist is the big deal, right? This is the tougher to play, higher reward Rogue. Two pupils, so there's something going on there. Not just the one with really confident people play.
Yeah. That one's a little scary. A little scary if you ask me. Also a speaker stomper in.
Yeah.
Which does not do much against Paladin, to be quite fair.
It really
kind of clogs up the
has
minion
no
pool.
spells.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see if you can just avoid the stomper, find the good minions, and do it fast.
Gamer has double Neophyte, double Razor Scale in his deck, so he's ready for this one. And he needs to be, because Maori is one game away from heading to the World Championships. And I mentioned it briefly earlier, but Gamer got to the final of the America's GM 2 or 3 years ago, had a chance to get to World Championships there, and lost to Pascoa in the final. On that occasion. So this is his second chance to get to World Championships through one match of Hearthstone.
The only card I'm debating on here is probably the Razor Scale. Just to guarantee that you have it. There's the double deafen though,
you've
so...
got 4. Yeah. 2 Razor Scales, 2 Neophytes, you've got 4 tech cards. I don't think you keep a tech card when you jam 4.
Yeah,
I might
guess
be
you're
wrong.
right. So we throw it all away.
Plus, if they're 2 4s, they might die, but if they're like 4 6s, they probably just hang about. Let's get to.
I mean, it's not even terrible, just on curve.
Sure, yeah, okay. I'm okay with that.
It's a slow start, but it's a big start. If you can just forge the muscle. I don't know if that's a little bit too slow, however.
It's what I was looking at, but Maori's got to start here as well. Obviously, Gamer doesn't know it, but having the pirate in the hand, breakdance set up ready. Dig for treasure to improve the hand, pupil in hand already. There's a lot of stuff going there that just leads to early victories. I guess one thing to consider here is what happens if you just go coin Razor Scale into Razor Scale. How often does that get there? It dies horribly to turn 4 Tar Slick Phantom Knives, right? Does it? Maybe it doesn't.
Well, the cards can't cost less than 2.
Yeah.
I just like the forge.
Yep. That's the most natural play, right?
Ooh, double pupil.
Yeah, this hand is going places soon.
Yeah, but you just got to be careful with the pupils.
Got the breakdance to bail yourself out, though. But yes, you have. Is that the minstrel now as well?
Yeah, but that's also mana though that you need to think about, especially since this is going to ramp up quite quickly. All right, Game RBG is just going full hand buff. Like I was thinking, okay, you can muscle there, but just keep buffing. Next turn, swing muscle Righteous Protector, and then just start rolling into the Razor Scales.
And they're so big that with limited mana, the rogue's going to struggle to remove them, so they're going to stay there. That's the plan.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the Deafen techs, double Deafen in the list.
Tough turn for Maui. The 4 mana turn's always a bit weird because you're trying to set up your 5 mana turn, which is currently also a bit bad. So
you just stomp her. You just stomp her.
I think I go looking for something to do now that gives me a 3-drop or something for next turn. But maybe you just stomp her and put something on the board.
I don't want the stomper in my deck anymore.
True. I'm not.
I also don't want it in my hand
anymore. See
anymore.
what you mean? My play has to cycle it, and it's in your deck again, which you don't want because you want to thin it out for minstrel. Fine, okay. So you, Stomper, we don't want you, so I'm going to put you on the board. What a weird way to look at it.
Yeah, I don't want you in my deck. I don't want you in my hand. That's all it could be.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone all the way with this. God, they're so large. And the razor scale is going to be ginormous.
It's just so
you've got to put other
deck,
things
right?
down alongside your razor scale, right? So they don't get purchased dubiously.
Dubious. Oh, so it's Sonya and Second Scoundrel left for minions in the deck.
Okay.
Which means Minstrel's kind of dead.
Scoundrel's having a bit of a bad time.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
Digging for something to do. That is the thing you do. Okay, Sonya, next turn looks interesting.
Next turn is pretty good, but
But
Razor
good luck
Scale
with
might
that.
have something to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, Razor Scale's having a right old chat with you right now. Gamer's seen the card. He knows there's a great chance that Sonya's in hand, man.
Yes.
They're 6/8s! They're huge. Just needs to work out whether he needs to trade. or
Doesn't
just
matter with
insert
the
loads of damage.
Deafen though.
True. How many Deafens are there? 2.
Yep.
Even Deafen's irritating for... Not irritating, even Deafen's slow for Maui though, right? He's got 2. It's just enough mana to mess up the Sonya turn.
It's an 8.
And the rest of the board is just lethal, even if the 8/10 dies.
Yeah.
I'm blaming his speaker stomper, honestly. It's his fault.
Yeah, how dare you exist? The ultimate counter, I just won't play spells.
Yeah, that'll teach you and your tech card. Yeah, one of these tech cards has done so much more than the other one.
Right one was powerful artifact. I could.
Which 2 mana amulet do you want?
No. Okay, 4 can give a taunt. Last ditch effort. Well, that already taunt. Is it
He's got
enough?
double taunt now. Yeah. Yeah.
Oddly enough. How big's the captain?
It's big. Actually,
I think it's
it's definitely had one buff because it's got the sparkles. And the weapon.
Yeah, I think that was like 3 different lethals there. But Game RPG just dotting every T and crossing every I. That it's all good to go. And that's a tied series. It means we're going to game number 5. Everything rests on one game. And it's going to come down to the Priest on the side of Game RPG versus the Rogue on the side of Mari.
It's weird because I think the cast have been talking about this a lot. I don't think we've seen this matchup much at all. It's the matchup that's sort of the headline matchup of the tournament because they're the 2 main decks. I think everyone's agreed. But one or the other's usually banned, so getting a chance to see them go up against each other has been slightly rare.
Yeah.
We get the treat of seeing it for a slot at the World Championships. One game between Maori, Gamer RBG, and Worlds 2024 to take their place alongside MaxiBon, Piernitsa, and Rikyu. Who's going to win it, Teach?
Feeling a Maori win here.
You can't say that. Actually, you can't say that you're feeling a gamer win. We've never had an American win anything in the history of us.
In the history of us Americans, we're not used to winning. Trying to chase that feel from back in 2014.
Yeah.
10
the
years
Rogue
ago.
is usually gone. Oh god. Yeah, 10 years. Nostalgia trip. We're going to get an American in the finals. American in the championships.
That'd be a grand old
What
time.
have we got?
Game RPG is playing the bird watching variation.
Yep.
Which is not the best list, according to MaxiBon, who runs like the Idle Exaggeration mixologist.
But MaxiBon's through. I know he's going to be in the final and playing for the title, but MaxiBon's no longer competing for Worlds because he's already there. So this is the best list apart from that.
Yeah, this is the best list that's not going to the World Championship currently.
Yes.
With the bird watching. So
I like the bird watching list, honestly. I think that you get a lot to do with Vol'jin, not necessarily in this matchup. And the extra fetch for your minions is good. But it is an unfavoured matchup. I don't think Maori's looked the absolute nuts on Rogue yet. I think he's not got 10,000 games in him like some of them might have. But obviously he's very, very competent, or he would not be on the precipice of going to the World Championships.
all right. Opening hand for Mari. Pretty good. Opening hand for Gamer. Not good.
No, not pretty good at all. And Maori's hand got a lot. Oh my goodness, Maori. He's got the things.
Yeah.
All the things.
I mean, a lot of Hearthstone still left to play, but judging by this opening hand, this is Mari's game to lose.
So far, yeah. I mean, the priest game can swing in a hurry, right? If you just get a cleric and suddenly start getting a couple of heals, anything goes off. You get so much damage so quickly if it gets rolling. But yes, at the moment, I would rather have Mari's hand. Okay.
Win.
Just draw a clergy off the top, pip the clergies. Draw a fan.
Tempo.
You tempo in the pupil?
No,
What's your tempo,
tempo
girl?
in the pip. I'm tempo in the pip.
Oh yeah, I'm tempoing the pip. That's why I want to draw a clergy immediately.
I don't even care about the clergy.
Wow.
If only Pip gave cheese.
I don't think cheese has pips. I think that's fruit you're thinking of.
Is that what it is? It pip? It's not pulp.
Pip.
Do
It's
fruits
like
have
centre
both
of an
pips
Apple pips.
and pulps?
Apple pips. I don't know what
That's very
pulp is. I think that's just fiction. I think that pip is fact. Oh, now what we doing, TJ? Are we still pipping?
Yeah. Love Everlasting has no like payoff right now. I feel like you're just gonna play it, and then next turn you're gonna draw a minion, and then you're gonna let it fall.
Fine.
That feels like the line. I mean, this may just be a pass.
I think
Nah.
that's a pip.
Yeah.
I mean, if he just thinks that just doesn't get there, I could understand a pass, but I don't think passing gets there either. Yeah, unfortunately you're getting DB'd.
Doobie doobie doo.
DB. Gamer knows this hand isn't it in unfavourable.
Yeah. He's gotta hope that Maori messes up somewhere.
And it is
Big cards.
possible, like, we've seen several people make incredible mistakes in this tournament.
Yeah. And Rogue is a deck that's very prone to errors, and you can't just make up for errors oftentimes.
And also, sometimes we've seen players throughout the years, especially ones who haven't been to many top 8s, and, you know, the best with the world, Maori hasn't yet. You know, sometimes your brain just stops. We've seen it happen. If your brain stops when you're playing this rogue deck, you are in trouble. So, if Maori wins this, despite the fact he's got a good hand, he will have absolutely earned his passage to the Worlds. Do we have to develop a hauler just to have it a hauler?
I think maybe now we could go Love Everlasting.
Okay. Well, then, like, hauler, power chord, heal the haulers if things go horrible next turn.
Yeah, or the other way around. Hauler, heal, and then power chord.
It's just the power chord would be cheaper, right? But yeah, sure. You're right. You'd rather have the big numbers.
Well, I want a board.
Yeah, it's fine. Absolutely. Oh my. And this is where Rogue gets tough, right? Because all of your cards say get another card, and you've got 10 cards in your hand, and you desperately want to just not have another card, and every card you want to dump feels important.
You should stick up.
And, like, if you make a mistake and keep 10 cards and burn Sonya, you've lost sometimes, quite often, usually.
Oh,
Yeah, play
Stomper!
We
Yeah.
learned this lesson last game, but this time it matters and does something. Oh! Are we playing double Rest in Peace? I think we are. Yep, Game of RVG is playing double Rest in Peace. Which is important if you play a Headiness and it gets killed.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that's the play here, because even more expensive spells from the Speaker Stomper, we're still looking at the ability to play Flash Heal, because the Love Everlasting, the first spell buff offsetting. So we got 2 hits. Probably want to get the Speaker Stomper. Nope.
A reminder of what this entails. Not playing the Hauler means that you never get a Hauler for the rest of the game from Rest in Peace. That's probably fine. Obviously, you are going to have some boards you want to clear. You can still do that with the first Hauler in hand. But what it does mean is if you get Rest in Peace now, especially with the Love Everlasting established, you can do a lot of damage pretty quickly. These pupils will have flash heals in them. Each of those represents 5 damage to something. This game is back on. I still favour the Rogue, I think, but Gamer RPG now has a plan that can win the game. He'd love to draw some cards, wouldn't he?
This treasure ain't fit for a pirate.
Okay.
Okay. But now the Hauler clears and there's just a board.
You can also organize the Adonis at the end.
Yeah.
And then play a pupil with the remaining mana. You can even buff the Adonis if you want. So you go... no, you can't. You go Hauler, Spring Water. And then the second water.
Sure.
And then synchronize. That's 6 mana.
You might end up using... Yeah, you don't have... Yeah, okay, I was going to say you don't
Oh,
have
he's just
to,
going for it now.
Get
Okay.
the finale. Just get a guy. Sure.
I just wanted to push... it's a break point, right? Bringing that up to 5 attack.
Yeah.
Puts it down to a 15 health break point.
It's a good point, actually.
But wanted to be able to fit in a heal here. Because used flash heal instead. So that's like 1 extra mana. So played the synchronize first to be able to
Yeah, and synchronize in the pupil now. I think.
Yeah, but I don't know if that matters because you already have a Adonis and you don't have... You have Fan Club. But Fan Club's not enough to proc it by itself, right?
No.
Just wants to be mana efficient, I think. Instead of playing two mana healing spells, he wanted to play or two mana spells, wanted to play 2 and 1, so that way you get better value from the Love Everlasting on future turns.
You're right about the breakpoint though, it is important. Or potentially important.
Okay, still missing Sonya. Big deal.
Oh,
how much is that?
Is this? There are
That's
flash
enough,
heals in
right?
those pupils.
You need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, 1. Has he got
That's
the mana
1.
for it though? Oh, they might just go
2.
face, of course, as well. That can happen.
3.
Oh no! Oh no! Does it come down to this? It's fine either way, right?
So it's a
Play the gem.
50-50?
But if it misses, it does kill the snake. And this is the point of damage that you wanted. Oh, is it coming down to 50-50 for who goes? Is this where we're at?
Well, Mara still needs a Sonya.
Well, if you're a Gamer RPG fan, you
Oh,
have just hit the nuts! They all went face! Gamer RPG's going to Worlds! Oh my! Incredible scenes here.
Man.
All 4 shots went face. TJ wanted to push another one somewhere, so that wasn't definite.
But then he wouldn't have had enough mana this turn to get it done, right? Because there would have been a it would have been a flash healing. Oh no, there would have, because there would have been a flash healing hand. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe not.
Anyway, he knew where the place was.
Yeah, he knew. He knew what he was doing. He knew how to get it done. So that, I mean, there is a world where Gamer RBG, if he misses that last shot, that Mari's just at 1 for the rest of the game, and there's another stick up and more potential for dehydrate on, or even just a switch of plan with Grifta. I mean, Sonya still wasn't in the hand. I don't for Mari with 11 cards left in deck.
It was not. No, it was not in the hand.
So still had some work left to do, but we could have seen like Grifta, Heal Amulet, or Scoundrel Grifta, Heal Amulet, Break Dance, right? To try and like heal back up. So that was a big deal that Gamer RBG was able to finish it there.
It was, and I mean, I'm happy for him. Obviously, gutted for Maui, who was so close, but Gamer RBG was 1 match away in 2022. So getting it done second time around after a 2-year wait, going to go to the World Championship. So very pleased for him. Not just because, you know, he's one of the people I cast when I was on Americas. I know that is just why you're happy. But seeing him get there after playing so many Masters Tours, he is the player with the most Masters Tours played at 25 out of a possible 26. So very fitting that he gets to go in the World Championships.
Yeah, it's kind of weird feeling that he's in the finals. You know, we've been casting him for so long, and finally getting that break and doing it in that style. But yeah, I do have to commend Mari one more time, because I thought the lineup was very cool. The Highlander Druid, the teched Paladin that could beat Priest more often than the normal Paladin. With the festival security allowing him to just ban Rogue throughout the whole tournament. So hats off to Maori, but no interview this time with Gamer RBG because he's got a final to set up for. It doesn't get a break in between, so we're not going to take up any this time. So we're not going to take up any other time, but Neil, since this is your last cast for today, I will give you a small amount of time to give final thoughts before we go to a break before the finals.
Just what a cracking tournament it has been. We've seen mistakes, we've seen great plays, we've seen moments of drama like the one we just witnessed. These lineups have made it a fascinating tournament, and still one more match to go. There is money on the line, there is bragging rights on the line, there is a title on the line. If you're not winning titles in competitive events, why are you playing? And I just can't wait to see what happens.
Neither, and we are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have the finals of Summer Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is that time as we are getting ready to go into the finals. I'm Raven and joining me for this one is Sottle, and we are getting ready for that last match, not only of the day, but of the whole tournament. Sottle, I know you've been enjoying all these matches, but what do you think of the finals that we have coming up?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because Maxi being here, I think Maxi has probably played the best. He's definitely had a top 3 lineup in the tournament for me. I think his execution with the most difficult version of Rogue possible is unquestioned.
And the best version of Rogue, obviously.
Yeah, the best version of Rogue according to Maxi. The best version of Priest according to Maxi as well, which I'm not even necessarily sure I believe him on, but you know. When you're a 16-year-old who's bodying everyone with this level of confidence, you kind of just like gaslight people into thinking that you know what you're talking about.
They said it, so it's true.
Yeah, right. So it's a good setup of like cross-region, with Australia versus the US, of course, with like the similar lineups but the different builds of the decks is super interesting. And then of course I think 2 of the players that have probably played the best overall in the tournament. Gamer had that one accident on Rogue in the previous series where he forgot he had the break dance for the pop guard that kind of autos the game at that point. But yes, has mentally stayed in a good place. I think has navigated his Paladin games very well, both in winning and losing. Played to good outs in a deck that it's very easy to fall into autopilot with. But I think he's kept engaged with the deck in general. And I think Maxi has been pretty much flawless throughout at this point. Easy to say though, because I know you've had the same experience as well with the likes of Gabby and Blyze. Like, when a series goes by in 30 minutes and they just 3-0 their opponent with each game taking about 4.5 minutes, the assumption is that they just played perfectly and you just kind of move on with your life, you know, because it's very hard to catch anything when it's being played at that level of speed. But I have faith in Maxi that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and looking at the lineups, we can see now we are going to see the double priest bans, so mirrored bans, mirrored lineups as well. How much do you think lineup specifically in this tournament has had an impact now that we're all the way at the finals?
Oh, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. I think it's almost been downplayed a little bit because of the way the seeding worked and how Group D ended up all together as Group D. Do you know what I mean? Like, if some of those Group D players were scattered through the other groups, you would have just seen all of those Group D players get eliminated by more of the Priest, Rogue, Warlock, Paladin players, right? Because that seems to be the dominant lineup. I think in general, Death Knight was a pretty big swing and a miss. Shaman was a colossal swing and a miss. For the players that brought it, particularly for Dead Draw and Gabby on the Nature Shaman, just did not seem to perform at all. So yeah, I think lineups have been huge. The 2 most important things I think coming into this tournament are getting the lineup right, which is generally the case for a lot of tournaments, but then also putting the time in to actually be good at the best decks, which isn't always the case, right? Sometimes the best decks have a low enough skill cap that the players who are already the best players in the world can play them to 96% capacity by default, and that's kind of good enough, and you just put it on the back burner and you learn something else. But this tournament, like Overhill Priest, Insanity Warlock to an extent, but certainly the Infinity Rogue, you have to have put the time in, or your lack of homework is going to get exposed. And I think the reason Maori isn't at Worlds is because he just didn't seem as prepared with Rogue as the other players do.
Yeah, I mean, as we take a look at, obviously, the Warlock deck from MaxiBon, going to be queuing that one first by the looks of things. RVG mentioned it, where Rogue is extremely powerful, but extremely punishing. And I think MaxiBon was touched on it in his interview as well, saying like, oh, well, if you play the less amount of minions version, then the second you just lose one through whatever means, you've just thrown the whole game. And that's like, there's so many options and so many just actions you can make on any given turn that even the top players, one slip and there's not enough leeway. These aren't just, you know, your average ladder games, right? You're against the best as well. So one little slip and it can be all over. But looking at this one, so it's a matchup we've talked about a lot over the course of the weekend and has definitely had impact in the matches as a whole, and that's the Warlock Mirror.
Yeah, I actually can I surprise everyone? I do actually quite like this matchup specifically. I'm not a huge fan of Insanity Warlock. I don't find it super engaging as a deck, but I do think the Mirror is just a nightmarish hellscape to navigate. Which
matchup.
Yeah, it's a footsie matchup, exactly. It's a footsie matchup where you're not supposed to throw out pokes. You're just supposed to play passive footsies, which is really strange. But yeah, this really does appeal to me because I think it's a super difficult matchup to navigate well. Lorinda and I were having a pretty intensive debate during, I think, Banter's series with Fury, where Banter could have gone for a 2-turn lethal setup a couple of times, but that 2-turn lethal setup is also a 2-turn lethal setup on yourself.
Yes.
Because as soon as you ramp fatigue on yourself, you're making your opponent's encroaching insanity do more damage. And you can't play the card Insanity yourself because that buffs your opponent's crescendos by 2.
Right.
So all of your cards that are trying to kill the opponent are not only killing yourself just because of the nature of the way the fatigue cards work, but they're also making your opponent's cards more powerful. Which means unless you go coin imp into conductor and your opponent misses Insanity, this matchup just tends to be this ridiculously frustrating and crunchy back and forth between two players trying to just about kill the other opponent while staying at 1 HP themselves, and it's pretty engaging, I think.
It is, and it's actually surprising because, correct me if you disagree, which I'm sure you will, but historically, mirror matches in, I guess any card game, but, let's start in Hearthstone, are the ones that have normally been slightly less exciting because of the nature of a mirror match is, well, whoever plays the better cards, gets the better draws, just gets ahead and wins. And of course, that is always kind of true. But I completely agree that this mirror specifically stands out in, honestly, the history of Hearthstone as one of the more interesting mirror matches that we can actually see. So I'm ready to get this one going. We are seeing the players already go for their mulligans. What is it you're looking for specifically in the mirror, Soto?
Cards that say fatigue on them mostly, and Popgar for sure. Popgar is a keep, and generally you'll be mulliganing cards looking for Popgar that don't say fatigue on them. You do see, I suppose more specifically, Gamer did send the Insanity specifically there because of that dynamic I talked about before. You just can't play Insanity.
Card.
You can't play Insanity unless it's an actual lethal term. But I do love that point you just made about mirror matches, because I finally got there with this footsies analogy. It's only taken me casting with both Lorinda and you, because in fighting games, a lot of people find mirror matches very, very weird, specifically because of footsies. In most matchups, there's a range you can stand at where your standing medium kick is good, but their best button is bad. So you stand in that range. That's the space that you fight for. But in a mirror match, both players are trying to fight for exactly the same space on screen, so it feels awkward to both players. And that's exactly what this matchup is. It's both players trying to fight for exactly the same spot on screen, but that's actually what makes it super interesting compared to every other mirror match where players aren't necessarily trying to do that, which is really, really cool to me.
And here we see an interesting outcome of that mulligan as well, because Maxi ended up with 2, but actually kept one of the thorns, and has actually allowed him to fight back versus this early imp from RVG. So it's, again, I'll be honest, not a keep that would jump to mind specifically, but one Maxi's being rewarded for here.
Yeah, a couple of, not necessarily tech cards, but minion choices in this tournament meta that are specifically focused on the gem in Priest. This Thornveil Tentacle is kind of one of them, where if you do end up in a situation where you're leaving up Priest, well, at least you get the opportunity to shoot Gem on curve, because otherwise you just kind of lose to it. And then MaxiBon specifically was talking about the 2/5 taunt that is in Maori's Paladin, right, which can actually counter the Gem in that matchup against Priest, because, handbuff Paladin kind of scoops. So these abilities to just do 2 damage to a stealth minion or any other minion on board early are actually very, very powerful in the meta right now.
Yeah, it looked like RVG was hovering over the Insanity just for a second there, maybe just thinking about the implications of things, but did go for the old tap into the Thorn as well, so not too bad there. RVG keeping hold of the board, and although he's lower on health, he's definitely ahead on board and sort of pushing the beatdown style for now. There is Conductor available, but it's going to be a Thornveil again.
Maxi just taking the 2 out of 3 with the tentacle, just hoping it didn't shoot middle, and he was pretty happy either way, but ends up getting the best target. And this hand has very much stalled from Gamer RVG. Big old set of bricks.
Yeah, which makes Insanity feel even worse, right? Because if you had some of the benefit, the cards that really benefit from Insanity in hand, you can say, oh, well, I have the stuff that will be good 100%. Maybe my opponent doesn't have as good an answer. But when you have the bad hand and have Insanity, it's like, well, this is twice as bad now.
Yeah. Like, you can see it here, right? You would play Insanity, and then, like, Maxi just jabs Crazed Conductor, and you lose the game.
My friend.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just immediately lose, because you have no answer to that. He did tap into the Domino, which would help now clean up a little bit.
Now RVG in the stance to work out where these trades are going to go, if they're going to go anywhere.
I don't mind 4-3 into 3-3 just to protect the Virtuoso. Make the opponent at least spend some mana in dealing with it. Alright, fine.
I guess with the Domino and not much else to do next turn,
Well,
I can understand going face, because you could just say, oh, well, if they go big on board, I'll just Domino it anyway, because it's, it's not like the mana is really going to do too much for RVG next turn. But he's going to face a Domino the other way, and this allows Maxi to not overly commit to the board and just say, okay, yeah, push for another 5, you're back on an empty board, and now RVG is in a pretty rough spot. Does have tap, which is going to be healed with the harp, of course, but this tap needs to be really good.
yeah, my reasoning behind wanting to trade with the 3-3 was largely because Maxi plays Symphony in his deck, right? You're going into turn 5. If Maxi plays Symphony there and doesn't pick 6 AoE or doesn't hit 6 AoE, suddenly then your Void Virtuoso is living, which is kind of potentially a huge benefit for you. Less so, of course, when you have the weapon in play anyway, but hey. And about that.
That's it. Yep. And, there we go. What a weird matchup, but I like it. It is so strange. It can just happen like that, but Maxi just got ahead and stayed ahead, and RVG just suffered a little bit from, honestly, a lack of options, right? It's not the... was the better hand won, I suppose, but there was just no wiggle room there for RVG to sort of make anything big happen. Kind of just had to just commit to what he had, play the hand he had, and it just wasn't good enough as Maxi just, again, cashed in on having that Insanity and being able to push that extra damage with those minions.
Yeah, big deal. It's weird because you kind of see in that situation the potency of having Insanity in your hand. It's like you threaten lethality like 100% of the time when you have Insanity in your hand, but at the same time it's almost a card that you're happy to never see because it's so unplayable in so many spots. But Maxi just having double Insanity there and having enough health to play with means that he was going to be able to kill from just colossal health totals at some point over the course of the game. And even if that had stabilized 1 or 2 more turns, Popgar crescendo from Maxi comes out, he heals back to 30 anyway, and then the double Insanity just kills a turn or 2 later at that point regardless. So
it's the benefit of just keeping Pop in the opening hand, right? When you've got it sat there, you know you have that option of, even if you decide to push just a little bit too much, as long as they don't pull out something nutty in response, you go, okay, I'm a little bit low, Popgar heal, go, done. So it's, it gives them that options, but very, very quick game 1, and very quick victory, as MaxiBon, takes that first step, which means there's obviously Paladin Rogue on one side, and then the full lot for RVG on the other. But as we said, at least through the majority of the times this matchup has come up, the Warlock winner first definitely feels like they've got a much bigger lead than a one game in Conquest would normally feel like.
Yeah, I do think Warlock has flattered to deceive a little bit because of mirror matches. I think the amount of times Warlocks have got out of a series due to winning the mirror match specifically is quite funny to me. But I do also like the idea that we've now got to the final. Of course, we had Banter as well in top 8 who had the same lineup. where the idea Neil and Lorinda and I have been sniping back and forwards all day, all weekend about all month, our entire lifetimes, all 6 decades that Lorinda has been on this planet. Warlock's a bad bring, it's a terrible 4th deck. Oh, Paladin's a bad bring, it's such a bad deck, is the response then from Lorinda. And it turns out that actually the right lineup was to bring both of them, and the bad bring was Druid, which, did anyone think that coming into this tournament? Because I certainly didn't.
Weirdly enough, 2 wrongs do make a right.
They
apparently,
do, yeah.
In this situation, so we'll see how this one goes as we step into mirror number 2. Of the Paladins, of course. Painter's Virtue available for both players. Maxi, of course, keeping it. And I would suspect Gamer RVG will do the same. There is Instrument Tech as well. But do you like throwing the Instrument Tech because you have the Virtue, right? Because I do.
But also, not just because you have the Virtue, but also because you have Gold Panna, right? So you have your play on 2. You want to go 1-2 coin 4 when you're on the coin with Paladin, with the 4 being the weapon. The best way to be able to guarantee doing that is to have Instrument Tech, but if you already have the weapon, Gold Panna or Grime Street are just so much better than having the Instrument Tech in your hand for that turn 2 play.
Yeah, the Instrument Tech is like there from necessity in the deck, right? Not because you really want to play that card all the time on 2, if the weapon's available, of course. We do see the Neophyte coming up, which is going to put a little stop to that play, Sottle.
Oh, yep. Actually, full role reversal here, because I was about to say Maxi's going to have to give up the Outfit Tailor here to assert Gold Panna supremacy, but actually no, the Cult Neophyte does a much better job of it by denying the weapon entirely, and suddenly, Gamer RVG might be the one that has to give up the Outfit Tailor.
Or could just commit to just say, okay, buff, go. No, he's going to go for the outfit to get the trades on the Gold Panna.
Yeah. Is still a perfect weapon turn coming back the other way, which is a little bit frustrating, but hey, at least shut down that card draw.
Yeah.
Resources are so important in this matchup, by the way. It can be a real resource grind because the lethality in the matchup is actually very low because Paladin, Handbuff Paladin as a deck just permanently affixes the number 30 to their portrait. Like, you cannot injure them at any point over the course of the game. There's just too much lifesteal. So if you want to kill your opponent, you generally have to have 20 plus damage built up from hand, which is very difficult, especially if you've been throwing out Outfit Tailors earlier in the game. So that battle for resources with Gold Pannas and Magathas is huge.
It gets a little bit tricky because I think most, if not all, the players here are down to like at most 1 deckhand, right? Which makes sense because it gets a little bit tricky with only running the 2 of 1 weapon. So you do run out of swings, which it makes logical sense. But it is something you have to be aware of if you are using these Outfit Tailors early on, because it's then just progressively reducing that reach.
And also, you've got to make room for 12 tech cards in your deck, so something's got to get cut.
Are you surprised that specifically this build has done so well?
No. If that sounded sarcastic, it wasn't. Like, you do actually have to find room for 12 tech cards in your deck. Like, that is important. This build, this builds adjacent to the evolutionary chain of where we are now began with, I believe, Banana God, who, in the meta where everyone was playing Concierge Druid before the Concierge nerf, when that was the most popular deck at Super High Legend, built this mega tech heavy deck with Customs Enforcers and so on and so forth to be able to counteract that, and now we're kind of at an evolutionary point from that where it's anti-spell hand buff Paladin.
And now RVG is just staring, working out how the heck he can kill 2 Ziliacs, because if one player gets to drop him this big first on an effectively empty board, obviously Sandcastle can have a big impact because of the nature of its damage buff, but those are 8/10s. This is going to be difficult at best.
Yes, and this is twice now this game that Maxi has seized initiative through anti-spell tech cards blocking the coin, right? Because there was the coin weapon turn that Maxi blocked with the Neophyte, then the Razor Scale last turn blocked coin Ziliax. Otherwise, this is the turn that Gamer would have played last turn and actually been in the position where he was the one threatening lethal with the Ziliaxes. So those tech cards, even though these aren't the matchup for them, right? Anti-spell tech cards in a matchup where 0 spells start in your deck, and they're actually still proving to be pretty effective.
Yeah, for sure. Sandcastle is going to be getting some work done. But that's 16 plus... Is that 6 on the outfit?
Yep,
I think so.
Outfit Taylor does it.
And just like that, wow. And again, RVG not too happy with this one, of course, but Maxi just had the lines, right? Because, yes, you could look at this game and say, oh, well, Neophyte on 2 makes perfect sense to block the coin. I might be going a bit down the line here, but your average player, or even slightly above average player, might have just said, oh no, I'll just do hand buff on turn 2, because hand buff is good in hand buff Paladin. But the Neophyte put Maxi in such a good position.
No,
there.
it's even better than that, Raven. It was off curve. It was on 3, because he went Panna on 2.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're completely right, yeah, because it was the Pannas versus each other, wasn't it? Yeah, completely right. But I just think it's such like, it looks simple the way we're watching it and talking about it, but it's actually such good just heads-up play, and look at the impact it made on this game.
Yeah, exactly. Even more so than that, right? Like, so the first Neophyte blocks the coin weapon, and then the card that preserves is that Outfit Tailor, because otherwise you would be using the Outfit Tailor to buff the Gold Panna, so the Gold Panna hit the Gold Panna. The same turn that Gamer RVG ended up playing the other way. And then because that Outfit Tailor was being held, suddenly when you then block the Ziliaxes and been the first person to get Ziliaxes in play by the exact same method with the Razor Scale, then guess what? You still have that Outfit Tailor left in hand to push the lethal and not have to worry about trading back into your opponent's Ziliaxes on the other side. So, yeah, small details paying off big in just 5 or 6 turns there for MaxiBon, and now just the young god on the deck left to win with. That's all it is.
And that's the problem. Think of the just mental warfare that's going on here, because in the blink of an eye, MaxiBon has gone 2-0 up, and oh no, the last deck he's got to play is Rogue. Like, oh, this is... I would not want to be in RVG's chair right now, because this is possibly the worst case scenario, right? With that, if the last deck was Warlock, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to farm some Warlock right now. But it's Rogue, and you just think, wow, 3 times? Gamer RVG has to beat this. Going to start off with the mirror, but it is quite the ask.
Yes, and a chance to demonstrate one of the few points that he has been preaching that he has not yet shown definitively to be true, which is whenever I watch any other Rogue Mirror, when I play Rogue Mirrors myself, it doesn't matter, I'm playing them at decent ranks, I watch them at even higher ranks. Speaker Stomper is such a defining factor of Rogue Mirrors. And yet MaxiBon says, no, my list, which plays 0 Speaker Stompers, is still favoured. Because my minions are more consistent. I only play 1 minion. 1 of each minion. So I play 1 minion, just Sonya, that's it. It's the only minion in the deck.
Imagine. Oh, that'll be the day.
I only play 1 of each minion. And that means I can more consistently hit my Pirate. If I hit Elven Minstrel, I draw my whole deck, essentially, and then it's game on. So it doesn't matter. Stomp me all you want. I'm going to be the one that consistently has the good cards in my hand. So that means I win the matchup more consistently. It sounds logical, but I still want to know what happens if your opponent does just play a Speaker Stomper against you every turn, which is a thing that is possible for the opponent to do. So yeah, let's wait and see, I guess.
Yep, diving in, we did just quickly miss the mulligans, unfortunately, but we can assess opening hands. I see a Pirate in one player's hand, Sottle, and I've been led to believe that's quite a good card.
It certainly is. Prep Doobie is also an outstanding 2-card combo to have in your opening hand, and both players have access to that.
RVG going to kick it off first.
Oh, okay. Those are some minions.
MaxiBon saying, yeah, okay, I'll respond in kind. Not quite as good though. If this was me, and I was any one of these players in this position, my brain would already be hurting. Just to sit like, right, okay, because you almost need to just know what's going to happen, right? And just have every card planned out And because you draw so many, you can generate and sort of bounce and regenerate so many, it's just so difficult to stay on form. And also, this is the finals. The players have had high-pressure matches all day, and it's coming down to this.
Okay. Things are occurring. So I was about to say, Gamer RVG would have been praying that MaxiBon played a minion for some reason last turn, even though that would be viewed as a pretty catastrophic mistake in the matchup in that position, because it would have allowed Gamer to backstab Elven Minstrel. But actually now, apart from Pupil, there isn't a great deal that Gamer RVG is interested in terms of minions, where he could instead just start looking for amulets with Grifter, like play Grifter now and step it, and then next turn play Sandbox and the second Grifter, and just hope that one of those two hits the amulet. But he is just going to go for the setup with the Elven Minstrel instead. This is the same thing, but you just get to draw 2 extra minions off the Sandbox Scoundrel next turn of the combo.
Yeah, this is what I was going to ask you about as well, because I feel like turn 4 especially feels so tricky with this deck if you have the minion options, because it's like, well, which one do you want to go for? Do you want to spend the Shadow Step now? Because Shadow Step is super valuable later, but this setup is a choice RVG's gone for the sort of big payoff of this Elven Minstrel. But these decisions are super difficult. Double Pupil,
Naga, okay. So Gamer RVG gets to go, but Maxi also gets to go. 1-mana Pirate, Naga, Sonya, Breakdance, all in hand. If you have those cards in hand, you go. It is that simple.
Both collecting $200.
Now this is treasure.
How long can you hold you?
And this is where I lean back in my chair and just watch Hearthstone happen.
Yeah, so as of right now, there isn't that much of a win condition beyond O Manager, which I have 0 games on this specific list with 1 minions and O Manager, so I don't know the reach of that just being the only card that you have that deals damage in your hand. So I would be surprised if it can make it happen from here.
It must be a little bit tricky to play against this build as well, because I imagine it's not a build people have been jamming tons of games for mirrors, let's say.
Sure,
So,
yeah.
There's a lot of breakdancing going on. Get MaxiBon in the next Olympics.
Probably put up a more impressive performance, to be fair.
Just actually pulls out Hearthstone and plays this deck.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, fair enough.
The crowd actually just lose their minds.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I have never seen better flailing your limbs around than this. This is incredible.
Can make the argument that it's just factually breakdancing because it's the name of the card. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yep. I think that passes the IOC checks. Alright, it's go time.
RPG's turn to go, yep.
Step the pirate, replay the pirate, play the grifter.
Now this is treasure.
Just the way you said grifter.
Grifter!
Grifter! Got you, grifter!
Back grifter! Get your back grifter! Alright, play the 0 mana. Try again. That says 6. Click the one that says 6. Space in the Naga, 2 in 1, 2 in both, in fact. So, breakdancing the pirate gains you 1 mana here. It actually doesn't. It's net even because you're only playing a discount on a 1 mana card anyway.
Yeah.
So just a little short in the end, I think.
Yep, locking in more breakdance. Gonna end on the breakdance on the Sonya, I imagine.
Yep.
Makes
Give
sense.
Give yourself plenty of time to get that animation through and get the attack off so you don't take the extra damage. But I think from this standing start, I would imagine Maxi has enough to get this over the line.
Wait for it. Lethal!
All caps, lethal. Oh, that's a Gaia Worm. That's a Gaia Worm.
Yeah.
Pack it up. Gaia Worm's the most lethal thing I've ever seen in my life. Get rid of the coin, breakdance the pirate. So now the pirates actually are going to gain you enormous amounts of mana because they're discounting a 4-mana card every time. And not only are they discounting a 4-mana card, they're discounting it to specifically 1, which gives you a 0-mana copy of it every time you go.
Disgusting.
Yep.
Is the word I'm going to choose right now, Sol.
Disgusting! Actually taking board.
It was, I shouted lethal in terms of the killing the grifters.
Oh, I see. Is that what lethal means?
Yeah. Lethal's in lethally killed a minion.
So not enough? Yeah, actually, no steps means that you can't actually gain that much
Keep
mana.
going.
You actually, you actually have to play a mana on the breakdance on the pirate.
Okay, so this has turned into board clear. What sort of position does RVG look like he's in right now? Is this a return lethal in any way, shape,
This
or
should
form?
be
Because there's a lot of
comfortably
tide
lethal.
pools.
Yeah, this should be comfortably lethal unless Gamer screws it up here, I think. Although, no, out of pirates, actually. Not something that I had taken note of, which means mana is actually quite tight here. Has to pay full cost for the Sonya, which is a big deal. I had not looked at that on the last turn, how the pirate didn't end up back in the hand.
Ugh, imagine paying full cost for cards in this matchup. Ugh.
In 2024 Hearthstone, you want to pay full cost for a card? Actually, the cringiest thing I've ever heard.
And this is a problem because RVG now has a rough estimate of most of the hand, right? For Maxi, kind of knows what the deal is.
Oh my god, where did this turn go? Like, I actually have not decided on a line yet, and the rope appeared. I don't know what happened. Yeah.
I heard this is good. Oh, I think it's too late to do anything now, though.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that probably, I think you had to give yourself a budget of about 10 seconds to look at your hand, and then if you didn't see anything awesome, just jam the draw 3. Yeah. And just react to what your hand did.
So what, that's just 14, 15 with a base dagger or weapon, whatever, I think, right? That's just 15 off the cuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be honest, couldn't tell you what's in the Naga on the top.
14. Yeah, Nagas are fairly unimportant here because of the Stomper. I think the real question is board space for Gaia Worms. Because you can do that, for normal cost, right? Like Sonya, Pirate, Gaia Worm, all of that stuff just costs the normal amount.
It's not a spell, basically. Yeah.
So you can get 10 extra. How much did we say was on board? 8, 10, 11, 14. So you could get 10 extra, but that requires 3 board spaces, which you don't have.
And how much mana?
A lot.
Okay, so not daggerable. With that, for the extra one, you're going to lose. Gonna take a draw. Rope burning again! Oh. Yep. Those were cards. Gonna trade. And just say you can't 30 me.
I will be your death.
RVG now locking things in a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so he does now have access to the breakdance again because the tide pools have filled up. Which means he can go 6 plus 6 from the amulet. He then has 6 plus 6 again from this remaining Naga, which I believe does have a 6 in it. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, and then
so
again,
now he can fill this up.
Yeah.
With 6 and 6 and the prep.
And one more time for good luck.
He actually doesn't even need that much. He only needs one more. Yeah, another 0 mana one coming back. So he just has to drop the last tide pool, and then boom, one more remaining 6 damage.
My
gets over the line.
Is racing, Saul. I'm not even joking. Like this, so tense every turn of that mirror. Gamer RVG does fight back. One job has been done. Rogue mirror ticked off, but.
And we've learned. We finally. Maxi's a liar. He's a scrub. He actually doesn't know how to play this game at all. Speaker Stomper just ended the game immediately as soon as it was played on board. What a dummy, honestly. Who sent that kid to Worlds? Embarrassing.
So now Gamer RVG has got a point on the board. Is it fair to say that that was the more winnable matchup?
Yes! Yeah! I've asked this question, and I've asked this question personally to like a couple of the best rogue players, and I've seen the question asked in a couple of chats, like Sabor's chat, who's currently like jamming games on Rank 1 Legend with this deck. What do you think your worst matchup is? And universally, the answer you get back is the mirror. It's the it's the only matchup that's bad. But they all, not only that, they all say the same thing. It's like, oh, the mirror's bad because I win every other matchup, but in the mirror they all have the pirate and I never have it.
Right.
That's literally the answer you get every single time from every single player. It's incredible.
I really enjoy the question as well as to whether it's because the deck is just that good or because of the way the deck is, and this has happened throughout Hearthstone's history, because it's a fancy deck, let's call it, anyone good at the deck is just hyper confident. Deck beats everything. Deck beats everything. Whatever. It can only lose to itself. Because we've had that in the past where players who, especially with Rogue, players who really are deep in Rogue, it's just like, yeah, the deck will beat everything, so it's just the best deck, full stop, no matter what.
But we've had that before where there's then some pushback. For example, like I remember this debate about Boar Priest, right? Where people saying Boar Priest is the best deck. It just is. And then, things like Vicious Syndicate, the VS report, would say, well, people say that Boar Priest is the best deck at higher ranks, but that's not a thing that's really reflected in any of the numbers.
Right.
And then meanwhile, Pocket Train just wins tournaments for fun with Boar Priest, and no one else can get anywhere near it. And we're like, well, I mean, like,
what about these numbers?
Captain World Champion over here is just like farming with Boar Priest. Like, what do you have to say about that? But like this time, it even shows in the numbers. Like VS are reporting that this deck gains 12% win rate between their lowest track level and their highest track level, which is absurd. Like, that's so much extra win rate. Their comparison is that they haven't seen a deck like it since Garrote Rogue, essentially, which then sort of gives credence to your idea of like, well, it's always rogue decks, isn't it? That people they could get this deep
never
into.
Hunter.
Yeah,
Never Hunter.
No.
When will our time be? Maybe...
Hunter's much more of a weak U deck, I think. That's what it comes down to.
Maybe at Worlds. You never know, hey. You never know. But yeah, there's a lot on the line here, obviously, for both players. Winning the Masters Tour will be absolutely huge. And still an uphill climb for RVG. But as long as he can, keep calm. In the interview we had with him a little bit earlier, when he had that sort of ropey moment and then recovered, he even said, like, yeah, I sort of lost it a little bit, but managed to just pull it back. Not lost it too much. So I have faith that he can keep the cool now that he's got a win under his belt and sort of start to fight back. But it's about as hard as it's gonna be with MaxiBon on this rogue, because you even saw then in the difficult situations, it felt like there was always a plan. Right? It's like, oh, this is a tough one. I can't just combo and win. This is the plan. It's like boom, 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 big turn. So I think overcoming that is going to be a tricky one. But looking at the two decks we've got left, Sottle, where are you ranking these matchups for those who maybe aren't familiar with playing against this rogue against all these different decks? Which one is Paladin? The stronger matchup, is Warlock the stronger? Obviously, RVG needs to win with both, but just out of interest.
So Maxi has double deafen because he has room for double deafen with cutting all of the minions. He also has the Valera's Gift in there. He also has double Dubious, of course, which is standard. But then even the addition of O Manager and Mic Drop can just help him fight for board against early minions a little more effectively. Basically, your goal as Rogue is stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Always have an answer for like a 10-10 Razor Scale that comes down, right? Which for most players is just deafen. That's kind of the only tool that they have of dealing with that. Maxi has a little bit more flexibility in terms of other cards that he can use to pick other boards apart and still have access to the deafen. He also more consistently hits his first Tidepool Pupil. So if he hits a Tidepool Pupil, he can deafen as many minions as he wants, because those deafens then go in the Tidepool Pupil, and he can just potentially loop them forever. So I think normally I would say the better matchup against Rogue is the Handbuff Paladin, but I can certainly see Maxi's list being more effective against Handbuff Paladin than the extra. But there's nothing in Maxi's deck that stops him getting crescendoed in the face 6 times.
True.
So maybe Insanity Warlock still just gets there if it builds up enough early damage.
Okay, well that's the one we are going to be going into as RVG goes for the Insanity Warlock for game number 4. Again, if Maxi takes this victory, he is our champion. If RVG takes it, does have to take one more game with the Paladin that's going to be left over. Mic drop kept in the opening hand for MaxiBon.
There you go. Just giving yourself a nice fiery war axe early in the game, essentially, if it does come down to it. Or perhaps just jamming it as early as possible, drawing those 2 cards, trying to find the answers. Does get dig on 1. Hits the Sonya immediately.
Hey, they're not a terrible opening for RVG, right? Does have option of going coin 2 and 2. Which I don't hate, to be honest.
Yep, I like it.
I think even though Rogue is built to deal with minion waves after minion waves, like, making them deal with them as quickly, or try to deal with them as early as possible is probably the way I would try and go. Ooh, do
You
like
see
double
straight
ones?
away how this fiery war axe is going to line up so beautifully into these early turns from Gamer RVG, just justifying that keep immediately. You want to go Void Virtuoso and Party Friend this turn?
I think so. I feel
Just for
like
the merit of playing 4 damage instead of 2.
Yeah, just have more stuff. Like, yes, you know, Fan of Knives exists, I guess, but I just think just pile stuff on and just hope it sticks. Yeah, I'm kind of down for this.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, you don't take the damage, right, with this little combo as well, so there's like small side benefit.
Oh, Backstab Elven Minstrel on 4.
Trying to do a bit of minstrel work yourself there, with the way you said that.
Yeah. Generally, you will see rogues just take the highest attack minion off the board in this situation. Yep, there you go. I suppose with the buff on the weapon, you actually just get to take care of the Void Virtuoso anyway, so there's no real consideration there whatsoever.
Early Crescendo available, and RVG does have the Popgar.
I despise all of these signature cards, by the way. They're very beautiful, and I appreciate anyone that wants to use them, but this is not how I play the game, so it's very hard just to glance upwards and just recognize what all of the cards are.
At least Tide Pool's easy, right?
That's the one that everyone has
Naga.
seen. Yes, yeah. But also, that's the one that's given to everyone.
Yeah, that is Grifter, or I'm 99% sure that's Grifter. 4-drop has signature.
Yeah. It is. It's definitely Grifter.
Yeah, and that's one I actually own. So.
Oh, you better get good at this deck then.
Well, I said that to Lorinda earlier. I was like, you know what? I need to play way more Rogue because I have signature Grifter, and that's the only reason.
Oh, it's a deal 6.
So if there isn't deal 6, is there the next best thing, or is it really matchup or situation dependent from not 6?
Sorry, was that a question? You seem to just sort of
so.
say things.
Yeah. So if you're not offered the deal 6,
Yeah.
is there like, oh, this is the second best, or after 6, is it just it depends what's going on?
Yeah, it depends what's going on. Basically, like, this is a control deck, right? It's low key actually a control deck, and your job is to just control your opponent until you have like the critical mass combo in your hand, right? So if you miss on deal 6, then you can just take steal a minion, right? If you have problems with minions on the other side that you need to deal with, you can just take heal 12 if they're a burst deck and you need to get out of range. It's all very, very flexible. If there's not a lot going on in the matchup, but your hand's kind of starved out, just draw 3 is great, and you can just go through that way, right? Like, there's so many different ways that you can go through the deck. I think generally you can just try and stabilize as much as possible if you.
Yeah, because I think that's the tricky part, right? Is like, well, you know you want deal 6, but what's after that?
I think a lot of the time, like, you saw there, right? Maxi took deal 6 and then immediately shot it at the minion. Because he's controlling, right? He has a problem to solve. The problem that he had to solve was this Popgar's on the board, and it's going to freaking kill me if I don't deal with it. So, you know, you have got to readjust your mentality to that point. Like, yes, he has an empty Naga in hand that the deal 6 can go into, which certainly helps with the decision. But, you know, I would not have been amazed to have seen a situation where, like, that was Grifter, play a heal 12 on your own face, step the Grifter, go again next turn, right? Like that kind of thing.
Oh, Maxi hovering the Sonya just for a second there. Does have the Shadow Steps, does have some options, but maybe just a little, you know, missing out on some stuff, really. Oh no, gonna choose to lock it in, okay.
Yeah, the problem he has here now is that he has to step one or both. Here, certainly the Sonya, but he also wants to leave minions in play to be able to tank the barrels.
Right.
Because if he doesn't have minions in play to tank the barrels,
Just
he's
lost,
just
right.
he's immediately he's dead on board
Yeah.
essentially. He's making a concede play that he knows loses, so he can't afford to step or prep breakdance the other one back as well, which he would love to have in this spot. I can only imagine that Gamer RVG's fatigue cards are on 2 here, because otherwise the Naga Crescendo barrel would be lethal. As in, the next one deals 3, I suppose, to be as precise as possible with that language.
It's so strange to see the Warlock's opponent on 8 with, like, barrels and options in hand, and it's not just lethal, right? Because you just think, well, 8 is so achievable a lot of the time with this Warlock, and it's like, oh, I can't deal 8, and it's like, what?
Well,
and here we
Sonya,
go.
yeah, Sonya, deal 6, empty Naga in hand, drop that down, get deal 6 again. And that is 12 more just from that one Naga. Still have Shadow Steps, still have Breakdances, still have a bunch of stuff to go, but it does not matter because Maxi, the new young god of Hearthstone, is going to take this one down. Both of these players already queued up and waiting for the World Championship later in the year, but MaxiBon does slip an extra $2,000 in his pocket by winning that last match and taking home the title of Masters Tour Summer Champion. What a performance it's been from one of the hot favourites coming into this tournament, Raven.
Yeah, and to be honest, for me, really took it by storm. I just think he's just been impressive throughout the whole thing. We've seen the pressure get to some players throughout the tournament, some tricky moments. We've had all the discussions about how important the lineup itself has been. Then within the lineups, how important these specific card choices in those decks have been. And Maxi kind of took the approach of, yeah, my decks are the best, my lineup's the best. And I'm going to prove it. And
I'm the best. I'm the nuts.
I'm the best.
I'm just going to beat everyone.
Yeah, can't argue with a younger man's confidence, I guess, because when it pays off and you just back up your words, what else is there to do? So a huge congratulations there to MaxiBon. I think we're very well deserved, very well played, and just been not only performed well, but I think very entertaining to watch as well over the course of the weekend.
And to listen to. I don't know if we'll get another full winners interview, but I'll be super down just to have another quick chat with him because he was very, very entertaining and engaging last time around. But yeah, there's something to this, right? When someone just comes into a tournament and there's a buzz just around the whispered halls of the Hearthstone Tavern, just like, yeah, have you seen this guy? He's actually just the best. And then the tournament starts, and it turns out he's actually just the best. And he just wins easily. Like, we've seen it with Pocket Train. We've seen it with Gabby previously. We've seen it with Blaze, right? Where Blaze, like, steamrolled one 400-player tournament. And then everyone was like, well, I mean, surely that was just a high roll, right? And then the next 400-player tournament comes around and he just does it again. because he's the freaking best. He's the GOAT. I'm not having it any other way.
Basically, Bly's is the reason I just shout lethal now.
Yes,
because
exactly.
it all started with Bly starting to lock in cards, and it just would be lethal every single time. So that's why I do it and why it works. But yeah, just huge congratulations to Maxi, and also, of course, as we did mention, to Gamer RVG, who does get that world spot as well. So even though they only finished second here, only second place in a hugely competitive tournament, still a great result, and we will be seeing them at Worlds, so looking forward to that. But yeah, just what a tournament, what a weekend so far. So I don't know, I'm ready to hear from Maxi. I do believe we are getting him ready for an interview, but just any more final comments about the match before we speak to Maxi?
Yeah, it was always going to come down to this, right? As soon as Maxi kind of finessed the Paladin mirror, I think, like that kind of spelled disaster, because then it was just going to take a catastrophic collapse in rogue gameplay from the one person in the tournament you're just never going to see that from. Because even, like, Maxi alluded to this in the previous interview, where even the rogue deck of previous, whose name cannot be uttered on broadcast, which was kind of similar in style to this deck, but kind of, it was harder because it was worse, if that makes sense. Like, it's kind of mechanically the same thing, but because it was a weaker deck, it was harder to win with. Maxi was already a god at that deck, so his adaptation to now the much better deck with the Infinity Rig and the Naga was very, very easy leap for him to take. Plus, he was already an overheal god before having to prep for this tournament. So he was kind of already in the perfect position to do well in this tournament. And how dare you join this call just as I was massaging your ego even more, Maxi? This is unacceptable. How are you feeling, man? You must be feeling good.
Good, yeah. Like you said, I'm very lucky with how it panned out, because I'm a combo one-trick wild player, so Overheal and Rogue being the two best decks was the mega nuts. And also, Neophyte won the game in the deck with no spells. That was so crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about that so much. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Twice, by the way, as well. Because you would have got coin Ziliaxed on as well and just lost immediately.
Yeah.
It was so great. Yeah.
And double insanity. Oh my god, those games look
I just want to ask you how you're feeling after. Obviously, you had the spot at World sort of locked in going into the final. But what does it mean to actually be the champion, right? Because a lot of players who compete to the level you do, of course, surely winning is a nice extra bonus on top of that World's invite.
Yeah, I'm happy because if you look at my Masters Tour performance, I have one Masters Tour that I slept through, so I kind of had to have a good performance to bring it back from that. But yeah, me and Game were both just kind of hyping each other up because we already qualied, so it was whoever wins wins. He wanted to play the Rogue Mirror to put on a show, which was kind of funny. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm sad that I lost the Rogue Mirror after saying that it was mega favorite for me.
We did mention that.
Yeah. You just say, oh, you don't need Stomper, you just play my list and it's the nuts, and then Gamer plays a Stomper and you just immediately lose the game.
Bro, it was a 5 minion list and I didn't draw my 5 minions. It's not my fault, I swear.
That's not supposed to happen.
So I actually have the most important question though, and I don't know this, and I'm embarrassed that I forgot to ask you it last time that you're on camera. Are you actually named after the ice cream or not? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, great, amazing. I like you even more. The actual Go ice cream, by far, it's an incredible.
It goes so hard. It's the nuts.
It does, yeah. See, he knows.
And just while we've got you as well, before we let you celebrate, is there just any words you want to say to everyone watching? I think everyone's been enjoying you play, enjoyed your interviews. I know we have, and also anyone you want to thank, any practice partners, anything like that. Basically, the floor is yours to say anything you would like.
Most important thing is tread lightly. If the wild players, if every wild player came to standard, every standard player would be out of a job. But other than that, yeah, I practice a lot with Banter and UQ, and that was good. Bro, the thing is, I practiced with UQ, and then two of the decks that I brought, which was Priest and Rogue, which are the most broken decks, he didn't even bring. But either way, that was useful because I did not know really like how to practice going into an MT. So he kind of like carried me through. And Banter, as much as I am as much as I'm talking bad about him, he did help me with the practice. And also, my parents, they stayed up till like 6 a.m. watching the MT to see if I would qualify for Worlds. So that was cool.
Nice.
As well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm for me before we let you go though? Like, you might be a god at Rogue and an Overhill god or whatever, and like, yeah, sure, we can all tread lightly. Do you know how to tie your own shoes though? That is important that we clarify that as a WoW player before we move on. Yeah.
I'm a Velcro enjoyer, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, well, congratulations once again. I'm looking forward
you.
to seeing what you can do at the World Championship. Enjoy any celebrations you may still have after this. So, yeah,
you.
great job. Look forward to seeing you play again.
Yeah.
We could just sit and just interview Maxi all day. I enjoy talking to that guy. Welcome, everyone else, of course. Me and Sottle have just talked a lot. So, you guys starting with Lorinda. Any comments on that final match? Maxi taking the victory, of course, and throwing out that confidence that he's quickly becoming known for.
Oh, we are so blessed that so many...
Before Neil talks, you muted a Discord.
We are so blessed that so many Hearthstone players have such charisma that we've interviewed over the years. Like, something that makes these champions is ingrained. It always comes out in the interview that they're actually barking mad or something. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely amazed that we got to interview him twice as well. That was very exciting because both interviews shared kind of some different information, but they were both incredibly amazing interviews, and it was great to get to know him a little bit more. I think especially because maybe not everybody watching kind of was already familiar with him as a player before this.
I can only hope that my two boys, 4 and 6 years old, who absolutely adore Velcro, grow up to be wild players. It would be an absolute joy and warm my heart. That's all I have to say.
Okay, well, great final words. But that is us wrapped up for the weekend and for the Masters Tour. Next stop is going to be the World Championship a little bit later on this year. Make sure to keep an eye out for all the announcements surrounding that and everything that's going to be coming up with the World Championship. If this weekend was anything to go by, I cannot wait. So, yeah, just keep the finger point, which means he wants to say words.
Specifically, keep an eye out for news regarding China as well, because that is still very much up in the air, and we are all waiting to see exactly how and when China will be involved, but we're all looking forward to it.
Yeah, 100%. Cannot wait for plenty of more Hearthstone coming up a little bit later on, but that is it. That is the end of the show. Thanks a lot, everyone, for watching. We hope you had a fantastic time. Shout out to production as well for running everything for us, and yeah. Have a great evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. We will see you at the World Championship.